Information condition of the next of its man almost vertical. Friction global. Shema Israel Adonai 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 Friction global. What's going on?
Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. You do have to have a subsidize.
What happened in Socialize?
You're not in there.
Oh, my computer needs to be refreshed there. I'll be in there in a second.
Somebody told somebody yesterday chill to go to chill lounge.
How was that one?
I don't know, I haven't been on it, but somebody told somebody, not me. They had told somebody to go to chill lounge. Have you been there?
No,
You've been
ma'am.
there. You get banned out for that one? How can you been there?
Oh, I've been banned everywhere, Mr. Chris. I'm not sure about Chill Lounge.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm good where I'm at. I don't want to go there. I don't want to go all over the place, but I'm good where I'm at.
Okie doke.
It's just, I think it's crazy. I might go over on my other account though.
Alright, yeah, check it out. See if it's cool.
I might do that. Okay. Okay, what's your plan today?
I'm going to teach my class,
Okay.
and then I'm going to sleep because I haven't slept yet.
Well, we say teach a class on, what do you teach on again?
That's okay. Jewish mysticism, so Kabbalah.
Ah.
Alright, Mr. Chris, I want to mute myself. I'll be back in an hour.
Okay, catch you later.
What up, sluts? It's 25th and Nissan 5786, Sunday, April 12th. We've been doing this shit for 107 days. Time. Sometimes my legs become chafed from walking or just having a big dong. Really, yeah, just flopping around. Really? Perhaps. 3761, the creation of the world, the birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631, 137th son of Adam was born. 3526, 235 Enosh. Son of Seth was born. You gotta do this stupid ass fucking shit. We could have an island on the sugar to shine, but mess up with the brand on super at Homer. Blessed be you, Hashem, my God, King of the universe, who sanctified us with the honor. Which Blessed be you, Hashem, my God, King of the universe, who sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 11 days, which is 1 week and 4 days of the Omer. Really? Yeah. I'm gonna have to pay one of these days. Really? Yeah. Why? Right. Really? Yeah. I got my fucking Twitter account banned. I got one of my YouTube accounts banned. It's bullshit. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Dog, I was in a deep sleep and then it's fucking alarm went off. It's the worst. It's like, what the fuck is that alarm? Huh? Worse. What is this bullshit? What? I just keep putting out press releases. I'm like fucking like Mary Tyler Moore's place. That's fire. Really? Why? Why not? They're not stopping me, and if they do, fuck them. Just create a new account, son. And then it programs AI with whatever I want it to say. It's fucking brilliant. I could be like, oh man, I'm Superman. And be like, oh, Rabbi Rothschild is Superman. Thanks, dog. Really? Oh, maybe I might. I'm thinking about it. Really? Maybe. Maybe Rabbi Rothschild really is Superman. Really? Are you from Krypton? Your mom's house. Bitch. Really? Really, Lily? Who's Lily? Who the fuck is Lily? I've been up all night, and my body is light. This shit is the worst. Come on, you little bitch. I've got this little thing of fat behind my head. Really? Really? What is this shit? This is the worst. I'm gonna do a press release. We're 100 days into Kabbalah. Really? Yeah. People are gonna be like, Doug. For the first, I don't know, 10 of them, they're on Instagram and you're just pissed the whole time. The next 60, all you do is fucking read from the Chabad website. And we've been watching this fucking YouTube video for a month. I feel like it's the best Kabbalah class in which you've ever been. Like, yeah, that's pretty sick. Really? Yeah, dog. What have you learned? I'm sicker than everybody. You've learned that? No, I do that. This reinforced it. Oh, don't be a bitch. This shit sucks. I said it did. Come on. Are you fucking serious? I'm Dr. Justin Sledge. Really? Yeah. For Rizzy. No, he's cool. What would you tell him? Your class is really great. It's so great that I watched it not once in a row, not twice in a row, but I might continue to just fucking watch it. Really? Why? Because it's fucking easier than reading a bunch of Yiddish bullshit. If this shit continues to, what do you call that? When it goes like this, just goes like this. Load? No, there's another word for it. Q? No. Quay? No. Dog, there's a name for it. What's it called? Buffering. If this bitch continues to buffer, just keeps going like that. Some rabbits and just treating her fucking guts like a fucking washing machine. Are you serious? This is the worst. Breaking news: Rabbi Rothschild surpassed 100 days of Kabbalistic teaching. Really? Yeah, that's pretty good. Really? This guy only did it. He didn't even do it once. Two. His class was weekend. Night daily.
Philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, folks, welcome back to more Shabbatites V excitement. We're really going to get into some of the more technical stuff around Shabbatites V. We're going to talk about how what was at some level a very fringe movement became a dominant movement in the Jewish world in the middle of the 16th, 17th century. And eventually how you would think that the death of Shabbatai and the death of his prophet, Nathan of Gaza, would have spelled the end for the entire movement. But as you probably know, dying is not really an impediment for messiahs. Messiahs die all the time. Their believers keep on believing in them as if nothing happened, whether it's Jesus of Nazareth or Menachem Mendel Schneerson of blessed memory. People continue to believe in their messiah's death is just a speed bump on the way to eternity. And so we'll turn to that and how the Shabbatian movement continued after Shabbatai's death and how it thrived all the way probably at least into the 1880s and maybe even later than that, especially in Turkey, although we don't know what its status is these days in Turkey. So what is the recap for tonight? Well, the recap is there was a guy in the 17th century that believed he was the Messiah, and so did half the world's Jews. That's the recap. There was a guy, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was declared a Messiah by a relatively minor Kabbalist and healer in Gaza, Nathan of Gaza, Nelson Gonzaki, and he was declared Messiah in 1665, although he had messianic pretensions as early as 1648. And between 1665 and 1666, half the world's Jews seemed to have accepted his messianic claims. And this is evidenced by the most classic example of the evidence for this is the prayer books that get printed. The prayer books that have pictures of Shabbatai Tzvi in them. The prayer books that have prayers for Shabbatai Tzvi. The letters that come over and over again from major rabbinical figures all over the Jewish world that affirm belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah. And we talked a bit last time about the life of Shabbatai Tzvi, the sort of the ups and downs of his life, of Nathan of Gaza, and things like this. So we talked a bit about the life and times of Shabbatai Tzvi. But what we didn't get into last time is exactly how he's supposed to be the Messiah. How does that work exactly? Right? So what exactly does it mean to say that Shabbatai Tzvi was the Messiah? And how this dovetails in a really important way as a part of our discussions here on Kabbalah is that one can only understand the messianic claims of Shabbatai Tzvi or of Nathan of Gaza by understanding how that was justified. And that was justified by Kabbalah, basically. It was justified, it was underwritten by Kabbalah. The Kabbalah enabled Nathan of Gaza and at some level Shabbatai Tzvi to develop this messianic story that allowed Shabbatai Tzvi to claim that he was the Messiah, and for Nathan of Gaza to greatly popularize his messianic claims. Now, there's a couple things to know that are important about Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza, his prophet, and how they're quite different in terms of their relationship to Kabbalah. The first thing that's really important to know is that they don't really have the same education. Shabbatai Tzvi is kind of a yeshiva dropout. He's very talented, he's very smart, and of course he's very charismatic, more charismatic than anything else.
We saw this one.
But Shabbatai Tzvi doesn't have a very strong grasp on Kabbalah. He certainly knows the Zohar very well. We know that. He's been studying the Zohar since he was a teenager. Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection. And hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after autumn of 2021 if you want to watch the entire series. You can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism and hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps as a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate the inspiration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Folks, so let's just review a bit about Shabbatai Tzvi, and let's move past Shabbatai. We spent enough time on this guy. As you can see, he's there on the left, and the mentioned a minute ago, this is a depiction from a lot. This is what he probably looked like. It's actually pretty difficult to underplay the disaster that was Shabbatism. We're talking about a movement that basically began in 1666 and didn't end until 1808, probably. We're talking about a movement, sort of mobile disaster inside of Judaism that led people to believe that abandoning Judaism was part of their salvation. I can't really articulate how much of a disaster that is. When people believe that converting to a religion that hates them, that is actively seeking their conversion to destroy their identity, that's a disaster. It's really a disaster. Now, when an individual Jew decides to convert, when an individual Jew decides to leave Judaism for reasons of conscience, that's their business and that's their right. Every Jew should be allowed to convert to whatever religion they find they see fit. But the truth of the matter is, these people weren't converting because of a choice they were making on their own. They were converted because they were being led by people who delusionally believed in their messianic prowess and their messianic message. So in that way, I do see this as a kind of moving disaster, a train wreck that stretched over 2 centuries, basically. And Frankism was especially bad. We're talking about a situation where Jews have been systematically repressed for centuries in Poland, and then they were brought by the thousands into Catholicism. And as you can imagine, the moment they converted into Catholicism and ditto when they converted into Islam, converting back was not an easy thing. We should not forget that converting back out of Islam was equally the death penalty. That's apostasy. That's a death penalty case. And of course, no one has to remind anyone about the horrors of the Spanish Inquisition. Converting to Catholicism and then trying to convert back is not going to happen. This is a one-way street, and Frankism and Shabbatism were a disaster in many ways for thousands of Jews over the course of a couple of centuries. And I think these should be considered forced conversions of a certain kind because they were predicated on the idea of some apocalyptic potential. Things are ultimately going to come to an end really fast. And that never materialized. The end just got delayed, delayed, delayed. And secondly, the reasons why these conversions from Judaism to Catholicism and Islam, the mystical jibber jabber that underwrote them constantly changed. It was never systematic. There was never any spelled out theory about why this is supposed to happen and how it's supposed to work. You have a bunch of charismatic men at the center of this movement who benefit greatly from these conversions. Frank benefited greatly. Shabbatai, in his own way, also benefited. And this is a situation where I think people were led into conversions that were, I think, forced by the charismatic leaders of that movement. In the same way that I don't think the people at Jonestown killed themselves. I think they were murdered by Jim Jones. I refuse to characterize what happened in Jonestown as mass suicide. That was mass murder precipitated by Jim Jones. And so I think that in many ways these conversions were forced. They were forced by the charisma at some level of these leaders. And to be clear, an argument can be made. I would make the argument that this is what happens when mysticism goes off the rails. This is what happens when rationalism is abandoned. This is what happens when you allow emotion and you allow fervor and mystical beliefs that you don't really understand to basically run ramshot. And at the end of the day, I'm very sympathetic to mysticism. I'm very sympathetic in many ways to Kabbalah. But this is the gutter of Kabbalah. It is mass conversions and it is the disaster of the Shabbati movement. Now, what's interesting about that is that given this disaster, given the extraordinary disappointment of the Shabbati movement, given the mass conversions that followed in the wake of Shabbatai and Frankism, Kabbalah kind of got off with a light touch. Kabbalah survived. You would think that after all this, many people who had seen the dangers of what Kabbalah can do, what Kabbalah can do unchecked, and just abandoned it. They said this whole Kabbalistic thing, this entire thing has led us into the gutter of mass conversion. We need to abandon this idea. This idea is toxic, it's dangerous. Well, they did realize it was dangerous. That's to be sure. We'll talk about that more tonight. They did realize it was dangerous, and they made safeguards. They put rails on the system to ensure that it did not go off the rails like this again. And yet, Kabbalah survived. It really got off on a pretty light touch, actually. And I think that part of the reason why is because the Shabbatian movement, you can imagine, I always imagine the Shabbatian movement as coming in like a wave. There's this huge Shabbatian wave that comes in like the tide, and then when the tide comes out, all this beautiful soil is left behind, but the water's gone. Shabbatai is the water coming in, bringing in the beautiful silt that will help to grow the new things, and then Shabbatai leaves. And what's left behind is the black earth that will ultimately grow new things. So in many ways, scholarship of a previous generation argued that Kabbalah made Shabbatai possible. I don't think that's true. I think that actually Shabbatai made Kabbalah possible. And I think that relationship is why Kabbalah is going to survive. Because the Kabbalah is so much more sophisticated, it's so much more deep, it's so much more rich than Shabbatai Tzvi and the Frankists, who only ever really, aside from Nathan of Gaza, who only really ever developed the most thin, superficial, self-serving, apocalyptic version of Kabbalah that was engineered basically to deify them. And at the end of the day, the Kabbalah that they rode in on was a pretty crap Kabbalah. With the exception of Nathan of Gaza, who I think was a very profound Kabbalist. I will give that to Nathan of Gaza. But Shabbatai himself, Frank, they were never deep Kabbalists, and they were never really actually, I think, about the Kabbalistic life. I think at the end of the day, they were about themselves, and their actions proved it. And when they left, the Kabbalah could stand on its own. It didn't need them. It existed before them. It was deeper and richer than they could have possibly imagined. And thank God, in many ways, it survived them and thrived. So tonight we talk about the Kabbalah in the aftermath of Shabbatai. And what I want to really drive home about this is I don't want to talk about this as post-Shabbatian Kabbalah. Because Shabbatai Tzvi and the Frankist movement and all that stuff that we've been talking about, that's an aberration. And was sort of like a night where everyone it was like a bender. Everyone on a bender. They went to New Orleans. They got trashed. They did all the things, and they went back to their homes, and they shook off the bender. And so you can think about Shabbat movement as kind of a big bender. They went to New Orleans. They went down there. They got trashed, did coke, and they did all the things. And when they came back home, it straightened up, and it's over. And so I think of the Shabbat movement as a kind of bender in the history of Judaism. So what happens in the immediate aftermath of 1666 when Shabbat converts? Well, obviously the first thing that we've already talked about, there are people who are diehard believers who do everything they can to convince themselves, using every tool they have in Kabbalah and Torah, to convince themselves that Shabbat is the Messiah, no matter what. No matter if he apostatizes, no matter if he dies, no matter if the movement splits into three groups, no matter if they all have to convert to Catholicism, there's always someone out there willing to do the work and try to convince people that this is true. And there are diehards in every religion, there are diehards in almost every belief system, and no matter what happens, they will convince themselves of what they want to believe. That's one camp. We spend a lot of time talking about them. They're out there. They're going to be out there until the 1880s, probably. Also, in the immediate aftermath of 1666, there were a ton of people who realized that this was a catastrophe. There were people who believed in Shabbat. In 1666, when he apostatized, they realized, oh man, this was really bad. And what's also critically important about this is that the people who, at the very beginning of this, realized this was a disaster, people like Menachem in Israel, those people who knew from the very beginning this was going to be a crazy thing, never did the Tokyo moment, so far as I know. From what I know in the history of Judaism, there's never a major "I told you so" moment where people gloat and people say "I told you so." You can go jump in a river, you believe in this guy, and now you're barking back in the trees, barking back in my tree trying to get back to synagogue. You were happy to pray to this idiot, and now he's abandoned you, and now what? You can go somewhere else, go be Christian. What's incredible is the Jews and the rabbis who have seen people make this mistake welcome them back. And to my knowledge, I don't see the told you so moment. They just didn't do that. They were very magnanimous, and they began to do the work. And what was the work? The work was, let's just pretend this never happened. Right? Let's just pretend this never happened. So what did they do? The second camp, the people that realized it was a disaster, they went back to doing what they were doing before that time. They went back to the intellectual labor trying to make Kabbalah work. That is to say, systematizing it. Trying to figure out how the Lurianic Kabbalah lines up with the Proto-Lurianic Kabbalah. They went back to
Dude, the bus drivers went crazy over this. Then it got damned.
In a pretty systematic and careful way. Now, that's not to say they just ignored it completely. They realized that something inside of Lurianic Kabbalah, something inside of the Kabbalistic impulse was dangerous. Because it had gone off the rails. It had gone off the rails crazy off the rails. And so they began slowly to think about how to implement safeguards to prevent this from happening again. This could have led to real serious problems. Can you imagine what would happen if all those Jews had got on those boats and began to sail into the Mediterranean to reach Palestine? It could have been terrifying. Tens of thousands of Jews would have died. They could have been denied entry into the Ottoman Empire. And who knows what would have happened? They can sail back to Spain. They're going to arrive as refugees in Christian Europe. This could have been much, much, much worse than it was. In fact, it's actually very lucky that it's going as bad as it was. So the rabbis began very carefully beginning the problem of beginning the business of putting bumpers, basically, on the Kabbalah to prevent it from going off the rails again. And what do those bumpers look like? The main thing is, public Kabbalistic teachings, especially advanced Kabbalah, just stop. You just stop. You just cannot teach people quantum mechanics if they don't understand eternal physics. You just can't. You cannot teach people how to weld if they've never held a hammer before. You have to. You cannot deliver these incredibly complex Kabbalistic ideas, which are incredibly easy to misinterpret, to a population of people who just don't even have a Torah knowledge. Especially people who've been living in Christian lands who've only recently converted back to Judaism. So they cease teaching Kabbalah publicly. They cease teaching it publicly. Now I know that makes many of us think, oh, these elitists, how dare they hide this? Well, yourself in their shoes. These people were playing, it's like toddlers playing with fire. These people were not prepared to deal with this, and they were able to convince of something basically insane. Because they had, however, at least crazy, complicated ideas, they were able to basically convince themselves. So what ends up happening is that the first thing is that public Kabbalah teaching begins to withdraw, especially technical stuff. Then a creeping kind of legalism begins, and that legalism takes the form of safeguards. You need to vet who can learn this stuff. And how do you vet? You vet them based on all kinds of other factors of stability. What are those things apply? But they're old enough. You don't teach a 13-year-old Kabbalah. You shouldn't, according to this idea. You have to wait. How old? Maybe 40. And that was a number they settled on. I bet folks have heard that number. Well, do you want to teach Kabbalah to a bachelor? No, because a bachelor might get so crazily Kabbalistic, they're just married to God. They don't want to actually get married to a woman or whatever, right? From a traditional perspective. So they need to be married. They need to have a job. They need to have kids. They need to be anchoring them to this world. I've actually heard somewhere that Air Force pilots have to be married to kids or something like that because they don't want them getting in like $50 million, $30 million plane flying around. The idea is they need to be anchored in this world. You can go to the other world. You can go to the Kabbalistic game itself. You can go to the Sefirot, fine. But you need something anchoring you to this world. You need a job. You need kids and a wife. You need a family. You cannot just be Kabbalah. That's unhealthy. So they begin to try to implement things at the community level that ensure that people who are ill, people who are drunks, people who are they have other kinds of things that are anchored in the world. Now again, does that sound elitist? Maybe it does sound elitist. But is it reasonable? I think it's reasonable. Is it reasonable? Just what happened with Chapter 3? It's very reasonable. I think it's very eminently reasonable. So again, it's not a bizarre idea. Third, there is a shift away from cosmological speculation. That cosmological stuff has led to bizarre ideas about how the world got created, how Messiah became implanted in the world, like we talked about last time, with the Druze tonight, dragons, and Messianic speculation is ground to a halt. That's over. We're just not going to do Messianic speculation. By the way, that's a return to Talmud. Talmud is very clear. The Talmud says, do not speculate about the beginning, do not speculate about the end. Speculate about now. Right? Speculate about now. Don't deal with Masa Bereshit. Do not deal with the end of the world. Deal with now. That's a return to very Orthodox Judaism. And then we're going to see that when we get to Hasidism in a minute, Hasidism is the epitome of mystification, the mysticism of the now. Hasidism says the now, the now, the now, the now. What is happening right in front of your face, the literal thing, the world you're living in right now is more mystically important than what happened back then and what's going to happen later. And so Hasidism is going to pioneer the mysticism of the now. So they really take this into great heights and represents part of the enormous genius of Hasidism. So there's a shift. And what does the shift look like? There's a shift away from what's going on here. Right? Because trying to figure out what's going on here, that was dangerous. So what's the shift? The shift is into here. The shift is into here. Right? The shift is into the mind and into the heart. It's about personal piety. And so it's all about fixing you. We are not focusing our attention on trying to become a Messiah anymore. That was a disaster. We're done with that. What we do now, we now focus our attention on inner piety. And so the shift in the Kabbalistic language is now toward inner teaching. Not messianic saving the world stuff. It's about saving you and your community. And that's when intense piety comes in the form of these things that we'll talk about in a minute. This idea of kavanot, intense spiritual concentration, and following Jewish law very seriously. Remember, part of what people were very upset about with Chapter 3, the Shabbati movement, was the rejection of Jewish law. And so what ends up happening is that Jewish law becomes front and center, just like it was early on. Remember, the Zohar is highly legal. The Zohar never said you could abandon the law. In fact, the Zohar is very clear that the law, that Kabbalah without the Jewish law, without Kabbalah, without Halakha, is incoherent. And so, in many ways, the post-Shabbatian movement is a return to Kabbalah truths. exactly divorcing Kabbalah from Halakha, that was a disaster in the mind of these Kabbalists. I tend to agree. And so this movement is a return back to the old school days of Kabbalah. So at the end of the day, Kabbalah will endure. Thank God. It deserves to endure. It should not have been, and thank God it wasn't thrown out with the baby with the bathwater. I'm glad, very glad. But we have to admit that I think the kind of safeguards that get put on Kabbalah in the aftermath of all this are not unreasonable. What's also important about this is this story sometimes gets told from a super Eurocentric perspective. Surprise, Eurocentrism, here it is. The truth of the matter also is that Kabbalistic centers are also appearing all over the Jewish world. Many places in which Shabbatism really never took a big hold. Those places are going to be places like Morocco, places like Yemen, although Shabbatism was very popular in Yemen and Morocco, Kurdistan, northern Iraq, Aleppo, and Baghdad, also in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, you'll remember, was a holdout. Jerusalem didn't get Shabbatism from the very beginning. So these centers in the Arab world, not in the European world, are going to be the first to come back online, and they're going to begin producing an enormous amount of Kabbalistic literature. Now, the sad truth of that is that a lot of it literature has been lost, especially as Jews fled Arab lands, were expelled from Arab lands in the 1950s. A lot of that literature has been lost, and most of it, to my knowledge, remains manuscript. When I say manuscript, I mean handwritten books from the 16th century, 17th century. So there's not even printed editions of these books. But we know, and I know this because of other scholars who sort of surveyed the literature, there is a mountain of Kabbalistic literature out there, heavily working on systematizing Lurianic Kabbalah at this time. One of the real interesting personalities that appears in all this is Athna Barzani. Athna Barzani is probably the first woman rabbi that we know of, like someone who actually may have really held that title. And she was a Kabbalist, and she seems to have had supernatural powers. She lived in Kurdistan, in northern Iraq, and her father was very charismatic. He died, and there was no one basically to take his place because he was such a prophet. And the only person that qualified was his daughter. And so by default, his daughter took his place, and Athna Barzani becomes basically, I think, the world's first real rabbi, and she's an active Kabbalist. And there's a great children's book about her too, by the way. I don't know if folks have seen the children's book that just came out recently. There's a children's book about her. I think folks want to look at it. But it's really neat. She's just a really incredible character. She's just a really incredible character. Powerful woman living in Kurdistan. And I think it's worth mentioning that we have one of the few women Kabbalists at this time that we can name. So I just want to make sure we name Athna Barzani. There are two major centers that emerge in this period in the world of Kabbalah. One in Jerusalem and one in what is now Poland. What is now Poland? That's already tells you sort of the world is dividing it. Poland's going to be a center of Jewish life, of course, and Jerusalem will be as well. The first one is Beit El, the house of God, was founded by Yemenite Kabbalists. Right? We haven't talked much about Yemenite Kabbalists. There are tons of Yemenite Kabbalists. And Beit El was founded by probably one of the most erudite Kabbalists of his day. I would say he's probably the most erudite Kabbalist of his day, Shalom Mizrahi Sharabi. And Sharabi's physical school, actual school that he taught in, survived all the way to the 1920s. He was only destroyed in an earthquake in Jerusalem. You could have gone there in the 1920s. The physical school was still there. And Kabbalists in his school were still alive as late as 1969. He had one of the longest Kabbalistic universities, basically, in the world. And so, again, so much of the way we're taught Kabbalah is so Eurocentric. The truth of the matter is, this is a Mizrahi Jew, Yemenite Jew, running one of the longest functioning Kabbalistic schools in Jerusalem. So he died in 1777, and his Kabbalah becomes very important. Now, the main thing that they do in the school of Beit El is that it's social and it's theoretical. The first thing they do is they turn their attention exclusively to Lurianic Kabbalah. They are probably the principal systematizers of Lurianic Kabbalah in this period. The main systematizers of these ideas. And what they they systematize it around is the use of kavanot. And these kavanot, I know we use the word kavanot now as kind of things to meditate upon, but another way of thinking of kavanot, at least in this Kabbalistic sense, is to think of them as foci of spiritual concentration. Imagine one's soul as a kind of light, and that in order to gain the infinite access to the infinite light of the Godhead, you have to focus it, just like a radio wave, or any other kind of thing. If you have unfocused energy, it doesn't do anything. It's only by focusing that energy, that focusing that spiritual energy, that you kind of get on the wavelength of God. It sounds super New Agey, but there's a reason why they use New Agey people use the metaphors they do. They're not bad metaphors. And the idea is that you have this wild energy, this wild spiritual energy, and you have to focus it, and you focus it in prayer. Prayer is the lens that focuses this energy, in that the way that you focus it, the lens of prayer is focused using these kavanot. And Sharabi's Siddur, which has been published, you get his Siddur, it's in Hebrew, and his Siddur includes hundreds of these kavanot. And these kavanot are sort of like micro adjustments of your soul to focus your soul during prayer on various aspects of correcting and repairing and shaping your inner life. How exactly you want to connect to God, or connect to the various aspects of the Sphirot, how you want to comport your soul as it reaches up into the spiritual and supernal world. And so it's through these kavanot, these very complicated kavanot, which were actually written down, you had to memorize them. They were exams, they were kavanot exams. You had to know how to match the exams up, apparently. This was a very rigorous school of Kabbalah. But notice here again, it's about the interior life of the Kabbalist. It's not about some other stuff. It's about learning to focus your spiritual being upon God in a radically sharp, defined, and focused way. What's interesting about this school is that two things that are interesting about it. One is that it was incredibly student teacher oriented, which is to say they do not teach us stuff publicly. You could not go listen to a lecture at Beitel publicly. You had to be fed in, you had to be tested, you had to be declared, you had to have incredible levels of education to even knock on the door. So this was a school that heavily prioritized a high level of rigorous Jewish life. So this is not just sort of fly-by-night people singing songs in Latino and hippies. You had to rigorously apply yourself to Judaism. You had to take exams. This is Kabbalah at its most spiritually accurate. Further, you had to sign basically an NDA. You could never teach this stuff publicly. And secondly, you had to sign a kind of a letter of agreement that you pledged yourself to the school of Beitel, and that you would pledge yourself for your entire life, and you had to pledge yourself in the world to come. So you had to pledge yourself, even in the world to come, that you would only study with other members of Beitel in the world to come too. In the base midrash, in Olam Haba, in the house of study in the world to come, Beitel would be there, and you would also co-study there. And so even the idea here that you had to dedicate yourself to eternity in this school. And so again, a high level of rigor, and there were people still matriculating through Beitel all the way through the early 20th century. And well, I guess the last inheritor of the school of the Kavanot of Shalom Mizrahi Sharabi, blessed memory, he died in 1969. So this school lasted for centuries. The other major school here in Poland, right, in Brody, what is now Poland, and this was known as the Klois, right, the Klois. So the Klois was much more like a spiritual fraternity. It wasn't an actual school in the sense of Beitel, where you went to a place and learned. It was much more like a spiritual fraternity with various kinds of people moving through it, and more people sort of meeting in sort of a general organization of spirituality. I don't want to exactly compare it to the Freemasons, but it was something like a spiritual Kabbalistic fraternity. And it also focused heavily on Lurian and Kabbalah. Notice they're all hunkering down on Lurian and Kabbalah. That becomes the basic standard of Kabbalah for a minute. But the main thing you'll notice about this is it's primarily attracting Lithuanians. So there's Lithuanian folks that we'll see in a minute are a bit more elitist and they're much more intellectualist, right? So there's a high level of intellectualist elitism going on in the Lurianic world or in the Lithuanian world, and with some exceptions, there are definitely holes there too. But generally speaking, this is a much more heavily intellectualist form of Kabbalah. So the Jerusalemite school is much more prayer oriented. The Polish school deploys is much more intellectually oriented. They're much more interested in systematizing Kabbalah and really, really hammering out exactly a kind of systematic theology of Judaism that is basically Lurianic Kabbalah. Now, they do publish a lot of their works. We actually have a ton of works published by members of the books. So they did publish books. These books are very technical. I tried to look at some today in early books, and I could hardly hesitate to this stuff. You have to. The level of Kabbalistic education, the level of Talmudic education, the level of these guys is stupid. These are geniuses who are having this stuff on. And I was trying to read some of this stuff today. It's like quantum mechanics. It's so high level. Their books do survive in early modern books. You can actually view them online if you want to. Check them out. Like I said, I really struggled to make even 10 to 15 sentences make sense to me. I kind of barely can follow it. It's like it's like trying to read Deleuze or some kind of crazy book structuralist people. Reading that, although it's that challenging. Their works are also published, but there are no translations. There are no modifications. I don't know if they've even reused it since then. And you're beginning to hear a common thing now, right? They only exist at this time. They've never been reprinted. They've never been translated. The reason for that, actually, just very clearly, I'll go ahead and spoiler tell you, it's the Holocaust. The Holocaust is the complete cultural interruption of Kabbalah. It amputates an entire people, not just from their families, but it amputates a people from their entire world. And basically, this stuff is banned. That's what happens when you flee for your life. You just can't save this stuff on the march to these terrible camps. So much of this literature is basically become orphaned, and it's going to take 3 generations of scholars to basically bring it back into Judaism. It's going to take that, at least that. It is a monumental task. And this time period, by the way, I think is probably some of the most sophisticated Kabbalistic literature ever written. And it languishes in complete obscurity because there are just so few people with the skills to bring them into modernity. The Hebrew skills, the Kabbalah skills, the Bible skills. It just doesn't make sense. It just the level of Kabbalistic scholarship of this time, 1750s, 1800s, even into the 19th century. The level of Kabbalistic scholarship is so high in Central Europe that it's never recovered. Never, ever recovered. And it's going to take 100, 200 years to recover, to get Kabbalistic scholarship back up to where it was. This school is typically a bit more rationalistic. And when I say rationalistic, what I mean is they're intellectualists. For them, they're trying to systematize Kabbalah into a system of basically Jewish theology. They're trying to formulate a Jewish theology that makes sense. And for folks who know a little bit about the Litvish world, you can probably tell I have a great deal of sympathy for the Litvish world. I much more heavily identify with the yeshivish Litvish world than I do the Hasidic world. Although I still have a great admiration for the Hasidic world as well. But as you may know, folks who study the Talmud, the famous Brisker method emerges out of the Litvish world. The Brisker method is known to be, they compare balanced equations. It's like doing, it's like you were balanced chemical stuff in chemistry. It's like taking things apart at the molecular level. And so the Brisker method is infamous for its pill pools, nitpicking, making tiny disagreements, analyzing things in tiny detail as opposed to how do we even apply all this? They don't care. They're like, no, we must very strictly understand every single logical relationship. And so this is the world that produced some of the greatest logic textbooks and Jewish logic, some of the greatest logic textbooks in Halakha. The Litvish world is famous and infamous for this. And what this gives rise to is a heavily intellectualist culture and a heavily elitist culture. And as you might imagine, and again, when I say elitist, I mean that in both the good sense and the bad sense of that word. I mean that in the good sense that these are elite scholars. And again, when I say elite, I don't mean elite in just a bad way. These are the smartest, some of the smartest Jews in the world working with me. They are this is the Nobel Prize winners of Judaism working in Kabbalah and stuff. Now, that also gives them a sense that they're superior. They do see that these Am Jews, these poor Jews, these Polish Jews, working in the fields in the shtetl, barely can read, scratch together an education for a siddur, they do think of themselves as somehow better. Not somehow, they're better. I mean, in the same way that I think a Nobel Prize winner is going to think a high school C student in physics, they're just not going to compare. They're just not going to compare. And there is an intellectualist, and I mean this now in the negative sense, an intellectualist milieu that develops in the Slavish world, where they really do believe that, poor, illiterate, bumpkin Jews, they can do their very best, and maybe they want to get God. But can they really serve God? Can they understand God? Can they really do the heavy lifting of being a rigorous Jew? Not really. They're never going to be really pious. They're going to have a middling piety at best. Sort of a pumpkin piety. And so this intellectualist elitist trend is going to take hold in Central Europe, especially among the Litvak schools. And again, that's not for me. I have a lot of sympathy for the Litvak schools, but that trend does take hold. And it's into that trend that Hasidism will emerge in that world. So Hasidism is an interesting kind of movement in lots of ways, obviously. The main thing that's interesting about it is that it is neither Shabbatian, although it bears a lot of similarities to Shabbatianism. We'll talk about that in a minute. So it seems to have preserved many of the attractive things that made Shabbatianism popular. So it seems to have kind of produced a Shabbatianism without Shabbat. It has so many of the elements of Shabbatianism, but it doesn't have the kind of interior heresy of believing these guys inside. So it has all the effusion, all of the emotion, all of the passion, all of the messianic expectation, but it does not center Shabbat speaking. It's not Shabbat. Probably. The other thing is it doesn't go this intellectualism either. It doesn't go in the direction of the Klois, and it doesn't go in the direction of the Litvish world. It's a unique way of sailing in between a real difference in the Jewish world. Whereas the Litvish world was very intellectual, very elitist, it doesn't go that direction, and it doesn't go in the absolute antinomian direction of effusion and joy and do whatever you want with the Shabbat. It sails in between them. And unsurprisingly, it's going to be world changing in the Jewish world. In many ways, Hasidism is, for most people at this point, just Orthodox Judaism. It will be that successful. Hasidism will be that successful. So it's begun, of course, by the mystic and practical Kabbalist. When I say practical Kabbalist, you should read something like magician. He was basically a Jewish magician. This was a thing that was practiced back at this time. Was a kind of practical Kabbalah where you would make amulets and you would do mystical herbal treatments and you would do all kinds of what we would now recognize as basically Jewish magic. There were a bunch of these guys. They referred to themselves as Baal Shems, good names. And Israel ben Eliezer was known, of course, as the Baal Shem Tov. And he, I should not say 1860s, or 1660s. He was a mystical healer. He did a lot of relatively parochial jobs. He was sort of a beadle in synagogues. He taught kids. He was never much of a person outside of the movement until he really came into his own as a kind of extraordinarily innovative and charismatic preacher of a new kind of Judaism. And this new kind of Judaism was heavily mystically involved. It involved teaching mysticism to the public, although in a very modified way. We'll talk about that more in a minute. And it was a very effusive form of Judaism. It was a Judaism that was accessible to anyone. It was not a Judaism that was a Judaism of elite scholars. It was a Judaism that could be accessible to anyone walking along the road on a day's journey in London. So the ideas of the Baal Shem Tov bring to bear all of the enthusiasm of the Shabbatian movement, but incredibly important, but a halachic rigor that anchors it in the traditional world of Jewish life. he squared the circle, folks. He squared the circle. He could bring the energy of the Shabbat movement, but he could also anchor it and locate it in the world of rigorous halachic Judaism. And the main, there's a slogan, I think, for the Hasidic movement. It's actually to be found in the Zohar 124 or 122 base. And this is probably the most famous, I think, the basic slogan of Hasidism, right? So this literally means in Aramaic, there is no place devoid of God. There is no place devoid of Him, whatever. There's no place devoid of God. Everywhere is God. Everywhere is God. They say if you take the gematria of Elohim, right, and the gematria of Teva, nature, they add up to the same thing. Elohim and Teva are the same thing. God is nature. Sounds like Spinoza, a little bit like Spinoza, right? They say, look, there is no place. God cannot be anywhere other than where God is, and there can be no place devoid of God. Therefore, everywhere is where God is. Now, not everything is God. They're pantheists, not pantheists. And they say that, yes, there are things that are not God. There are all kinds of things. Everything around is not God, but hiding underneath them all is God. There is no place where God is not. And so the thing that one must do is one must learn to focus on the immanence of God. One must uncover the reality of God all around yourself and in you. And this task is to show that God is in all being, God is in all things, God is in all acts. That even the task of changing the tire, the wheel on a cart in the mud, is an act of piety if you see God in it, if you find God in it. And so the idea here is that God is everywhere. And piety, the task of piety, is to uncover the divinity all around us. But God hides God's Son. You never see God's face, you see God's back. So God's back is to see all around us. And to seek God's face in the most tiny things that you do. That is, of course, I think, the core of the Hasidic impulse. It's a profoundly beautiful and poetic impulse. So the task is not just to follow Jewish law, which you must, because Jewish law is the primary gateway to God. But it's to realize that everything allows you to approach God. Everything that you do, everything that you are, allows you to cling to God. The core idea in Hasidism, that by clinging to God, by uncovering God in everything you do, when you take a sip of wine, the sweetness of the wine is a taste of God. That the light of the Shabbat candles, the light in the Shabbat candles is an entrance into seeing the light of God. And so they cover your eyes before you see them for the first time in Shabbat, so that when you uncover your eyes, you see them, you may see them without the cover, the back of God, you will peer directly into the light, and there is Hashem. That is Hasidism. It's just the light of the candles that reveal to you God. Everywhere is God hiding, and the process is there to find God. And ditto, of course, where can you find God most profound? In you. Because you're made in the image of God. You're made in Tselem Elohim. You're made in the image of God. You're a mirror of God. Everything that is you is in some sense an aspect of God. But the mirror is dirty. You have to clean the mirror. How do you clean the mirror? You undergo a process called tohaydesh. You can clean the mirror of all creation, right? The emptying out of what is. And as you empty out, as you negate what is, what's left behind from the negation of what is, the bitul hayesh, is just God left. And so you purify your mind. You don't think bad thoughts. And if you do think bad thoughts, you convert the bad thoughts into good thoughts. If you see a beautiful woman walking around the road and you lust after her intensely, feel the lust. Let the lust wash over you. Feel the passion in your body. And know that the beauty and the lust that you feel, the woman walking down the road, is just a pale glimpse of how much you crave to love God. Convert the feeling of the lust, of the sin, of the Avera, convert it into the passion that you have for God. So it's not about blotting out things. It's not about not feeling things. It's not about going under ascetic practices and rolling around the snow. So don't feel things, feel it. The sin is real. And convert the sin, redeem the sin, give to the Avera a tikkun, give to the sin a reparation, and you elevate yourself. You'll cleanse your ego, elevate yourself to your So all of these things allow you to approach God in your everyday life. Everyday life. Everything around you hides God and is God. And you can approach those things in their physicality. So much of Kabbalah became so intellectual in the Litvish world, became so about figuring out how the spirit do this, where is Ein Sof, how does Ein Sof empty itself out with Shimu, and what are the shards left behind, how the shards fall this part. It's this very complicated intellectual thing. Hasidism said what really matters for most people is they must encounter the physical world, the world around them, the month around them, the food they eat, the bed they sleep in, the clothes they wear. They must encounter all those things. The movement of their very body. That's what they need to find God. Not as some intellectualist trying to figure out Spiro stuff. No, they don't abandon that. But for them, what matters is worship through embodiment. Avoid a devadash. Right? Worship, avodah bagash. Worshipping in one's physicality. That physicality is a gateway to divinity. That the body and sex, the body and eating, the body and feeling your body, even injury, can be avoid the Gashmis. Can be a way to approach Hashem, access God. So this is a radical democratization of mysticism, where everything becomes an avenue to mysticism. Everything becomes a gateway to divinity. Now, this all gets focused in on the leaders of the movement. The leaders of the movement become these incredibly charismatic, and they were fabulously charismatic people with supernatural powers. You often hear stories of people who can look, they can see things happening for hundreds of miles away, and all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of things in the Hasidic world. You got these stories about these leaders. These leaders establish courts, dynasties. When I say courts and dynasties, these Rebbes, these Tzaddikim, right, these Rebbes, they live like kings. And they have the ability to intercess on behalf of God. They're so righteous that their soul rushes up against God. And if they pray for you, God, even if they're dead, even if the Rebbe is dead, and you leave letters in his grave, on his grave, his spirit, his soul can still reach up to Hashem and communicate your desire, your prayers, even beyond death. And that custom is still practiced today in the Hasidic world. These Sadokim, these Rebbes, are almost divine. They're saints, basically. And you imitate everything the Rebbe does. If the Rebbe drinks a little bit of schnapps before this, you should have your schnapps. Because he's discovered some secret way of accessing mysticism. If he dances like this, you should dance like this. Everything the Rebbe does has some inner deep meaning, and the Rebbe is in many ways the gateway to God. So the Rebbes, the leaders of these Hasidic dynasties, become quasi-divine figures in many ways. And these courts get established all through Eastern Europe, and they are fabulous. You're talking about dudes wearing hats that cost thousands of gold coins. You're talking about guys wearing silver garments that are like knit through with gold and silver thread. Because again, your very clothing is gateway to God, and the more beautiful you are, the more you glorify yourself. Of course, at some level, it helps you to be more connected to God, because God's a king. Then maybe you should be a bit like a king too. And so the outfits they wear, and to this day, the outfits they wear cost tens of thousands of dollars for a coat. Tens of thousands, $40,000, $50,000 for a hat. Because it's all about the glory, the kavod of the Rebbe. So they establish these courts, and these courts go on to become the central pillars of the Hasidic movement. even to this day. So you probably know some of these quotes. The Satmar quote, which is now split between two brothers who have had a nasty dispute since the former Rebbe of the Satmar died. The Satmar movement is the biggest. If you saw Unorthodox, the television show, that depicts the Satmar dynasty. Probably folks know this about the Lubavitch movement. Chabad is a philosophy of Hasidism. Lubavitch is the actual dynasty. The Lubavitch movement is primarily known for its kirut, which is to say outreach. They are a very outward-looking Hasidic movement that wants to bring people into Judaism, and they want to bring people into Judaism. That's part of how that's how they're going to redeem the world. Of course, they're also known for their at least some section of them in their belief that their late Rebbe, Menachem ben Schneerson, of blessed memory, is the Messiah. They tried into his grave. He's buried out in Queens a couple times, and it's a very powerful spiritual experience to pray there at the grave of the Rebbe. There's also a Rebbe's grave here in Detroit. If you ever get a chance to visit one, there's a Rebbe's grave here. Bells, maybe? Bells from Sweden? I can't remember exactly, but he died here. He just happened to be visiting here and died. He buried here, and now it's a pilgrimage site. Going to visit the grave of the Rebbe is a big deal in the Hasidic world. Nachman and Breslov, if you go to the tomb certain times of the year, they ship in tens of thousands of Hasidim all over the world that invade this Ukrainian town for like a weekend. So it's a big deal there. Now, what's important to know about these Hasidic Rebbe's is that they weren't just enthusiastic, charismatic leaders who relied on emotions and enthusiasm to rope people in. These were systematic thinkers. Many of them were carefully systematic thinkers, and they produced some of the most innovative texts of Kabbalah of that time. Now, are they as rigorous as what's coming out of the Litvak school? No. Are they as intensely focused as what's coming out of Beit El or Jerusalem? No. But they are systematic treatises on Kabbalah from the point of view of Hasidism, which seeks to make Kabbalah something that you live. It's a thing that you live. It's a thing that you experience. It's a thing that you embody. And so it's not, in many ways, the kind of highly intellectualist Kabbalah that existed in the Lithuanian world. It's a much more livable kind of Kabbalah. Of course, the most famous book of this form of Kabbalah is the Tanya, which is something like scripture, basically, for the Lubavitch movement. You can get a copy of the Tanya anywhere. You go anywhere, there's a Lubavitch place, and ask them for a copy of the Tanya. They will happily give you a copy of the Tanya. It's a little bit controversial with the claims that basically non-Jews don't have souls. They do a lot of acrobatics to try to explain that away, but it has some pretty famous infamous parts. But the Tanya is probably the most famous. There are tons of Kabbalistic texts written in the Hasidic world, and never let anyone tell you they lack intellectual or spiritual rigor and simply a lie perpetuated by people that I typically actually sympathize with, but they simply won't. These books are incredibly deep, incredibly powerful. Now, as you might imagine, this faced enormous kickback from the non-Jewish world. They had just dealt with the Shabbatai fiasco. You've got people doing damn headstand during prayer as part of their Gashmiut. They're like, you people are out of control. You're just Shabbatians, right? You're just all crypto Shabbatians. You're bringing all the stuff that led us into the position with Shabbatai speed. You need to stop it. And they were led by the Gaon of Vilna. And the Gaon of Vilna was a vociferous opponent of the Hasidic movement. The Lithuanian schools typically referred to as Misnagdim, opponents, right? Typically, sometimes I'm kind of misnogged in my personality, misnogged in my Judaism, which is funny because I have lots of Hasidic friends. The joke is, I'm more misnogged than more Hasidic, obviously. But this was a brutal feud that raged for a couple generations. And I will say that, in all honesty, the Misnagdim aren't completely wrong here, folks. The early generations of the Hasidic movement, the first couple of generations of the Hasidic movement, were pretty out of control. Were pretty out of control, especially, again, you have to think about this in the aftermath of the Shabbatai Tzvi. They are terrified that it's going to go off the rails again. They're going to get one of these rebels to pop off and say they're Messiah, and we're going to have to deal with the exact same disaster again. And I've gone through some of these already in the previous talk, but you can begin to see the Messianic perspective. The tzaddik looks kind of like a little Messiah, right? The Rebbe looks a bit like a little Messiah. There's sort of a transgression for the sake of heaven angle here. There's kind of like you have to experience the sin of lust, and you have to convert it to God. You should feel lust, and then you convert it to feel lust for God, love for God. These Messiahs are like, no, don't feel lust. It's a hurt. Why would you cultivate the feeling of lust? You cannot do that. You cannot convert. You need to not minimize that, not feel it and then convert it. So they worried this is the kind of the cultivation of a sins. Both of these movements have emerged in Pogolia. There's no denying that. Both the Hasidic movement and the Shabbatic movement here emerged in the exact tiny region of Poland. And many people thought they grew from the same earth. It's the same thing. Also, they are popularizing Kabbalah. Remember, right? Looks like the Tanya by Shmuel of the Adi Blessed Memory. They are trying to bring Kabbalah back to the masses. That's one of the things that the Kabbalists this time are trying to stop. They're like, no, these people were led astray by these ideas. Not because the ideas are bad, maybe not because the people are inherently not capable of understanding them. They just can't understand them with their level of education. You cannot get these people because it will go off the rails again. Hasidism says no. You bring them along, you educate them. You teach them. You give them a little bit at a time to raise them up until they can become understanding of that. So there's a much higher degree of willingness on the part of the Hasidic world to incorporate Kabbalistic ideas into their connection to the masses that to the establishment, essentially. They worry about Abagash food. They really worry this is also using communism. These people doing weird stuff, handstands, cartwheels during prayer, people screaming during prayer. One of the Hasidic dynasties that exists is the Karliners. The Karliners are the most metal of all of the Hasidic people. They're the most metal because they're infamous for screaming all of their prayers out loud. So if you ever go to a Karliner shul, which I've been, they just scream their prayers during the prayers like that. You can imagine for a bunch of heady, intellectual, university-trained Jewish Kabbalists, a bunch of dudes screaming all the time, crying uncontrollably. That's just crazy. This is the Shabbat, right? So Abagash early on was very worrying for this. The court setting with these Rebbe's acting like kings. Shabbatai Tzvi did that when he was in Big Galuz. He did that when he was in exile, Montenegro. They're just being little Shabbatais. These Rebbe's are just being little Shabbatais. They're just little Messiahs. And many of them thought they might be the Messiah. And that's an idea we'll get to the 20th century with the rise of Messianism and Chabad. They were terrified when these guys would come off and declare themselves Messiah. Further, some Shabbatim books were popular among religious youth. Yamin was a big one, right? There were other crypto Shabbatim books that were popular among religious youth. So, the way the Mi'kmaq saw the Hasidic movement, at least early on, was that if it's not Shabbatinism, it's diet Shabbatinism. It's Shabbatinism light. It's Shabbatinism that has all the same dangerous ingredients that could lead to the problem we just had. It's just not there yet. And so they were terrified of this movement. And they were terrified of the movement both because they weren't integrating Judaism, but also because they were terrified of what would happen to Shabbat if the Shabbatism thing popped off again. If there were another one. And again, I know it's easy to take the Mi'kmaq as sort of like intellectualist, fogies or whatever. They were trying to shepherd a movement after that disaster, spiritual disaster. And the last thing they wanted was the ingredients of that disaster becoming popular. Now, what's happening and what's incredibly important, and I think that this is what makes obvious proof of the proof of the tasting or whatever. The Hasidic movement was ultimately not Shabbat Shabbat. Again, and how do we know that? In a generation or two, they became very rigorously halachically conservative. To this day, if you go to a Hasidic synagogue, they are halakhic as the day is long. Now they have weird halakhic stuff. They follow a different minhag than Litvak people. They follow a much more Sephardi style minhag, which is odd because they're in Central Europe. They might put tefillin on or moed, which is unusual, specifically Kabbalistic thing found in most of the Hasidim. I don't know if you do it. But they do mostly do some unusual things. But at the end of the day, it's a halakhically conservative movement. They come down the side of the old school Kabbalah, which was Jewish law is the unique gateway to God. In rigorous following of the law of the halakha is a fundamental aspect of Kabbalah. So for all of the excesses, for all of the court, for all of the sadis, for all the rabbis, for all of the usual stuff that they do, for all the cartwheels that might do during prayer, screaming things and whatever, at the end of the day, the law is the law, they don't break it. Both sides of this equation, both Namin and the Hasidim, they spent generations executing each other. They excommunicate each other like everyone. It's just a dreadful situation. I think local authorities had to intervene on several occasions and things like this. Also, I should point this out in the defense of Hasidim, again, to identify more of the Minhag world. I will say that the Besht, the Rothschild, the founder of the Hasidic movement, was one of the Talmudists that actively opposed the Frankish movement. So, from the very beginning, they were opposed to things like Frankish. Besht was. Rothschild, the founder of the Hasidim, was opposed to it. So, again, he was pro-Talmud, can't talk Talmud, etc. So, I just want to, again, we all have our biases. I want to name my bias. I'm much more pro the Litvak world, and I'm also not ever misrepresent the richness, the genius, and the deep spiritual power of the Hasidic movement. To make it very clear that while I'm saying it is a link at some level with the Hasidic world and the Shabbat world, I think it's homologous, not one of common ancestry, and not one in which the Hasidic world was crypto Shabbat. I want to make that very clear because I don't want to appear that I'm slandering Hasidic people. I don't want to ever agree. I've learned in Hasidic yeshiva. Trust me, I want to be Hasidism would go on to become one form of Orthodox Judaism. In fact, if you probably encountered Orthodox Judaism, you probably encountered it through Hasidism. I bet everyone here Jewish has encountered Chabad at some level. And if you haven't encountered Hasidism, now they're the most outwardly looking of the Hasidic world. And if you ever learned Kabbalah, it's very likely you learned it in a Hasidic environment. You probably learned Hasidic interpretations of Kabbalah. That form of Kabbalah very partly filtered down all the way to Jewish practice. So Hasidism has proved decisive in Jewish history. Now, other high-level Kabbalah, more academic, more intellectualist Kabbalah, we go on in the Litvak world, all the way till now. My understanding is it's still going on. I don't know much about it, but it's still going on. Further, Lurianic Kabbalah, it would stick. Especially Lurianic Kabbalah as taken up by Talmud. Why? Why is there no further significant development in Kabbalah following the answer to Shabbat? I think everyone after Shabbat is so gun shy of major innovation in Kabbalah that they de facto settled the food. They more or less said, this is it. We're not going to change this. We're not going to muck around with it. We will continue to systematize it. We'll continue to adopt it. We'll adapt it. We'll modernize it. We'll systematize it. We'll put a barrel. We'll turn it round and round. But Lurianic Kabbalah is it. I think that there was no major Kabbalistic innovation, systematic innovation after Luria, because I think that there was such a shell shock after the 17th century. So, Lurianic Kabbalah won. And all Kabbalah, basically, that exists now is subspecies of Lurianic Kabbalah. He won. you're all living in the shadow of Luria. And again, I think that the reason why there's another new kind of Kabbalah after Luria, basically, it's a shell shock. But as you might imagine, there's a dark cloud on the horizon. Right? And depending on how you view it, it might be a dark cloud, or it might be the clouds finally parting. It could be a dark cloud because what you might see coming is rationalism. What you might see coming is logic. What you might see coming is modernity, which strips the world of all spirituality and subjects it to the law of mechanism and logic, mathematics and science, and it robs the world of spirituality. That might be the dark cloud that you see coming. If you see that that's something else, you might look at the same thing and see something completely different. You might see the clouds of darkness finally parting after 1,000 years of darkness, of mysticism, of random speculation about a world that no one has access to, a world of backwardness and superstition, a world where people believe in all kinds of nonsense, but they can't prove. And you might see the clouds parting and the sun shining through in the form of logic and math and science and modernity. And if you're on team B, then the Haskalah, the enlightenment, is your button. Because what's about to happen is that the enlightenment is tearing through your non-Jewish world. And it's making enormous strides. This revolution is beginning, huge gains are being made in human rights. Right? This is the time there, the French Revolution, American Revolution. There's a huge impulse at this point in the non-Jewish world towards science, towards math, towards logic. In the Jewish world in Central Europe, there are some Jews who are beginning to look out and see the non-Jews may be honest, and they begin to engage in the Jewish version of that enlightenment process, the enlightenment of Newton, the enlightenment of Kant. Again, the same year that Shabtai Tzvi apostatized is the same year that Newton invented calculus, discovered the fundamental nature of life, and wrote his main book on physics. That shows you how the world is so different. Shabtai is apostatizing in Turkey, and Newton is fundamentally unlocking lessons in physics, life, and math. And by the time we get to the 1700s, Jewish enlightenment is beginning to take effect. The Haskalah will begin to take effect. And what we're going to see is that in the aftermath of the Haskalah, which we'll talk about next time, the arrival of enlightenment value in Judaism, that we're going to see a huge shift in Kabbalah. The 19th to 20th centuries will represent both an incredible loss in the Kabbalistic world, I mean the loss of life, the Holocaust of course, but also the rebirth of Kabbalah. The fact that we're having this conversation right now means something's changed. There are modern Jews for whom most of us would be declared heretics by the very people who've been studying for the past 50 years. All of us would have been condemned probably. Many of us would never been allowed to study Kabbalah if you're not Jewish according to their rules. You're not Jewish at all. We are at some level the inheritors of what's about to change. And what we're going to see is interesting travails of Kabbalah into the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries, where it will undergo some of the most horrifying feats, and will rise from those ashes. And some of the most important Kabbalistic texts that are now available within the last 5 years, some of the Zohar and Christianization, are now available to us. So next time, folks, next time we're going to turn our attention to the 19th, 20th, and 21st century, talking about the sort of vicissitudes of Kabbalah in the aftermath of the last major Kabbalistic innovation, which is Hasidism. We'll talk about sort of the post-Hasidic world. What does the world in the aftermath of the Hasidic world and the Holocaust and the rise of the internet, with the rise of liberal Judaism, what does Kabbalah, how does Kabbalah adapt, reconfigure itself, and survive in all of those environments? And as you know, listening to the sound of my voice, talking about Kabbalah, you know that the story is a happy one. Kabbalah survives and thrives. We'll talk about that also. This class. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy and the craft of magic and philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane. Astra Religio Hish Karya, which means literally Salah Ephraim Paris, Kash is Mashia Kolkaza. He says that if you have one coin in a large jug, it makes dry noise, as opposed to Mashiki Smurry Smug. If you have in a jug a lot of coins, ultimately share Mashia now Russian. You imagine if you have a receptacle filled with written coins, it makes no noise when you shake it. And if you have a receptacle filled with one coin, it makes a noise when you shake it. The idea that the person quote-unquote makes a lot of noise is very confident and it's very multiple. It's all about their spiritual accomplishments. And they they've accomplished so much, generally says that it means there's no point there. But if a person ultimately again is filled with conceit, we'll say, isn't this the great phenomenon? Spirituality, we're all going to tell us what's judgment, but like a lay down. One woman in the book, this is a number of years ago, smells sharp. And you have to tell highlights pieces. And we find this in every single this idea that the woman of the Jesus is more than unfortunately that tells me that guy was sick, married into sick. And in reality, that kind of punishment actually displays a certain level of arrogance, a certain level of so exactly like when is it burned up? When is that burned up? So what does the person say? I'm accomplished. And of course the answer is yeah, but listen, it's always and never. Meaning that does not suggest that a person should be accomplished. It doesn't possess the ability. Say if I never feel accomplished, then most of think about things that you do in life that you never feel accomplished. Chances are I'm certain that you just give up. Like just give up. Most people get down the road which leads to a low level of skill, low level of accomplishment. That does not say I shouldn't feel accomplished. What that I'm saying is you should know at least you see the purpose is kind of over here is Shafushi Financial Shekfar Asa. Shekfar Asa. Ba'abola Sasha. That is describing over here a person that says, I've made it. I've made it. I've now reached the level. I've now reached the level that I'm good. The moment that a person feels that kind of emotions, past tense, is Shafaka Koshi Financial Shekfar Asa. They missing right now all that such. But a person feels not. I've done it. I did it. Give me a shkaya. I did it. I've accomplished. That the sense of fortune is a manifestation of arrogance. So should a person take pride in spiritual accomplishments? Absolutely. Yes. And I should take pride in those accomplishments. But I should recognize, and we'll say humility, adopting spirituality is I can have a host of spiritual accomplishments. But remember, at the end of the day, just because you accomplish something today is not going to be worse than tomorrow. Right? Spirituality is extreme. It's a daily battle. And I might have won the last 5 days, and it's still possible that I'll lose the next 7 days. That's the way that this works. And what that is describing over here is a person never allowed to say, I made it. I've arrived. It's locked in. I'm good. I got this. A person should rejoice in the day-to-day accomplishments of the spirituality, but never feel confident that those accomplishments are safe, secure in the bag and give them. Rather, a person again rejoice in the accomplishment, but recognize that I have not arrived. I have not arrived. I haven't made it. I am a perpetual work in progress. And those who celebrate their spiritual accomplishments, again, let's say, should I celebrate my personal accomplishments? Of course. We have people to see it. Congratulations on this coming Wednesday. Right? We're supposed to celebrate our spiritual accomplishments. But did I just discuss earlier the person who celebrates his spiritual accomplishments? Outrage and trash. A celebration of look what I've locked for myself. Look what I've done. Look how I arrived. Right? Shakfar Asa. I'm good. I'm done. That says to them what that means is only one point riding around. Right? Only 1 point. When there's a lot of points, you don't make a lot of points.
Fuck yes. Oh boy, am I excited about this one. You guys feel that fun energy in the room? There's the Iron Patriot. As always, give it up for our head of security. Iron Patriot. Must be crazy under that suit.
What about just like tying back to the ice to like your belt area and just letting it melt throughout the day?
How much does it weigh?
So it's like a kettle belt on stuff.
You can listen to podcasts through your helmet?
Oh, yeah.
Really? Really? So you listen to things while you're dressed like that?
Yeah, I'm in my kitchen, cooking my dinners.
I love it.
It must be a workout though. Are you sore like sometimes?
Yeah, it's intense because I gotta go out and make money 4 nights a week. This is my 5th night out because I had to go out on Hollywood Boulevard and make some tips, to make money.
You take the bus everywhere you go when you're dressed like that, right?
Yeah, because I can't sit down. I don't want to have to come down here and dress down here. It's better to be at home where I can look at the mirror and get it all straight.
Do you hung out with any of the other guys, like in like Superman, Wonder Woman, definitely?
I know all those guys. The guy that's on Confessions of a Superhero. You seen that documentary?
Yeah.
Yeah, Christopher Dennis. Yeah, I know him. He's a cool guy.
Yeah.
He takes himself real seriously. He's intense, dude.
Yeah. It seems like.
Yeah, he smokes a lot of weed, man.
Does he?
Yeah.
Does he ever hold you down?
Does he what?
Does he ever hold you down, try to like advance sexually?
He likes young girls.
Hey, how have you been smoking lately?
Not much. I didn't get any last week. I didn't see Red Band at the show.
Oh yeah, you gotta check in with us.
Yeah, I really like that experience. And I listened to the Shroom Fest, and I'd like to get into some of that too.
Oh wow, look at that. The Shroom Fest episode.
Yeah, well,
Skeptic Tank.
did you guys listen to that with Ari Shapiro and Skeptic Tank? They all went to Joshua Tree. That picture's great with you two, where you did a picture right next to you two, and you guys look real close to you two.
Yeah, thank you.
Ari has the hat, and everybody looks.
It was a lot of fun. What do you think? What do you think you would do if you did mushrooms? Where would you go?
Deep into the deep crevices of my mind to ponder the mysteries of the universe.
I love it.
Reality is an illusion.
I love it. The Iron Patriot.
Okay. Head of security.
The head of security. He wasn't there for me 15 minutes ago, though, when I got stung by a bee on the stairway. Yeah, laugh it up, fuckers. Really funny. Fucking bee. I felt something land on my neck. I slap. I feel it flutter like I didn't kill it. Like I must have gotten the side of my finger on it. It flapped around. And then I slap it again, but right before the slap lands, boom. Got me. Back of the neck of all places. Which was really bad because my 2 closest friends to me have like the worst vision and they're arguing over whether there's a stinger in there or there isn't. I'm just trying to find somebody with normal eyes. Give it up for Josh Martin, everyone. That's him.
Wow. He does not look like he has normal eyes.
Not the guy you want inspecting your neck to see if there's a bee stinger in there or not.
Was there still a stinger in there?
No, it wasn't.
Then he sucked it out just to make sure.
Yeah. He sucked it out of my penis. All the venom.
The bee sticks in my butthole.
Well, as you know, people, we have a lot of fun. There's been a lot of great news on the front of the show. Things are all taken off. It's all happening. You guys are part of something very exciting. Everybody knows pretty much the layout. We pick names out of a hat with a always a new guest, always one of my funniest friends. And this week we have a very special guest that we're going to bring up now before we get it kicked off. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen, from the Naughty Show, from Comedy Central, down and dirty, everything. Punch drunk every Monday, every Tuesday.
Yo, yo, yo!
The great Sam Tripoli.
How are you guys? It's good to be here. Good to be here. What's the word? Great show so far.
I am so excited to have you on this bad boy because
This is one of the most unfuckable crowds I've ever seen in my life. This looks like a sex act anonymous meeting right here. Seriously.
hell yeah,
Thanks for coming, guys.
I draw a really good looking crowd of them.
That's all right, dude. Ugly people buy merch. Not that you're ugly. You guys are. You're a good-looking crew, but ugly people buy merch. Trust me on that one. I like this guy. Who's this dude? You come here all the time, don't you? You're like shady. Who are you, Russian? What are you, Siberian?
It's like the white Rick Ross.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, yeah, you got all, you're correct.
It's like Rick Ross dressed for less.
Yeah.
Huh. He's sitting next to Sarah Dresses. Remember her from
Oh,
last
big
week?
drama with this
Yeah.
one.
Well, yeah, she looks like big drama.
Sarah, why don't you come up here for a second? We need to
Oh,
talk to
man.
you.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Sarah was, there she is, at Sarah Dresses on Twitter. She missed her spot last week. What we did with her was,
You're a comedian?
and she was the only person we don't go out of the bucket for. She was here the very first night that we did this show, and she was the only female that was willing to be part of it.
Why?
Do the
Women don't
stand-up
want to be part of it?
No, that was then. It was just week one. Nobody knew what was going on. People thought I was just going to be completely mean to them, and like I was just going to,
Shit on them?
right. Which,
Not you, Tony.
no. That happens organically.
Yeah.
But she was the only one, so we said, hey, as a reward for breaking the female ice on the show, why don't you close out every show? Plus, it was her first time doing stand-up, so we felt like we were building her from within, doing something really cool for her. And then,
Oh, she's the Rosa Parks of Killing Tony?
yes.
Yeah, and we did not have this idea before. It just kind of organically happened. And I
Right.
said, wow, she now has a spot on the show.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah, you fucked it up big time.
she's learning a lesson in professionalism.
Are you telling me that a young chick with big tits didn't appreciate the opportunities I was given to her? I've never heard of that before
That
in
is
my life.
exactly
Ever,
what happened.
ever heard of that?
That is
I've
absolutely.
never heard like an older guy bring up that point either.
Okay, that's cool.
Oh, jeez. That's one way to fix a burn bridge, is
Yeah.
to burn it some more.
Yeah. Bring a little bit more gasoline to it. By the way, I've heard that before 1,000 times.
Now, and she missed her spot, and we were, the Iron Patriot now has a trademark noise that he makes when somebody gets blacklisted from the show. And so,
That's awesome.
when
This
that
was
happens,
Police Academy for 2
Right.
seconds.
because we blacklist people, and if you missed a spot before, we're trying to police it, and yes, that would be the sound of us policing it, and so Red Band and I were talking about how to handle this situation.
Yeah, so we decided, we heard somebody, a friend of ours, another female, a sexy female,
Oh, shit.
did comedy for her first time downstairs tonight. And we're going to try to give her a chance to fill your shoes, be the second Christy.
Yeah, they're all replaceable.
Bring in the July model.
This is Hollywood.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Alright, cool.
So this is a lesson in professionalism.
That's the sound of you waking up for a shift at 7-Eleven.
Red Band! Whoa, Red!
Oh yeah, baby. We're pumping. So what we're actually going to call it is a probation to be decided at a later date, perhaps even at the end of the show.
It might become a dike-off, who knows?
I'm into
It's
it.
true.
I'm halfway into it.
And the one who scissors the other one the hardest would then get to come back next week. That would be how that gets solved.
Or maybe a taste.
Right.
Whoa.
This isn't a fucking statement.
You got mad at my fucking statement, and you're just loving their fucking
No, I
statements.
just said, like, how am I supposed to even fucking get, what is this thing? Are we at fucking
It
Costco?
was actually because the parking meter expired, so you can put some more change.
Yeah, fucking sorry that I had to go put money in my fucking house. Like,
Sounds like poor
Yeah,
Johnny.
I got problems like everybody else.
What that is? Uh-oh.
it's the death of
That's an
my
old school clock.
Alright, are you guys done, like, fucking me?
I just started. But he's quick, so don't worry.
All right, so
You're blackballed too. Can we blackball audience members?
yeah,
That's all ruin people's lives.
and anytime you call it, he has to make that noise. So
What did you do? That was not me. That was Sarah's vagina. Just got wrecked.
Cavernous.
Has she done stand-up on the show?
3 times. 3 times. Last week would have been her 4th time with the amazing Ari Shafir. She decided to, in this business, you have to know when you have to put money in your meter, right?
What does this look, by the way?
Wait, what's it because it was true?
What the fuck does that mean? What is your look?
Old and sloppy.
You got those current glasses for old and sloppy.
No, then that wouldn't be old and sloppy. That'd be the opposite of the look I'm going for. But I want to know what your look is.
These two are gonna end up fucking in like 5 minutes. I love it.
You got the first part of that right. I'll fuck
You look like you're from the Echo Park at the North Pole. That's what you look like.
It's so original.
Oh
I'm
my.
shocked you didn't go where's Waldo.
No, that's what you do. I go Echo Park at the North Pole. I crush it.
Yeah. Waldo's too easy. You put that on planning to do a Waldo show.
Wait,
No.
I'm sure you're fine. I'm listening. You're into it.
I don't know. I just stress how I fucking think it's good.
I will make
Other
here
people
before.
are fucking into it. Sweet.
Who said we're not into it? How do you not know I want to fuck elves? How do you not know that? You don't know what I'm into.
I've seen it.
Did you come here all fucking with your vagina guarded up and all angry? Come on, stop burning bras. Hang out for a little while. Okay? You don't gotta march on everything, alright? You have full rights now. You can do whatever you fucking want to.
That's
Loosen the
alright.
fuck up. It's called comment.
Alright.
Yeah, you have full rights.
Shut the fuck up then.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. What a. She's such a.
You put me in a bad mood. You fucking blacklist me. Like, this is the first place I did this shit. And I get like, I'm getting a new bitch.
This is just the beginning. You're still in the running. You're going to be that next week.
There you
You
go.
don't know the rules of the game. You're writing the rules
I
right
don't even
now.
know the rules of the game.
Right now, this is better than if you got up to do comedy.
Yeah, listen to the Patriot. Listen to
On the video, people are going to like this.
listen to my squeaky arm of justice over there. I love what you say, Patriot.
Because anyone who knows about freedom of speech, it's the Patriot.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what, Tony?
Oh, you want to do that now? All right. Well, all right. There's Sarah. There goes Sarah, everybody.
Sarah.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the newest comedian in Hollywood, as of just less than probably half an hour ago, downstairs in the original room. Put your hands together for her, everybody.
There's
It's
still
Kimberly,
blood in the cherry that's gone.
Kimberly Compton. Sure, if you want to, or you can lower it.
Look at that.
Yes. Is this thing on? Welcome. How do you feel about being part of a live podcasting show?
So tonight was your first night doing comedy.
Yeah.
How'd it go?
I went up there and the wire fell out of my. I think I did okay. I was real nervous. I said a joke about my dad touching me. Snapping cookies.
I don't know why. Why would that kill?
I got told why after. Never.
You sound disappointed. So I got a hot dad, huh?
Sorry.
Patriot, on first impressions and likability and charisma and look alone, how do you feel about that, Kimberly?
I like her. She's got a good look. Just put the
lesbian fucking comic out there going, can I just do jokes? So let's not do that. Let's encourage her to do well.
You can never tell when the Patriots trying to help with audio issues or just being a pervert. Hey, put the microphone closer to your lips. Now rub it against your crotch.
Yeah.
Like your dad did.
No, I think you were just trying to say to project your voice because you do have a very small mouth. You sound like you're hiding from your dad trying to touch you.
Yeah.
You definitely gotta own it more. It's
Yeah.
very long. Is the mic volume on that just low?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are so creepy, Patriot. Which is amazing because you're a guy wearing a suit, which normally starts at creepy. The fact you out-creepy that is amazing.
This is my week, 4th of July, Thursday.
Oh, yeah, that's right. This is a big week for you, huh?
You're like the people that own a Halloween store. You ever go by the Halloween store like on a July? You're like, what do you guys have going on?
Halloween's every night.
Yeah.
I read some interesting trivia about you. I wanted to ask you about Sam.
I can't tell who you're talking to.
You.
Oh, me. Okay.
I read some trivia that said you were one of only 2 comedians to start off as a paid regular in the main room. The only other one is Roseanne Barr.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's incredible. All these comedians have to suffer through all this.
No, I was the first one when she made me a regular. My first spot was a main room spot, which is unheard of.
When Roseanne did it, it was a different time and era. And that night, she her first spot at the comedy.
She got a TV show off that.
Yeah.
I got my cable turned
She
on.
got Carson. Oh my God. It's so true. It's how crazy the different times are.
So should we give her a chance to prepare some material for the end of the show?
Yep, absolutely. Get your 60 seconds ready. We'll check in with you at the end of the show. You guys ready to start the comedy portion of you can throw that on my stand? Good job. What's your Twitter handle? At Kimberly Can.
What's your nationality?
My mom's Puerto Rican and my dad's
Something what? I like that. There's a lot of Puerto Ricans out here.
All right, we'll call you back at the end of the show.
Generally, their low rocket bikes are easy to go cross country on. That would have killed in New York.
You guys ready to get this thing kick-started or what? Kick-started?
I feel like we're at one of those a donkey show. That's how the
It is.
time in this room right
This
now.
is the Donkey Show podcast.
That's why someone getting fucked by an animal. Fuck yeah.
All right, I pulled the name out. Put your hands together for your first comedian doing 60 seconds. It's Ryan Dowd, everybody. There he is. Ryan Dowd.
Right now.
Hey, you guys have been great. Keep up your enthusiasm. It's like I think I should just kind of kill you all with kindness. Actually, that's like a terrible phrase because what else can you do violently to people that's nice? You can't go up to people like, I'm gonna rape your daughter with friendship. I'm gonna blunt force trauma you with appreciation. I'm gonna pull the plug on your grandpa with free healthcare. Doesn't really work. Oh, fuck. Jesus, people. Actually, I've been thinking a lot about Jesus lately. Just thinking about Jesus. Actually, I've been thinking about St. Joseph more. Because, he was lying next to Mary and he kind of rolled over one night. It's like, hey, we're married now. How about we, I'm like, no, I've already had God. Fuck. How could you compete with that? How could that even go? Was it just like, okay.
That's right, bitch. Say my name. Hello, Mary. I'm going to come.
You know what that means. That kitty sound means that's the 60 seconds, everybody.
60 seconds of fury, brother.
Heck yeah.
I watched most of those seconds.
What?
I was like, why am I staring at my watch?
Okay, what do we do? What do we start with the good, then go into the bad, or what?
Any way you want to do it. We're very unorthodox.
I love the level of joke you're trying to do. It's fucking great. But you have a creepy vibe, and that's a good thing, because you'll probably be in Conan in about 3 weeks, okay? You have a great vibe.
that's worth acknowledging.
That is, and that's why you're gonna work in Hollywood. It just, that's who's running Hollywood. Creepy, fucking weird dudes. So they're gonna look at you and they go, hey, that's me on stage. One thing I noticed you don't do, you don't look at the crowd. If you're gonna do those fucking jokes, bro, you gotta commit to that shit. You gotta be like, yeah, I rape children. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look right in the eye and let them know, hey, I might really rape these kids. You gotta own that shit, dude. You're scared. Yeah, I sense blood. What's that?
Yeah.
I was scared when he was on stage. I think that's why I was looking at my watch. See, I like that. I like that you're trying to do kind of that crazier shit. And I like that kind of comedy. But you gotta commit to it, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna rape that chick. Rape that chick, man. That's what used against me. That sound like Tim used against me for the rest of my fucking life.
I mean, even the way you're standing with your arms crossed like that, man, like that's amazing. Like it's incredible. No, don't not do it because go back to it. Show everybody what I was talking about. No, but it was more like one was just resting on top of the other one. Yeah, it was like that. Like if you did that and kept the mic in the mic stand and looked like you do,
yeah,
you could talk about a lot of fun, creepy shit.
Yeah, you definitely have that, and I think it's gonna go good for you. You're just gonna own it, dude.
Yeah.
And then he looks like he lives with his mother, right?
Oh, totally.
But your mom is dead upstairs in the attic.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You have some cooler, you have to have freezer jokes, you have to have cannibal jokes.
I love the level of comedy you're doing. You gotta really commit to that, bro.
Right. And then
you got good stuff.
Yeah. But acknowledge the way that you look. You should have.
When you walk on stage, vagina snap shut instantly. Except for there's a couple girls here just like, oh yeah, my dad would hate it. So boom, you got shot.
Ryan Dowd, there he goes.
Yeah, Ryan, good job. What now? We are all dead tonight.
The microphone just gave up on him. All right, here we go. Your next comedian, Michael Benson. Boom, here he is.
Hi, yes. How's it doing? Yeah, I do look like a coked out Matthew Broderick. Jesus Christ on ice. That's what I want to see. I want to see Jesus Christ on ice. Going to Vegas. Hey, it's bloody all over. Anyway, let's move on. Let's talk about what I wrote down. I like to think of myself as a compassionate person. I'm usually the first one to say, if there's anything you need, Dan, just let me know. I know you've been going through a tough time, and, your girlfriend just broke up with you, and you're feeling kind of sick, but if there's anything you need, just let me know. And their usual response is, no, that's okay, Michael, I'm fine. Well, then fine. Fuck you then, you're lost. Because I'm an amazing human being, and you just missed out on some grade A compassion, baby. I could have been there for you, serving you chicken noodle soup and giving you amazing hand jobs. Because my left hand has twice the strength as my right hand. Because I'm handicapped. But you don't get that type of loving with a U-V-I-N. McLovin. Anyway, my mother thinks that, you should have called your father. Right, there we go.
There's the caviar. That's the 60 seconds. Hell yeah.
Thank you very much, guys.
There he is, Michael Benson.
I want that guy to protect me. Can I sit by that guy now? The guy that was just on stage?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah. So far, we're having a creep off.
I forgot how creepy open micers are.
They're not all like this. This is a random lottery situation, and nothing could prove it more than our first two comedians back to back being stalkers of some kind. I mean, holy shit.
I like it.
What's your condition? What is your...
Oh, wow. Use that, bro. That's your hook. Can I give you a suggestion? Put a sock over it, making your comedy do.
I've been, actually...
Never talked to it. They're like, when's he gonna use a puppet? Never uses it.
Yeah. I've actually been working on it. I've been looking for a really decent sock. I've heard that a couple of times before, and I've been just trying to find a bit around that. But yeah, thank you.
Oh my god.
Hello!
Alright.
I'm a mangled head! I'm not scared!
Alright, you can write it later.
Stop it. Calm the fuck down.
Alright. But even... Or you can even do like go a lot of different ways with it.
Yo-yo?
But you gotta put something over that thing.
Do I have to? No, I do this to accentuate a point. To show, hey,
God hates you?
What?
Well,
Yeah.
I would definitely,
It was 1984. He did too much cocaine and said, hey, I don't know, let's put a handicap thing on him.
use it till all it's worth.
Oh, yeah. I did.
Any reason to get on TV, just tell me. Fucking whatever, just do it.
Yeah.
I like your energy. You know, you've got to think about going up there high energy like that. People can't, they start concentrating on your energy and not what you're saying. You have to, I call it controlled chaos. You've got to control it. You got to be able to get your point across, and then you can explode into craziness so you can hear what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah.
You're so excited, I have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. You're fucking sweating, you know? Like,
Right, yeah.
the only part of you that wasn't going 190 miles an hour was your right hand.
Yeah.
It was just, it looked blowing.
Again, I like what you're doing.
Yeah.
You just gotta because they gotta digest everything you're saying. That's comedy. It's the hardest art out there because everybody in the room has to know what you're talking about. If I'm rapping, nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about. They don't give a shit. They just know they're in the club. You know what I'm saying? But here they gotta digest it. So you gotta slow it down.
Yeah, you're very, very edgy. I like that. Really edgy. Like very palsy material you were saying.
Yeah. I love my
Anybody heard that?
We need a pun sound effects.
Yeah.
When you sneeze, does it come up like a salmon out of the water? Yeah, a little bit. You know, yeah.
You should make it a puppet, bro. I
Yeah,
think that would
totally.
crush.
Totally.
It probably would.
I think it would be the most hilarious shit
You should.
ever.
I'll come back in 2 weeks and try and see if I
I
can.
would love to see it.
Oh yeah, I think you did, and that's a big tag. It put a sock on it. Put a sock on it. Michael Benson. Everybody, there you go. Slide through it. At MJB Comedy, by the way, you can follow Michael Benson on Twitter. Ryan Dowd was at There Is No Point. Michael Benson at MJB Comedy. Love it. Here's one for you. Kyle Henson. I got Kyle talking about
Hello. You guys are awesome. I had like 4 Hollywood girls in one of these sets. Super attractive, but anytime somebody has too much to drink, they want to talk during your set. It's super distracting. I was like, oh my god, I'm just gonna take a picture of my name and upload them to Instagram. But I don't know if I should make them blurry on the outside or just turn them into a woman. But I don't want to be rude. I had to bring them into it. I had to be nice. I was like, maybe that. Excuse me. Let me guess. 25, 25, 30. 32? Are you serious? We're only 21. Like, that's how many pounds you lose, you fat ass. Don't talk during my set. Exchange that chapstick for glue stick and shut the fuck up. It's kind of hard to take you serious because your BMI looks like a lot like your bowling score. Thank you guys.
alright. First of all,
Everyone just fucking relax.
everybody, why would you clap for that? You know, I'm kidding. That's an interesting joke.
This is us, isn't it? Oh, are you fucking serious? Garbage.
life that they want, a satisfying desire, which is to create and set the general sense of life is complete. Only way to fix that is to exercise restraint. So, right, so it sounds so simple. It sounds so simple. But for most people, it is so simple. So that the answers to our problem are actually three. We find difficulty exercising restraint. The only way to address that is to begin to exercise restraint. And that says, all you need to do is incredible. All you need to do is do it once. Do it once. Because ultimately you're getting once I find that connection, exercise restraint once. For myself, that I give up. Now again, does that mean I'm going to be perfect? Of course not. Once I show myself that I am able to do it, there is one to go from that is as you go. Shemot Bar Avera, Uziado, Ubana as Hansel Yivaso, Sabitzo. Or, because we'll say, you don't really like that. A person is about type of, it's only a matter of time until that type of manifests itself again. Right? Only a matter of time until that absolutely exercise. I exercise manifests itself again. He says, what's going to happen? Ubana as Hansel Yivaso, so, and if I choose this kind of exercise restraint, and as a result, I don't fall prey to my type of, but then this comes off of what happens. God brought it up, I love it in Shabbat, and I sleep on the Shabbat. Shabbat say, that says that we have to exercise restraint, and therefore don't commit to particular Avera again. Not only do I say to myself, Avera, but I also have the opportunity to what? Go ahead and atone for previous indiscretions of the past. We'll say this more down over here. If this sounds familiar, it's because when we're shooting side of the game, shooting side of the table, so it points out over here that this is the button of the myself as well. Because what is a follow Shuba? Like when we absolute follow Shuba versus when some things to face. The same circumstances that you had in the past. But in the past, I sinned. In the past, I gave in to my desires. Now, I find want to stand up to them. That's called about Shuba. That's good. That's what we're going to explain. It wasn't making it because I can't make all of us help make this carry us on. Right? We all have those desires. We all have those desires. That the truth is, so, again, I talk to the changes as we get older, ways, but we all have those creative that have struggles to invest in. When paper, the issue of paper is I never seems to exhibit straight. That is so beautiful. The only way to address that is individual work capable of exercising restraint. It sounds so simple. It says that all I need to do is once, ultimately again showing myself that I possess that capability. Showing myself that I possess that particular power. Ultimately what is that? I was just up every day to pick up a we're trying to finish up. Okay, there's one more piece we'll say this. So somebody don't pass, somebody don't pipe up, and then the last piece we'll discuss today is problems. Those who desire something, constantly desire problems, how we ultimately address that, and then that's what we want to go.
Sexy liquid.
Just go over heckles and crowd work that happened at a different show. So I didn't write anything for tonight, but let me tell you what happened to me in a set a few days ago. So there's these hecklers, 4 of them.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is that, you start one premise and then you go into another premise. Which is, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there was something in the middle there which I started daydreaming so hard. I'm like, oh fuck, where am I again?
No, it was Marge Simpson.
What?
I think it's great. And you're talking about your life. I'm sure that happened at some point. You just have to. The whole thing is about focusing it. I don't know what you're talking about. That's after a while, dude. It's a great premise, because you're gonna run into that. That's a great joke to do after you actually get heckled. It's gonna happen every fucking day of your life.
Right. Totally.
People are a bunch of fucking assholes.
Yeah. Plus, your body language says be ruthless.
But out of everybody here today, you're the best at coming up on stage and dealing with people. So people want to like you when you get up there. It's just like, it's 90, 60 seconds. It's hard. I don't know if you open with that.
What nationality are you?
I'm white.
What is that?
There's no better. By the way, this.
That is the worst catchphrase I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't know how often you use that I'm sure you get asked a lot what nationality you are. If you do that on a good day thing every time, that's unbearable. There's one thing you could take from this appearance tonight, it would definitely be that. That's an offstage. That'll make nobody ever want to work with you again. Anybody who hears that, whether it be a comedian or an executive, they're like, I don't even want to be near this guy anymore. I'm half black, half white on a good day. That means you put them all in position to go, well, what do you mean? And then you go, there's no bad days. That's just ridiculous. That's like poorly written dialogue in a shitty movie. Like the dialogue in an already shitty movie where your expectations are so low already. You're like,
it worked in the mirror. That's what happened.
Yeah, you're half
You got it.
Kyle Henson, everybody. There you go. Take that with you.
Kyle, you're funny.
I got heckled. I was doing a late night fallout a few nights ago in the original room downstairs. It was like 2:05 in the morning. It's a true story.
That's usually about an hour before I go on.
But I'm doing a spot. There's like 6 drunk people in the room. One guy's super drunk, heckling me, sitting off to the side, and I'm laying into him because he's heckling me, and I'm laying into him, and he goes, remember, he's sitting off to the side, and I'm doing stand-up facing straight out, and he goes, I don't need to take this from you, man. You've only got one ear. To which I responded, still looking straight up, that's because you're looking at one side of my face. It was an unbelievable highlight of my career.
By the way, I think we set the record for most T.I. looking like guys in one.
Hell yeah. Nice. Maybach music.
Yeah.
I got the whole group up there. Oh yeah, there's No Chains. Kanye Worst. I love it. The whole crew. Alright, let's keep this fun train moving along. Up next, Paul Aaliyah. Oh shit, he gave us the guns as he came up.
Give him the guns. You guys, I'm a Catholic hero from Iraq. Yeah, I'm like the white running back. It's just, I'm like a straight theater major. My family's from Iraq, and my dad doesn't understand English that well. He doesn't know some words mean like awesome, dude, love, you get my 330, some words. But when I was a kid, I loved doing comedy. I used to tell my dad jokes. It's the first joke I told my dad. I was like, Dad, I was watching the news lately. Apparently, some guy pickpocketed a bitch. How can someone stoop so much?
This is my dad's reaction. My dad was like this. Oh. Your jokes hurt my eyes. You are going to law school. Don't shit. Hey, let me tell you a joke. Arab goes to AA to do comedy. That's the joke.
That's the joke. Praise the Lord. Thanks, guys. Okay, I gotta just say right off the bat, there's something about you that I just love to hate. I mean, you are like the type of guy that's just my arch nemesis. Like, there's just something. I mean, it's unbearable. Really, there's just certain types of young comedians. It's like they try. It's like not they try. It's whether they're trying or they just are. It's like this. There's this thing, and I don't think anybody talks like that in real life. But I see everybody doing this trickery, and it's like. And this is not off material. I'm just talking about first impressions, basically.
Oh, right. So you're not saying his material sucks. You're saying he sucks.
I mean, I hadn't gotten to that part yet. No, I mean, it wasn't horrendous, but I mean,
You're saying his material has a chance, but he's fucked.
there is not a Middle Eastern comedian that I've ever heard that doesn't have a joke about telling their dad a joke and about how serious they are, and they don't laugh, and then the dad tells a joke that, get a job. I mean, it is just, you can do better than that. It doesn't match what you're pushing out there.
Moment with the midget and when he went into the father, he was on the wave, but he just fell out of the wave. It was okay. It was right there.
This is my nightmare. Just getting comedy tips from a guy who in a fucking suit. That's what they're all with comedy. Everybody thinks they're a fucking master at it.
It is easy to sit there and judge. You're right. It is easy to just, somebody comes up on stage and just sit back.
Right. I get why. How long you been doing comedy? 2 years. My first time doing a bit. Okay.
No. And don't take what I'm saying as, don't take it hard on yourself. It's just a part of the show. And, I was just being on, it's just, I don't know. It's hard to explain the feeling that I get. There's certain people. How old are you?
45.
25. How long have you been doing stand-up? 2 years. Right.
So when he goes into
I wonder what it is.
Robert De Niro stuff where he's like kind of
Any comedian that does this thing a lot, like where they have to keep your not even have to, where they keep your attention by doing this shit, and if you listen to the words, it's just really not that like.
Are you an actor?
Yeah,
That's why.
oh, of course, that's where it is. It's always that.
Okay, I get what you guys are saying. There's some truth to that. But I know where that material would kill. And then be like, in the Axis of Evil, stuff like that. And this town loves that shit.
Right. I absolutely
I get where you're coming from while you're doing that.
Right.
But I think you're going to find that is a limited art. I don't know why. I think did that story really happen?
Very similar, yes. When I first came out to LA, I told my dad that joke. It's so stupid.
When it's more performing than it is an attempt at being funny,
It takes away from what's really going on. That's the truth.
I some jokes I add elements of acting. There's some jokes that are just like bullshit about girls or LA and
I think, I got what you get. I got it. Because, I grew up with all the guys who are now like big Arab comics. And, we've heard everything before. I would like to have like more personal stuff to you than that stuff. I think that, it's a great starter, but I think that, if everything you're saying about your shoe is that you could go with some real fucking original shit that would blow everybody's mind.
right.
Because you gotta stand out, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, here's the thing, guys. You can do stuff that gets laughs in a room, and that's fine. Because it's a quick rise to the middle. And you're just gonna be stuck in the fucking middle. That's all that's gonna happen. You're just gonna fucking, hey, dude, I move so fast because everyone's like, and you're doing nothing original, and you just get to the middle, and you go fucking nowhere.
so true.
You know what, man? If you're gonna fail big. Why don't you fail big, then fucking succeed a little? That's all I'm saying.
saying, man.
So true.
So that sounds great, man, and I get it. Because you're going to audition for some fucking progressive piece of shit casting director who's secretly fucking racist and hates fucking everybody because no one would fuck her in high school, okay? And you're going to do that stuff, she's going to love it because she doesn't have to fuck her thing. But you're never going to be able to go anywhere farther. You want to be fucking great, then you got to do greatness. You got to go out there and fucking fail. You know, that shit would have killed in the Arabian Night show. Here with these fucking soulless motherfuckers, they want a fucking piece of your soul, man. You got to go out there and give them something real, you know what I'm saying? And I get what you're doing, but if you want to go far, you got to give them something different.
Yeah.
Come back next week, some more shit.
There you go. Sign up again to Hallelujah. At Hallelujah123 on Twitter. If you're listening out there.
By the way, just to let you know where I'm coming from today, I cried in my wood mirror thinking about blowing my brains out. So take everything with a grain of salt. It will happen soon. It will.
That was great what you just said. I mean, that's really a breakthrough heart of this. That's an amazing topic you just hit about working their way to the middle.
I've seen it happen 1,000 times.
People that perform more than they're being funny will get those are those people that get one spot on Conan or whatever, and then maybe the half-hour special they can churn out 22 minutes of that. But it's people like that you never see again. You have to have something that people love about you. Always. Go on, Patriot. Right.
Who's he securing you from? Empty chairs? What is this?
Well,
one thing that's interesting is it's finding your voice. That's something that took a long time to do. Like, because I used to kind of have a character that, which is an over-exaggerated version of me. I even once had a version that was like an urban version of me where I was just trying to be like Chris, which is like white rapper. It's like, hey guys, what's going on? You know, like a Diazaria, you know, that dude, whatever his name is. I was just like that guy. He's a snarl, whatever the fuck that. I just to mix it up. Because I was like, you know what? I just kind of, why not? I tried it. And then it took me a long time to actually just go on stage and be like, all right, I'm just acting like I'm talking to my friend.
And one of the only ways to really be able to even find that is to just take chances. It's better to eat shit than have been half-patted. In fact, it was this room, really, in which this room has a special place in my heart because this is where I made that breakthrough of, oh my God, because I was working here before then, or back then, at the time, I could just hustle up here. I was opening up every belly room show. I mean, I was doing 2 or 3 spots a night here. It was unbelievable because they weren't giving spots out to, it was just something that I was doing. I was going, hey, start your show 5 minutes early. I'll warm up the room, and then I'll bring your host up. And then everybody, why wouldn't you do that? Right? So I did it all the time, and it was through all those every night, which I'm like, holy shit, if I just get one little thing out of fucking taking a million chances, that's a keeper.
That's
all of those add up.
Can't be afraid to fail, man.
It's crazy.
Can't be afraid to fail. Here's how I think. Slow clap on that one. Here's what I think about comedy. I've said this before, and I think there's 2 kind of comics out there, and I'm not judging either one. They are what they are. I don't think one's better than the other. There are 2 kinds of comics. There's clowns and there's shit talkers. Sometimes you have some shit talking clowns, and sometimes you have some clown shit talkers. Okay? Truth of the matter is, clowns work more. They'll book commercials, they'll book fucking sitcoms, they'll work more. But the legends are shit talkers. Make no doubts about it. The legends are shit talkers. You guys go out there with a point, they have something to say. I'm not saying you gotta get preachy, but you're going up there because you want your reactions from what you want to say. Not you don't want to say something that gets a reaction. You understand what I'm saying? That's it, man. That's all the great ones. I know guys who sell out arenas, and I'm not judging anyone. Even though I like shit talkers, I'm not judging it. God bless you. Whatever you can do, you do. But I know guys, some of the dudes who sell out giant theaters, never mentioned as one of the great ones working right now. And that's at the end of the day what everybody wants. Be considered one of the greats.
It's true.
And that's why these dudes who go around stealing jokes all the time, because they think it's like win at all costs, and they fucking get busted, and they're automatically taken off the list convinced of the people who are the greatest, they go fucking nuts and they're constantly miserable because they never gonna get what they want. And that's being considered the GOAT. That's all they did for him. They wanted to be the GOAT.
Mencia looks like he has full-blown cancer and AIDS right
Yeah.
now. He looks like he has cancer and AIDS.
Dude, that was a snuff film.
Brian, did you see what you did to that guy?
Snuff film.
For those of you that don't know, is that okay for me to say that? Brian was the cameraman in the back of the original room during the famous Rogan Mencia incident. This is the Zapruder of comedy. Put your fucking hands together back there, you sons of bitches. What are you, Mencia fans? Alright, guy in the wheelchair, you don't have to clap, that's okay. Alright, let's keep this fun train moving along. Really, put your hands together for Sam Tripoli. I mean, we're still doing it, but I fucking love that. I love taking a tangent into some real fucking shit. We know this guy. He just got lucky. I pulled his name out. At Gabriel Killian on Twitter. His name's Gabriel Killian, everybody. Here he is.
Where are you?
Oh, no, don't do it, Gabe. Don't you do it, Gabe. Oh, shit.
What's that mean, Iron Patriot?
Oh, shit. Man, holy shit. Gabriel Killian just got blacklisted.
Like you say, there's a million new ways to die.
There you go. That's a catchphrase for you from the Iron Patriot. Give us another one.
You guys gonna be doing hookah parties. Avengers in the battle against anyone who would threaten our way of life. Just between me and you, here's my little secret. The bad guys always win. Killing you is perfect symbolism for the times.
There he is, everybody. Phony Stark, everyone. All right.
Tony Stark. No, but he's supposed to be the black guy. Iron Patriot, Don Cheadle.
Yeah.
I'm actually.
Wait a second. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
There's an actual guy called the Iron Patriot.
Yeah.
And you're that guy?
No, he's not that guy.
No, I mean, I know he's not the guy for the movie. Whoa, settle down, Patriot. First of all, this is your first week with the microphone. Just relax.
Yeah.
Oh, now it's on your head.
Now it's on my head. He's doing it on purpose. Drop his head down.
Patriot, just relax. Let me get a breath in, okay? Just take
I'm a bad habit of interrupting.
just relax. This is your first time behind the microphone. You keep running into it over and over again. Just relax. Take a breath. Can you breathe okay through that thing?
Oh my God.
Oh shit. There he is, the irony Patriot, everybody. The irony Patriot. So you're a white guy, right?
Well, actually, I'm the Iron Patriot from the comics. Our Osborn used to be Green Goblin. They changed it in the movie because they don't own the rights to Spider-Man and Green Goblin. They changed it.
He gets so passionate when he starts talking about
Somewhere there's a jam board missing its auditor. What's it? Nothing auditors. They're sorry. Thank you.
Okay, let's keep this fun train moving along. We just blacklisted Gabe Killian. Put your hands together. Okay, we got you. Don't be racist now, all right?
No, I'm not saying that if you're black, but I'm a white guy. When you say that, it means you did mean that, by the way. When you make that disclosure. Disclaimer. I'm really funny.
I love it. Kyle Shore, everybody. Kyle Shore. Noah Ark. He's doing a Noah Ark joke. Some people might think it's too soon for a Noah's Ark joke. I say it's right on time. Here he is.
I read this in the Bible, so it's scientific fact. It's right on Wikipedia. Dinosaurs are extinct because they didn't get on the ark. Let that sink in. Wasn't in the history books. It's true. Actually, I asked my Nana, I was like, Dan, how to have it? Well, it's kind of like Land Before Time, like the animated dinosaurs. Like Land Before Time 13, The Great Flood. Because there actually is 12 Land Before Time, apparently. And I guess like the first act, a bunch of dinosaurs just run around. Like their food supply got killed from the water coming. The second act, like a T-Rex chases them. And like the third act, they found like a white dude by a boat. Who just has like a bouncer like giraffes. Yeah. Frog it up. Barely. Talking dinosaurs, Bill, get over there with the unicorns and gorgons. Or God. No. Where are you?
Oh my God, where's the cat? Okay. Jesus Christ. Woo! Man, I mean, holy shit. I don't know what happened at the time that you were on stage, but the energy in the room got sucked out. Is it just me?
No.
You guys back there, how do you feel? What's going on? Hey, you settle down. You're blacklisted. Or you're on probation.
Blackface.
Don't violate your probation.
So the premise of the joke is what?
I don't think it's an interesting theory. I think it's too soon for the dinosaur Noah's Ark jokes. I mean, I just don't think people are ready. I mean, and I like being edgy at times, you know. Some people, you know, I like writing jokes when people die and like tweeting them out there. It's one of my favorite things. I did 9 on Gandolfini, had to pay tribute to the man, James Gandolfini, everyone, right?
Oh, by the way, I fired my memorial coach. I mean, my memorial agent. He couldn't get me in there, so I'm like, fuck you. You're done. I dropped it.
What's memorial agent?
My agent gets me in all the memorials.
How much was the tickets? Did you hear a price at all?
Well, it's fucking, it was a black tie thing. Yeah, it's crazy. I couldn't get in. It's crazy. So you, like, dude, I get it, man. I get it. That's funny. I like the premise. It's just execution, dude. You know, it's just like weird. You know, it's like, I don't.
I think I saw that joke chiseled into one of the stones. Commanded bricks. Nothing. All right, cool. Kyle, sure.
I just, you know, when it comes to dinosaurs and Noah's Ark, it's just like, it's just not, no one wants to even hear it, right?
Even the word. That's a whole different conversation, Patriot. That we're not.
Don't you have an encyclopedia somewhere in that fucking suit? Hey man, if you're gonna do those jokes, and that's fine, you gotta have a reason to do those jokes. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just like to kick the Bible is, I don't know, man.
Right.
I just feel like
Even the word Bible, I saw a couple people get up and realize they had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're trying to do, and yeah, it is full of stupid stories. I get it, but it's like you gotta have a really good reason, a very unique thought that comes when you're gonna do it.
There's almost nothing more depressing. It's almost less depressing to talk about somebody's like a death than it is to talk about the Bible possibly being realistic. Like it just makes people uncomfortable nowadays. Something's happened in the last 5 to 10 years, and obviously a little bit before that, but people are just done with religion, man.
It's been done right before many, many times. You know, Joe Rogan's Noah's Ark. Joe Rogan's Noah's Ark bit, one of the biggest, best bits I've ever heard him ever do.
It doesn't mean you can't do a premise on it, but you just gotta have it. Listen, dude, if that's something you like to do, you gotta fucking really go for it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta really bring that heat. Because at the end of the day, man, it's also about entertainment. You get them thinking about it. You gotta get them laughing. That's, again, why comedy is such a limited fucking art. Because if they don't laugh, they can be enjoying listening. But if they go 5 minutes without laughing, it's like, what's going on here? Nobody's laughing. So you gotta fucking, if you're gonna go in there, you gotta have a really good reason to go there. That's all I'm saying.
There he goes, Kyle Shore, everybody. Let's keep it
I'm not being too serious.
No, it's great. No, you're doing great.
I think you're funny, dude.
Your next comedian, ladies and gentlemen, his name is Timmy Day. Timmy Day.
Oh, shit. What do we got here?
Timmy Day, you are blacklisted.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow, I like that. You got excited. Oh, I think he just came in his suit. He got excited on that one. Were you laughing in there on that one? Oh, wow. All right, Timmy Day, you are blacklisted. Yeah. Put your hands together for Jason Bogart. Hell yeah. I knew you, Jason. Have fun with it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't consider myself a stereotypical guy. I found out recently that Will Smith is my neighbor in Calabasas. And I gotta admit, he started blocking I'm stressed out. There's no steering wheel. Screw it all up. You get in your car, you sit down, you won't notice the alien. You'll look over, your seatbelt, see the alien, freak the fuck out, and then your steering wheel is going to tell you that you're stressed out. Suddenly Hancock is going to go flying in from the sky with a dying at his foot, throw it in your lap, and say, come on, join my fucking religion, motherfucker. Which is exactly what I don't want to do. Freak me out. Stay on your side of the fence, Will Smith. My grandma warned me about you people. Scientologists freak her out too. I'm not sure if that's a minute or not.
I think you got it.
Yeah, you got it right at the minute.
I like that you thought it was going one way and it goes the other way. You think he was going to do a joke about like people stealing from him. And then,
Why would I do that? I'm black.
I got you. That's what I'm saying. That's where you're leading it to, and everyone's like, "Oh, where are we going with this?"
Right.
Boom! It's a Scientology joke.
Totally. And I love how real it is. You really paint a picture of it being, oh, hey, you're that guy. Holy shit, you live close to Will Smith. Wow, it's yours. Nobody else is. You're never gonna hear anybody doing that joke.
Yeah.
Hey, I just found out I live next door to Will Smith. Boom. I love that about it. It's always things like that one in a million. You can really own that premise. I mean, you can get into some crazy shit.
Yeah, take the ice cream scoop in the middle, take that shit out about the car and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I think you don't need the car.
yeah,
Right.
I think you just figure out living next door to a Scientologist and all the crazy shit they believe.
yeah.
Right.
I realized, like, halfway into it, I forgot to record on my phone.
So you just
really
want.
threw me off. Yeah.
Well, hey, you know what? They're recording.
You know this is a podcast with video and audio, right?
You know that, right?
You know this is a podcast with video and audio.
Oh,
Yeah, I know that now. I knew that before, too.
Wow.
This is part of the other.
Oh, I see. You do have your phone set up there. You had that set up perfectly, probably.
Yeah.
Frame
It
just
was
right.
on, like, yeah.
Will you see that camera right there? Congratulations, my friend.
see, that's all. Yeah, I would get rid of the car stuff because then people are like, they're focusing on stuff they don't need to. Just be like, if who wants to live next to a Scientologist, then you can just go through just general stuff.
Yeah, totally. You got a great premise, man.
Thank
And,
you.
Hell yeah.
Great neighbors.
Rock and roll.
All right.
Right on.
Someone did get dong. That's great.
Fraser Smith does a funny joke. He goes, how do you find Will Smith in the snow? You look for the Fresh Prince. And then he flicks his thumb. He does that after joke. Come on, folks. Fraser Smith is great.
Yeah.
However, your next comedian is Kenneth Lyon, everybody. At Kenneth Lyon.
Oh, here he is. I like Kevin. He's a good guy.
Here he is.
What's going on?
How are you, bud? It's good to see you.
Hello? Bought a ticket to a rave. Worst decision of my life. This guy by the name of David Guetta was playing. Horrible. I was in the crowd yelling, David, get out of here! That's it.
How many people were just part of that thing? I feel like I heard. Is that
It's
like
like we were in a flash mob.
Yeah.
Is that weird? I know. What the fuck was that?
Is that a vibe mob?
Was this like? Is this like some kind of prank on us?
This is the Rock Paper Gang. Hell yeah, Rock Paper Gang!
They just bailed on you.
How come I
They
can't
just-
see them anywhere?
By the way, you are the most Asian I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
I think it's going to work well for you. I've met you before. I like your energy. I think it's great.
Great stage presence.
I thought the joke was... I mean, if you're in the rage, you probably know who you're talking about. So, yeah, I mean, it's fine.
David, get out of here. I got you. What's that train going on? Oh,
All right, man. I'm going to give you some tip. Never have your phone out when you're showcasing any of that.
never even at a comedy club at all because anybody with any.
Have you got an agent yet? Why aren't you doing that, dude? You're so Asian, you have Chinese writing on your shirt.
I even think that translates to
Do you
CAA.
have bound feet, too? What are you doing, bro? Go get an agent. I told you that. You're so super Asian, you're going to work like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
You're going to do Panda Express commercials.
You're gonna be manager at Verizon Wireless. You're just fucking. There's so much work out there, and you're just being a lazy fuck, man. Asians are hardworking people, bro. You gotta get out there and make it happen. Why aren't you doing it? Who are you hanging out with? Mozilla you're hanging out with? He's like, what are you, molesting this guy?
Yeah. What are you doing hanging out with
55!
Can't you tell somebody's not a good influence when they're under the influence? Driving you from one open mic to the next?
Does he make you play with his Dragon Ball Z's? We've been hanging around the Pun Master.
Heck yeah.
Dude, you gotta get
Faux show.
You gotta get an agent. Stop being a bitch. Get a fucking agent.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah. Mozilla's not going to introduce you to the right people in this town. No. See that? He has elephantitis of his neck. No, nothing on that, people? Do you join me to show you what Mozilla looks like to get a laugh? No, okay, sorry. Fuck yeah, man. Do you skateboard? Is that what I always see? Yeah. That's interesting.
Really?
Skateboarding. Well, because,
Someone in their 20s is skateboarding, that's interesting.
how old are you?
Holy.
You can be like, in Asian, they always look
Are you
young. This
real
guy can be
young,
like
right?
85.
You're not old enough to be in here.
All right, there he goes, everybody. Kenneth Lyon. I picked another.
I was like, I was trying to look for facial hair, and then I realized he's Asian, so there's never going to be hair there. He'd be like 97.
Yeah, you can never tell with them.
Get a fucking agent.
Yeah.
Thank you later, buddy. I just got you kicked out.
All right, everybody. Your next comedian's name is Jonathan Tumblin. Oh, snap.
Weren't you the manager here at one point?
No. But I do have a joke about it.
That's original for a black guy. Come on, it's jokes. Shut up.
I tutored rich white kids in Westwood, and I'm a math tutor. And like I had a head fuck one time. I tutored Asian kids, and I don't think he thought that black people. He was fighting me the whole time or whatever. But the kid I mainly tutored is this kid. He's addicted to this game called Minecraft. It sucks. It's a stupid game. Everybody should stop playing. It's a cult follower, but his mom hates that he plays it. So she's like, Jonathan, can you make sure that Sam does his homework in Minecraft? I'm like, sure. And then I tell him, like, you gotta put the game up. He's like, well, what else am I supposed to do? So I tell him the only thing myself as a 28-year-old man can tell a 13-year-old kid is discover yourself, man. Play with your dick. And that's my joke.
How old is he? Oh my god.
That's great.
True story.
That's
True
fucking
story.
creepy.
Heck yeah. It went from, like,
Inspirational.
a math thing to jerking off.
This is a great example of how long you've been doing comedy. Okay. When you say the detail of he likes Warcraft, is that what it is? Mine Warcraft? Minecraft. Well, now you say that, there's it's unnecessary detail. You're painting too much of a picture. And I think when you're really a young comic, you want to overpaint the picture.
Yeah.
You're giving so much detail, and it's away. You get away from getting to the punchline. The key is to say only what's pertinent to your understanding of the punchline.
Unless it is coming back to Minecraft, we don't need to know it's Minecraft. All of a sudden, people are thinking, do I know that game? Do I not? Is it Minesweeper? Is where my brain went? Is it?
But you might get bonus points if there's people in the audience that like
Yeah, if you're playing Comic-Con,
Yeah, if it
you're
truly.
trying to bang elves.
yeah,
But if you're going to say the game, then there should be a joke about the game.
Right, but in the joke that you're doing, it should just be, it's tough for him to pay attention.
Yeah, he's addicted to video game. And then you can just go into that about, I wouldn't say touch your dick, because that's going to get uncomfortable.
touch your head crown.
What happens
How about
before
just
that?
getting some pussy, man? Why not?
What happens before that?
Am I wrong? Did I go too far on that one? It's like,
Well, it's 13.
he wasn't trying to get laid.
Oh no, that's right. When I had my first Hawaiian Tropic magazine, and I was blowing loads all over my own
These
chest.
kids don't even jerk off the magazines anymore.
Oh, it's crazy.
They're gonna
Give me flukes.
Yeah.
So that's why I would say it's a funny joke. I would go more into, black guy teaching math. That's a funny part. Then go into the addiction.
Yeah, I have like a whole.
Yeah, okay, I got you. But yeah, that's the biggest thing you learn. Know when to paint a detail, know when not to. What's pertinent to you? How quickly can you get to your punchline? Here's the thing about comedy. This is what you want to do. You want to take a joke, you want to cut it down, then tag the fuck out of it. How quickly can I get to what's going to make you laugh? That's what you got to do.
I remember learning that about 5, 6, 7 months into doing comedy, and I learned it in La Jolla from you, and it changed the game for me. I went in and cut out all the fat on so many things when I was doing it about as long as you are. And once you do that, you learn really quick. But it's still great job, Jonathan Tumblr.
Very funny, dude. Good job.
Here we go. Yes, Iron Patriot wants to see. Yeah, it all really depends on whether it's all situation to situation.
Right. I mean, it's important in certain aspects, but he said that, and it was just like, if he just said video games, we could have moved out. We got the picture.
Is Addleston Fitzgerald Holder here? Blacklist him. Blacklist him.
I think you gotta take it to Jiffy Lube.
Come on, service. You owe us a little bit more than that. Really commit to this one. But
That's way better.
fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Addleston, you blacklisted motherfucker. All right, Matty Chimebore. Whoa, here he is. At Matty Chimebore. Ghost watching me jerk it.
I should change this, is that alright?
It's okay.
It's okay. Cool. What's up, guys? I don't like hooking up with girls who are smarter than me because when they talk dirty, I gotta stop and think. It kind of bothers me. This girl's like, I'm hooking up with her, and she's like, oh yeah, it should be like the 7th Amendment. I'm like, what? Like, what the fuck? This is some bullshit. Like, she wanted me to treat her like the 7th Amendment, but I fucked her like, thou shalt not steal. Because I don't know the difference between amendment and commandment. But it's like, it was such an awful feeling. I was so confused. Like, you know that feeling when you're in high school and you got a test and you read over the first few questions? You had no fucking clue what was going on? That's how my dick felt. It was pretty bad. And that joke was funny. Thanks, guys.
I get it. I thought it was funny.
There you go. People like it.
Thank you.
I just couldn't pay attention to it.
Why?
There's something about, like, there's a lot of people talking about, like, commandments and religion and shit, and it's just creeping me out. Like, Scientology, I don't mind because it hasn't been a topic for 2,000 years. I mean, literally, all the jokes about religion, I guarantee you they've been done. I mean, that's all there was to talk about.
That's like a nice little twist.
And the only live, but I also just, all I'm saying is I couldn't listen because there's just something in my brain that just shuts off now when I hear the word Bible or commandments. Maybe it's just something I'm noticing about myself recently. I guess tonight.
I'm the same way.
Isn't it weird?
Yeah.
Like something's going on to where it just seems.
Sports is the same way as me. Religion is sports.
What do you want to talk about? Dolphin pussy all day?
I can talk about dolphin pussy all day. What do you want to know?
I think it's funny, dude. I mean, it just needs I think you can get a better example of what you could say, and you just try different ones. You know what? Because when you drop a punchline on them, they gotta digest it. Now you gotta overthink it. You know what I'm saying? It's even your joke is that, but I think it's a funny premise. I like it.
How long you been doing stand up?
For like 3 years.
You've lived in LA the whole time? And
I think he's got good stage presence.
yeah, I think so too. Do you have a girlfriend? Have you been single the whole time?
I had a girl when I first met her.
So you're just tapping ass right now?
How's it going for you?
Got you good weeks and bad weeks.
I love that. Good, instead of good days and bad days, it's either just weeks of good or
Yeah, like
weeks of bad.
there's droughts. I respect the droughts.
It's got just 1 week stands.
Drugs are good, man.
It's like when you don't fuck a girl for like a month, he's ugly. There's a lot more pretty girls around.
Now, do you get when you start getting really bad? Do you make fat chicks?
Dude, slump busters, yes.
Yes, dude.
I have to.
It's good to see guys are doing that.
Slump buster.
Slump buster. How old are you?
26.
Yeah, man. Back when I lived in Vegas, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. I go 2 weeks. It's like I'm just crushing pigs.
Really? Oh, yeah.
What is wrong with you
Talking
kids?
about, baby.
I don't care.
That's what it is.
Sometimes you gotta do that, bro.
That's where you do it, Vegas.
You do that. I mean, dude. You know what, man? Sometimes you just gotta.
You know.
Because if you haven't been late for a while, girls know that. It's in your eyes.
Fat chicks in Vegas. This guy goes from blackjack to Jack in the Box.
Yeah.
Looking for pussy.
I'm like,
Let's see. Fat chicks are Asian massage parlors for $40.
Doesn't count, dude. It doesn't count.
It doesn't
Ain't
count.
No. Something about your soul that just eases it when a girl gives it up.
Is it the Cool Ranch Dorito flakes all over your chest when you're done? Well,
No, dude. It's paying for a hand job, which I'm not against.
I didn't say anything about paying.
It's
for
just
it.
not the same thing, dude. When a girl looks you in the eye and says,
Right.
"You could be inside," that means something.
It's the thrill of the hunt.
Right?
The idea of take down a slow one every now and then. You know,
Yeah. Sometimes I want an easy kill. I don't want to bomb. Chase the gazelle all over.
Right, right.
I just want to crush the old turtle just walking around.
Plus, they love it. They appreciate it.
They work way harder.
They want you to.
They're all about repeat business.
Yeah, exactly.
They want a good Yelp review. You know what I'm saying? She may be big, she crushes dick.
Right.
yeah, but they're also the ones that try to get pregnant.
Well, they already.
You gotta watch out for this sliding slow ones.
Really?
Yeah, not necessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Yeah, we
always
got laid in 2 years. You probably were the first person to fuck them in 2 years. They're going to try
Dude,
to.
why do you don't think fat chicks get laid?
Sam likes a girl that he can pound, and they go get ice cream with her afterwards.
Yeah, lady punch. I don't know why that's a bad thing. Who wants a bones? Not this guy. Give me some push. I want the top rope. Bam!
Oh, there you go, Iron Patriot.
The human hashtag.
Yeah. Straight from Caddyshack, everybody.
Good job.
All right, there he goes, Matty Chimeboard, at Matty Chimeboard. Put your hands together for Zane Helper.
Hey!
Good. It's like it's alright. Me and my girlfriend are gaining weight together. I think we've got a combined 50 pounds on us right now. It's causing fights. Little fucking cherubs. She motorboated me the other day. That doesn't resonate with you? She put her head in between my breasts. We're in the shower together with our fucking fat, disgusting bellies just rubbing together. And her boobs are getting bigger, so she gave me the little, the squeeze, and after whatever fucking reason, squeezed back, she just went for it. And it was the worst fucking day of my life. We were just broke and fat and angry, starting fights. Like, the only thing we got left is pregnancy. That's it, thank you. That was really good.
Let me tell you something.
I thought that was great.
That's the set of the night, in my opinion, so far. Because
I like that.
it's such real, honest, true self-deprecation, and it's stuff that nobody wants to talk about, and you're just coming out and owning it, and it's fucking hilarious. I found myself laughing throughout almost the entire thing. I loved everything about it, and that is a great fucking thing to be able to own. Because
Those are great jokes that you could also go to.
and right, one more thing, and it's especially that will always resonate in this tough economy where people are struggling and they do just want to. Everybody wants to be healthy, and everybody's poor, and it's just everything you're saying resonates with just about everybody. And I think it's just great and real, and you can't beat it when it's both real and connected, and people can relate. So,
It's always great to have a joke like that. Really easily digestible joke.
hey, wait, where are you going? We haven't gotten to the really, really bad news yet. No, I'm kidding.
No, I think it's a funny joke. I thought it was, cut down and it's fast and it would work probably everywhere.
Right.
And those are good to have. A couple of those jokes.
Yeah.
So then if you want to go do all the more smart, all the more like wordy jokes, or you want to go, hey, look how fucking smart I am.
You do those too. And you have a couple of those that are just really great fucking boom boom, gonna kill you. You can walk up on stage anywhere, do that, open with that joke, and it's gonna kill. That's a great fucking joke. Thank you very much.
And then you can really run with that ball and write it, afterwards with something that starts like, and I know a lot of people find it strange that I called my girlfriend fat, but then you can get into a whole nother premise by delving back and then coming back again, because that's its whole other thing. It's what you fell in love with, it's whatever that whole thing is. I mean, that's not even a tag it, that's just a whole new premise. I mean, that you can have from there about talking, about saying that your girlfriend's fat, because that sounds like a whole nother great joke.
I love it.
I love it too.
I want
St.
to
Albert.
fuck you.
Yeah, St. Albert. Yeah, I love that.
I want a titty fuck you.
That's really funny, real shit. I love it. All right, put your hands together for Jen. Jen ain't getting blacklisted. He's here. Live in the flesh.
You all ready for this?
Oh, shit.
Sam got excited. Come on, sports jockey. Belly room. Hey. My name is Jim. That's GEM. I'm a little rusty at this. I mean, not like if I technically cabinets. But, it's been a while. I moved down here 16 months ago to Los Angeles. Living in Los Angeles. When I first got here, I was living in Beverly Hills. It was in my car. But when you're living in your car, people mess with you once in a while. One time, this guy was like, I was walking my dog Curly, and this guy was like, hey, why don't you get back in your clown car and get the hell out of here? And I was like, sir, it may be a clown car, but it is a rodeo clown car. And then I got back in my car, set his mailbox on fire, and got out of there. Yeah. All right, my name is Jim. That's GEM. Thanks. I don't know where Tony went. He had to snap one off, he said. He's a jerk. Snap one. That's so funny. By the way, you hitting on her, I imagine that's what every Renaissance festival must look like. The joke's good. I think you gotta just find a little tag. I mean, I'm sure, this room is like, this is a morgue. Pretty much. I think it's a funny joke. I think it's funny, dude.
Yeah, I mean, your bit was cute where the bit with those ones, like type thing. I had to pee so bad.
I did the joke you wrote.
I wrote you a joke?
Yeah, the rodeo clown.
How'd it go?
It went all right. They liked it. I loved it. Yeah, they loved it.
Well, look at you pulling a little trick on me.
Yeah, but you got me back because you weren't here for it. I was like,
Because you did it, Jim.
How long you been doing comedy? 16 years.
Oh, wow.
You moved down here to be a comedian? Yeah. That's cool. What did you do before that? Grew marijuana. Oh, that's cool. I feel bad when they're legalizing weed. It's like, what are drug dealers going to do now?
Yeah.
Like, where's that? Molly. Mushroom.
Yeah.
Mushrooms.
Molly.
Molly, dude? Cigarettes. I did 35 months in prison for Molly. So. Really? Yeah, you guys know 35 months in prison for Molly? That's what you should be talking about, dude. The fucking car in Beverly Hills, it's funny. That's the most interesting. That was my bit. I don't give a fuck. That's all you gotta say. I did 35 months in prison for Molly. Good night.
How much Molly did you have?
Baddest motherfucker here.
The thing about England is they busted me with 92 pills of ecstasy, right? And they took my passport and they let me go. And I went out, and then they came and got me. 6 months later, they found me because I absconded. And
35
they
months.
found another 230 pills.
Oh, shit. Jesus.
Oh, I guess. Is British prison like Clockwork Orange? Just a bunch of gangs with fucking top hats and.
No, they gave you tea every day. It was really mellow, actually.
Really?
Yeah, it was.
That's what you got to talk about,
Yeah.
because nobody's talking about that.
Like 35 months in a British prison? Really?
Yeah.
Nobody talks about that, dude.
Yeah, I
You know what you got to do is take everything that people know about prisons and make it British prison. They got me crushing it.
Yep. Down Abbey reference.
The Pirate Bay degree as well.
Talk about the tea.
Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be great.
Yeah, I agree.
How
polite are prison rapes in Britain?
Good day, sir. Today I'm going to be entering your arms.
It's 3 years, right? We're just under
1
3
month
years.
shy.
You did all the raping, didn't you?
No, there was no raping.
Yeah,
You smoked some heroin in English prison.
You sure you didn't rape
That's what
somebody
it is.
named Molly?
Yeah.
Is that how you get 3 years for Molly?
Methylene oxymethylene.
Oh my god.
That's what you should be talking about, dude. That's
Wow.
yeah, she's weak.
There you go.
Really do the that show. It just that's
Remind me some good Molly with the shit out here for this. Jem, you're not on Twitter?
yeah, Gem Funny Fuck. Funny Fuck?
At Jem Funny Fuck. There you go.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Jem, thank you.
It's alright. Put your hands together for Hannah. Here he is. Hello, what's going on here?
What's up, guys? I love Match.com. Match.com, they say that one in 5 marriages is not online. But I also read that 1 in 7 cases of sexual abuse is not online. So I did the math, and it turns out there's a chance of 1 in 35 being raped by your soulmate.
Good joke. Those are good odds.
So I have a tip, if you're doing online dating, and as a guy, you gotta be creative. Like I messaged this tall girl, beautiful legs, high heels, childbearing ankles, and I messaged her, what do you like to do on your free time other than work with those legs? Because chicks think compliments. So I messaged her again, and I said this like, we went out on a date. You wore your highest heel. How tall was it? So what I did there, I get in bed. She can see herself next to me, high heels, legs, sassy. She didn't reply. That's okay. She's playing hard to get. So I knew I had to close the deal with the classifier.
There you go. Hannah.
I didn't want to cut him off, but then it went. Let me ask you: is it hard dating in a country where women have rights?
Like Colombia women's code.
Oh, again. Sounds like you've been asked that before.
Yeah, man.
Isn't it crazy that women used to not have sex? Used to throw them around and drag them around and clean. Yeah, it used to be a cool place to live. It's so weird though that we actually, I guess it's like just like racist people who actually rights. Yeah. But, yeah, it makes you think, what are you thinking? I don't know.
Thinking about trying to make it so they can't vote again.
No.
Start a,
I'm cool with that.
It's just weird to me thinking about it. I saw a documentary recently. It was an old documentary. The guy treated a woman like shit. It just freaked me out. I'm like, holy shit. Oh, and it's an old movie, so. Yeah, I love, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the old commercial highlight reels where it's like coffee commercials and you're like, this is the worst like it's like a nice wife like walking around, she's pouring her husband coffee, takes a sip. All these commercials you say, this is the worst coffee ever. What's your problem, you idiot? It's like all these old commercials, and that just used to be how they would sell shit. It's like, yeah, I want the other coffee. My wife, she needs to stop sucking at things. It's pretty interesting.
I miss those days. I like it. I think it's a funny joke. Just getting to the finish, so I didn't get to hear the big punch. What is the big punchline?
The big punchline is that the next one, the final line is, so what are you wearing? Guys, that's how you do it. That's how you treat bitches out. She blocked me. I cannot call my bitch.
So you're stalking.
Yeah, kind of.
I think it's funny. I mean, it's funny. I like it.
You can even make that block thing. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Don Barris is here, everybody. Ding Dong Show starting in T-minus 20 minutes, everybody. the longest running show here at the Comedy Store.
What's a twist?
All right, well, so we got to get the last person up. Hey, thank you very much, man.
You're
That was
great,
awesome.
dude.
Yeah.
You're great. Am I sucking at this?
No, it's amazing.
Oh,
Dude, you're fucking no. I know.
This normally goes.
Oh, you're not. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, so that's the comedians through the bucket that we were able to get through. Put your hands together for them, everybody, this week. Very, very exciting. And right now we are going to switch it over back to our running storyline. We're just bringing her up to do comedy. Put your hands together for her Death Squad debut and the debut of her work on Kill Tony here on episode 5.
She's already comedian. She's getting fucking drunk before the show. She'll be drunk after the show.
Put your hands together for everybody. It's Kim Condon. Here she is. Kimberly Condon.
Hi, y'all.
I'm from Florida. I just did my first stand-up. I said that earlier today. My mom is Puerto Rican. I don't know the difference between Finland and society. Growing up poor, we didn't have like the stuff white people had. We didn't have fucking water. So it's good to have white friends. I feel like that's something you need to like have white people around. It was always cool going out to dinner with my white friends. Their parents were appetizers, and that's something I never got. That is insane. Like you can eat before your fucking meal, and you don't have to split your plate.
Okay.
That was good. For your first time on first day?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I love it. That's awesome.
It's funny.
It's a pretty easy fix, in my opinion. The way to get a big pop off that would be to move the word appetizers to the end of it. You know what I mean? You start it off with appetizers, and then you explain why that is. Instead, I would say, you know, when I hung out with my white friends, we had something that we never got growing up the way I did, and that's one thing. You know, this way it pops because it sneaks in. You're sneaking in a punchline in the front instead of coming in the back. Like a Patriot, I want to hear your 10 cents on the new
Have you done theater or anything?
No, I'm exploring now. I'm doing my outside concentration.
Hold on. What? Your outside concentration?
Yeah.
Is that a new thing?
Yeah, that's like a minor, I guess.
But why they call outside concentration?
Yeah, where the fuck are you going to college, Nazi Germany?
If you were to listen to like what you did, also there was a lot of parts where you're like, you know, we didn't have, you know, things in our fridge, just that. Then you could give an examples like in our fridge we kept our animals, you know, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's great. For first time, it's pretty bad fucking ass.
Yeah.
What's your brother appetite? Like the famous Are you hitting on her?
That's right.
I love it.
It's great, right?
Yeah, it was good, man. You did great.
That's awesome.
All right, we'll see you next week. You be here next Monday? All right.
So
Work
she's
on that
now
thing.
closing out the show all the time?
That's right.
She's out?
Until Sarah's off probation, decided at a later date. Plus, we do know that, what's that? She missed her spot last week. Oh, see, now I can tell by the attitude that she doesn't realize what she's done wrong, so you can extend it another week guaranteed. What was that? You know what that horn means? That means probation just got extended, everybody.
I was getting money in my fucking meter. My God, I've had to do it.
What do you,
It's a minute. You would have been a minute difference.
Is that what you're going to tell Letterman? Is that what you're going to tell Letterman when you missed your spot on Letterman?
No, he was putting money in my fucking meter, David Letterman.
It has nothing to do with what time we start. It has nothing.
The show starts when we start the show.
Yeah, you're trying to
Do you have any
rationalize.
friends? Any friends?
You know how much a parking ticket is? $40. You know how many people would pay $40 to be on the show every week?
A lot.
A lot.
Two people.
We'll do 2 people.
Okay?
That's $80 though.
All right.
30 seconds each.
Here's the thing. She might be a superstar. She may never relinquish this spot. You're going to have to wait. How bad do you want?
Luckily for you, best case scenario,
She could be the Lou Gehrig.
she has to go back to college in a month or two. So, hey,
Where do you go to college?
a chomping gator.
Unless she gets pregnant.
See what happens. I love the mini rivalry that we built between Sarah and it's like, who's going to win, the gator or the cougar? I'm just kidding. You're a young kid. Oh, you're so offended. I love it. Oh, look. Now you really burned me on that one. What are you, right for the roast or something? Oh, my God. Anyway,
Good job. Yeah,
Katie
good
Hoffman, that's Twitter again. What is it?
Kimberly Can.
C-A-N?
C-A-N.
Kimberly Can with a K. Is there an E-Y or just Y?
L-Y.
L-Y. Kimberly Can, C-A-N, at Kimberly Can on Twitter. Get into the drama. Tell her how you feel. Get into at Sarah Dresses. Bash her for missing her spot.
And who knows, maybe we'll throw in some challenge things that maybe she can get involved with to sabotage. Maybe we have a sabotage.
It's true. We'll figure this out. Yeah.
Oh,
there you go.
Iron creepy.
the iron. What is he? The head of insecurity. It's been so much fun. Sam Tripoli, you are unbelievable. I knew when I came up with this format with Brian that I could not wait to get you on this show. And my God, am I so excited
I want
about
to
it.
kill myself.
Such a funny job. Listen to everything that Sam does. The Punch Drunk podcast. Go on, Sam.
I hate life.
Light it up. The Naughty Show's
Naughty
coming up.
Show, Punch Drunk Sports. Check them all out. iTunes, Stitcher.
Sam Tripoli on Twitter is the big one, right?
Thanks for having me here, guys. You guys all be great. You're all very funny.
Sam Tripoli. Follow at Comic Patriot on Twitter. He's here every week, lighting it up, literally. I'm at Tony Hinchcliffe on Twitter.
And I'm Red Band.
Yes, of course, the one and only Red Band. Thank you as always. So much fun. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Come back next week. I love it. Ciao, Tony. All these things were $1 each. Yeah, except for this one. I thought it was really cool and it was hanging from the ceiling. So it was the one thing that I went up to the Chinese cashier and I'm like, hey, what does that one mean? And she goes, roast, a barbecue roast. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm like, I gotta have that. That one was $10. Thank you. Spare no expense here at that's what's Hilton.
I'm mad at him. In Chinatown, that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also look at these things right now. It's big punching bags. I'm having a horrible day today.
Oh, yeah.
My mail day. I check my mail every 2 months, and today was that day. It's just an awful day. It's one of the worst days, but it's better to do it all at once and have it spread out for 2 months, right?
Well, you say was your bill to paycheck ratio?
It was more like, you're supposed to be there, I was getting to that shit.
Okay.
Yeah, like, license plates. Oh, yeah, driver's license.
Wow.
Like, it was like all the worst shit ever.
Yeah, I check my mail every day.
You shouldn't do that. Just do it like me.
It seems like it would be really stressful. Like,
Yeah. Fuck, I gotta punch all these things.
well, no punching because you know who's here to make sure nobody gets out of control.
If he had us here.
Whoa,
Look
look
at
at
that.
that.
Look at that.
Queen Latifah.
Is that pajamas?
Oh, yeah. Thank goodness our head of security is here.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only the Iron Patriot. As always, in the house. Yeah, that's one of his many awkward catchphrases. Can you give us another one?
Really like you say, there's a million new ways to die. That's enough. You only get one day. Tomorrow belongs to me.
You really have no idea where that microphone is. I think you need to take just a half a step backwards.
I speak out of my mouth. I think it's pretty funny.
I mean, the noise thing's just going to get knocked over at any point. Wait, like, oh wow, look.
Okay. It's what I imagine like a boys' locker, a blind boys' locker room. It doesn't feel like it's very stable.
Just let go of it for a second. There you go. It's completely stable. Stop touching it. Stop touching it. Don't take any steps forward. I noticed now, because I've been watching, I have a good angle on it. I noticed the last week that we've had your mic stand that every time you say something, you get excited. You start walking forward with your palm out in front of you with that light.
I need to be careful.
Hell yeah.
I heard you had a song that you wanted to do.
Oh yeah, you sent in some type of track. You wanted to do a song to get things started. So put your hands up for the Iron Patriot, everybody. Check that look. Here we go. back in. I emailed the track to the show. I asked him out at the top of the stairway 10 minutes ago when he brought it up, and I go, I just out of curiosity, how long is that? He goes, 90 seconds. I gotta tell you, Patriot, I don't know if that body armor suit has a watch on it, but that was not 90 seconds.
I know actually cut me out, but I was scared you got think it's my mom cut me out.
Oh, do you ever say the N-word when you're not in the suit?
No.
excited about that. What do you guys say we get it started, get some comedians up here, huh? All right. Well, I pull out a magical bucket. Many people signed up. And let's do it. First comedian tonight. Dean Horrocks. Talking about a gateway to drugs. Yeah, welcome, Dean.
They say that once you improve drugs, but it's kind of like you said first drug. It's sort of like saying breast milk is a gateway to everything. Garlic drugs is kind of freaks me out. Garlic is just a first drug. Actually, I know about that. Any Game of Thrones series out there? It's not about these small kids and the kids come out. Kids fish. I think that encyclopedias should have both Snapple as a cover. I joined Instagram like a month ago, so we put my weed in the grill. People are afraid they don't want to die alone. They're back over there. So that's probably that they want to die in big groups all the time. That's all I got.
Well, you weren't really talking into the microphone. That thing there is a sound amplification system. It really helps. I wanted to interrupt for your whole thing, but I didn't want to.
Is there a smaller person inside of you?
Somehow the Iron Patriots mic is louder than yours. Maybe we get your visually talking into it. Cut it down below your chest. There you go. Yeah, it's sort of a big deal. Some funny things in there, man. I like the Instagram joke. That's fun. I like how it's interesting. Most comedians like to, start with a laugh. You're very patient. The last few were the best ones. It's like I feel like you open. I don't know. Jeff Richards.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jeff Richards. Yeah, you gotta keep the mic up a little bit. I missed most of it. You got a Brent Moore thing going. It's so exciting. It's very good right now. I missed most of the set. I couldn't hear it.
Right. Yeah, it's just one of those situations where your microphone was so far away from your mouth that it was just hard to pay attention to it. And I guess
I would say this.
we all learned something here.
And maybe because as you were doing, when you would get to the punchline, you would start to already look down to the next joke. Maybe sell it more, look out more.
How many times have you done stand-up?
This is my fourth time.
I've only done it 4 times. There you go. Going to do one tonight with a mic. And mine's important. Yeah, do you consider yourself like a one-liner comic? Is that
not really, but what about it?
Yeah, I'd say you might also benefit if you're clean. You seem like you could be really funny, but your jokes are very vulnerable. And some of them were kind of okay, but I would go on stage and just try to talk about what you really want. It might just come out naturally.
You have an everyman kind of thing, like your voice is sort of like a plumber if you want to.
You're not an awkward you don't seem like an awkward one-liner type of person. I feel like you would be needled in high school. Yeah. Normally they're softer. But yeah, there you go. Steve for Rouge. Steve. Is that 999? Oh my god. What did you think that you had to do Twitter to do the show?
How do you guys feel about prostration jokes? It's not big over here. Do you think it's funny? Do you like them? They came from Game of Thrones thinking it?
Yeah, I've watched a few episodes of Game of Thrones. I really haven't seen any penises come off yet. What is that, something that happens later? Oh, wow. God, that sort of ruins it for me. That's why alright. Oh, that's a one comedian down, everybody. Hey, Mini Fastline. Talk about crazy.
Yes, I am creepy. Very creepy. I don't get laid much. I didn't get laid much back in college either, actually. I was so used to all my roommates, like, fucking chicks all the time, like, listening to them fall asleep to that. Now I need to put porn on to fall asleep. You know what I mean? And, like, I don't have any roommates. I gotta knock on my neighbor's door, like, hey, can you guys fuck a little bit louder? I'm trying to get some sleep around here. Weird dude. I don't know. So when I do get laid, I get laid once, they don't want to sleep with me again. I can't figure out why. I don't know why. Maybe it's probably because, I don't know, I go cross-eyed when I fuck. Just me? Crush it. 1 minute of jokes. I want to have kids one day. I want to have kids. I want to have children. Talk about my experiences growing up as a child, you know what I mean? I'll talk about that. I realize I can't talk about music generation. You can't do that. You know, because like my dad used to listen to classics like The Temptations, you know, my grandpa, Frank Sinatra. Like, what am I supposed to tell my kids? Frank, these rap music classic. Feel rain? There you go, he's hit his minute by then. You know, like, well, you definitely talked into the mic. Yeah, that's a huge improvement. Yeah. One is Pete Corchonic. At PDC. How real are we supposed to be with, like, open micers ever freak out on you? No, that's what the Iron Patriots were. He's the head of security. We can say whatever we want. In 2.5 minutes after that, he's going to be right on top of the guy. By the way, for those of you that don't know, the Iron Patriot can't see where he's going. He can only walk at 90-degree angles. He takes the bus here because he can't sit down. In his suit, he can't sit down. He can't take off his suit, and it's extremely hot in this suit. It's 40 pounds worth of, what's it made out of? There you go. 40 pounds of fiberglass, which is, alright. Is that like the pink stuff that you put in your attic? No. Is that made of cotton candy? Maybe. How dirty is it? Like, you sweat in there, you can't dry clean that, so you're disgusting. I have a moisture management undersuit. A moisture management undersuit? Is it women's clothing? Yes. A moisture management undersuit? Yes. What are those ever used for? Other than athletes like me. So you pee and poop in them? No, I make sure to go before I leave, so I don't have to pop on it. Do you poop Lego pieces? I don't know. What we did learn last week about him, by the way, is that he also has a little bit of a fetish for the ladies. He likes ladies' feet. You like that porn star Randy Bell? I don't think we all know who porn stars are by name like you do, Iron Patriot. I love Jenna Hayes. Yeah, she's adorable. She's got nice feet. Oh, wow. Never looked at her feet before. No. No, I'm more of a vagina, boobs, and face kind of guy. You think people will call you a pervert? You're scared to say it. No, Peter gross, man. Oh, yeah. Man, people call people like that a pervert for reasons. His feet are creepy. It's the dirtiest, weirdest part of society. I never admitted it. Now people think I'm a pervert. No, it's great. People think you're the Iron Patriot, the ruler of American defenses. For someone to so into moisture management, I wouldn't think he'd be great. I like that part of the woman's body. That's not the only thing I like. It's just a beautiful thing when you see the beautiful arch on a woman's foot. And the toes all nice and straight. Yeah, if a girl's flat-footed, is that a turn off? I don't like it. I don't like it. Just at her home? The face is real cute, maybe. I don't know. That's a hard thing to get by because the arch is so pretty. I like the arch. Yeah. Do you like the smell of dirty foot like on a woman? No, I like it to be clean. I don't like it to be dirty. There's not like dirty panties. When you smell dirty panties, what kind of turns you on? No. Only dirty if it's mud wrestling. You're into mud wrestling? Yeah. I'm jealous of you, Redneck, because you got to go to the Playboy Mansion this week. I was trained with skinny dipping in the ground with the bus. Do you take good care of your feet? You take good care of your feet too? Yeah, I try to flip them and buff them up and everything.
it your butt?
I don't think they can use that like that.
You know, if you're doing it from a doggy style, she can sort of reach her heel over and put it in your ass.
Oh, really?
That's whatever.
What do you like?
I don't know. I'm pretty formal. I was a Republican, so nothing too crazy.
Missionary.
Lots of issues. I don't remember your jokes. I kind of remember. I mean, you did the one. I wouldn't do the one about your parents and that little wave thing. That's the most tired premise ever. That we have this, and my parents had that. It's like so tired, especially you didn't. I just throw that around. He has a nice personality. It also seems like you're pushing the weird thing. At first glance, I don't think you're weird. You're like a smiley guy. So all of a sudden, when you're going into how weird you are, it's like your voice, you know, it's different. Everyone's like, you know, yeah, you started off with creepy, but it seems like you're one of you. Yeah, you look, it seems very right. Well, you guys are creative. What's the punchline again? What does it end up getting to? I don't know. The Amber Sword, like, you guys talk a little bit higher, kind of similar. I'm not mad for that. I don't really know if that's creepy. Like, I mean, that's like, this guy fucks me. Like, you know what I mean? And you're like, you have nothing even close to fucking me. Right. That's creepy. Otherwise, it might not actually be creepy. You might be saying it creepy for a laugh. Unless that's where he wants to get eventually. And I think that's you. Did you want to be a creep? I don't want to be. I just actually am. You think it's something you can't split? It's not necessarily creepy. It's just like, I have tried to come on you, and you don't. There you go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I'm going to say dry comment. Iron sheet. It's not the iron sheet. Iron sheet's a different person. That guy next to you is both chic and it's iron. However, he's not the iron sheet. That's the iron patriot. World of difference between a guy from Iran and a guy who's defended an American star in the middle of his chest. Right? It's true. It is. Something's definitely wrong. I feel like I'm just going to pass out toys from a cigarette entry and talk about some feet obsession. Vinny, I love your song. You got a lot of confidence, man. At Vinny Fastline on Twitter. Take care, buddy. That's Vinny. F-A-S-L-I-N-E. Anybody who's listening, there's something to give a tag for Vinny. But there is something weird going on today's episode. I feel kind of weird. You spike us with something. I have no idea what's going on. I like that. You guys feel it too? Is there weird energy in the room? There you go, baby. Alright, moving it along. Your next comedian is Justin Blake. Justin Blake. Topic myself. What's going on, guys? We have some issues going on. You know, as soon as I live in LA without a car, because of that, I've gotten too skinny for all the walking I have. I didn't realize how bad it got until I was talking to my friend about it. Like, skinny. You know, like a real explanation. Like, yeah, like, you're just so frail. Like, you couldn't possibly be trying to attract a woman built like that. Like, you're actually the opposite of what's attractive to women. Like, women see you and they get jealous. They kind of feel like I'm already, like 5'11", 120. Like, there are women in the gym right now trying to look like you. Oh yeah, drop knowledge. I like that. Yeah, that is good. Yeah, it seems like Right. So not having a car in Las Vegas. There's a lot there too. We just had a lot of really great interesting information to expand on. Awesome. Yeah. Alright, Jeff Richards is in the house. So many comics about cars. It really is true. And the ones that do have cars all day. That's true as well. I remember when Gerard didn't have a car, and now he takes an Uber everywhere. So, well, yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. Uber's really, Uber is unbelievable. Yeah. I know they're getting it in most cities now. If you don't know, it's cheaper than a taxi, literally, to take an Uber, especially an Uber X, which is like a Prius. So if you're in an Uber, you hit a button, and the car knows exactly where you are because of your map. And then they pull up to you, and they take you where you want to go. But don't use the other thing where the people have the mustache on the front of their cars, because that's just fucking embarrassing. You know, you're right. I actually take Lyft, which is the big mustache one, and they make it all hippy-dippy. They make it so you have to fist bump the driver, like your friends. Why do you take that one when you have Uber on your phone? Because whenever, like, if it's closer, I'll just take that. You have to sit in the front seat, you can't sit in the back. Because you save like a couple bucks. I save a couple bucks, and if it's closer. If it's between Uber X and Lyft, I'll do the Uber X. But if I just feel like movement and the Lyft is significantly closer, I'll do that. Wow. I never would have guessed you. I would have totally assumed you would wait the extra time away and spend the extra couple bucks for all the way. And you also have vast sums of money right away. I'm just like a Jew from Beverly Hills. It's not like I'm so Anybody that's not from Beverly Hills and not Jewish, you can't imagine how nice it is. No, maybe I'm not, but I know what's going on over there. See, you hear that a lot, and I think it's just that there's a lot of poor people. So if you're not poor, poor people think you're rich. But I'm not rich, I'm just not poor. See what I'm saying? It feels like I'm rich to you guys because you're poor. I said, first of all, I said you come from money. I didn't say you were rich. I said you come from money, you go, no, I'm Beverly Hills shit. But, I mean, you know, I don't have a different upcoming. From you were raised by a maid. Yeah. That's the sign. Okay, there you go. And if I ran up on how many of you were raised by a maid because your parents were so rich they could actually afford one? I was, but my mom did. Really? You have rich parents? Holy shit. I love people with rich parents. It's just always a fun conversation to know what that shit's like. Make it uncomfortable if you want to. It's not my fault your parents are losers. That's like fucking awesome, man. It's the best. Do you buy your own toilet paper, bitch? I'll actually put it in order with my mom, and my mom will buy it for me. But technically, my mom's assistant left it. So Lily buys my toilet paper, it's my fine. And then I pick it up from the floor. Guess who's talking about Hollywood, everybody? It's Jake Marin at Jake Marin 100.
Hey, everybody. So I love Hollywood because it seems like every race out here acts like another race. You get a lot of black guys who dress like white nerds. A whole lot of white nerds who wear gold chains and snapback hats. And Italian food is only cooked by Mexicans. Still interesting, right? I hate those rappers, though, on Hollywood Boulevard. They come up to you and they give you a free CD that they ask for $20. It's pretty scandalous. And sometimes Colin goes back on these guys. The other day, two of these rappers got in a fight. Their names were Purple Reggae and Swag Nation. Yeah, got a brutal fist fight and the cops were called. They were both arrested. But I know what you guys are wondering. You're wondering, Jake, who won this fight? And I think it's pretty obvious. Society. That's it.
Even a microphone gave you a thumbs sound after that. I'll start off by saying this. You can't do a Mexican cooking show. Sorry to break the news to you, man. That is just one that is just, that can't be what you do. Right, Jeff? Yeah. Wait a second. Your real name, Jeff, you son of a bitch? premise where you're talking about, the two rappers coming up to you, or whatever, about being familiar rappers, like $20 a CD or whatever, you know what I mean? But definitely, you say the names of the two rappers, like it's gonna come back to mean something in the end. But it doesn't yet, at least.
And I thought you were totally going to take that somewhere else. Like, I thought you were going to be like, because they're giving away their secrets, there was some reason, like when they got to the light, there was some other kind of outcome because of that, because they're not real rappers yet, whatever, and then there was some kind of reason that
when you go to a misdirect at the end of all that build up, and we're waiting that there's a chance we get your Swag Nation or Purple Reggae, and all of a sudden it goes to society. Like, it just seems like something funny or something.
Like you're trying to be smart. Right? You're like, I'm going to play in society, and that's the big joke, everybody. It wasn't that funny. Thanks, Jeff. Jeffrey, a guy who made no plastic suit doesn't make our critique sound any better.
Yeah, I know it's easy to criticize. It's easy for me to sit back, but you guys have a lot of guts together.
I love this guy. Jeff Richards?
Yeah, I mean, I think you engage the audience. You're a nice guy, and they want to like you. It's just like, put it on.
Jeff stole my coffee. This Jeff stole my coffee. Yeah, I noticed that. You wouldn't think so. It seems like, what would you have Ambien in your coffee?
I'm an adult, and he stole my coffee.
Like a bully.
For real. I think it's a dominance thing, because he's like, I'm a big star.
It's also like, I look at it like a joke. It's kind of a joke.
Yeah, it's kind of a joke. You pull that shit off without amazing TV credits.
It's a dominance.
There's nobody that grabs somebody else is like, hey, I just got this, I remember you said, what, a skinny vanilla latte, right? So that sounds like the type of drink that you're like, hey, you want to sip of this? Like, it seems like somebody with power, only somebody with power. It can't be a fucking, either it's somebody with power or it's like a homeless guy that needs it for nourishment.
I also offered to share it with him,
And I did share it.
You did share with him. I gave you part of it back then.
Awesome. See, you can't do that.
Some food.
The dominance.
I'll get you back.
And it will empower me. And it makes sense. That's what you work hard to get on SNL for. Once you get on SNL, you can fucking take somebody's. Yeah, man. Absolutely. Guess what? Hey, you get to say a guy on SNL took your coffee.
When I first got out, it's saying, oh, it my bubble, made it really smelly, and then put a bunch of drinks.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, be a part of the road.
You want.
They've done that, you're untouchable. Whatever it is.
Rogan versus SNL live comedy battle.
Touch my coffee, I don't care who you are. Probably do something good.
It's true. But you probably didn't know that you could do it with you eventually. I used to work for this guy. He shows me, that's
What am I supposed to do? He's bigger than me, stronger than me. So what?
If he would have resisted a little bit more, I would have probably given it back. But he didn't resist at all.
I did. I fought you, ran away, and I chased you.
But you didn't chase me that well. I was in the back the whole time.
You're like much. You could box me out. Really, I really tried to get back.
I don't know, box you
He
out.
was turning his back. I let him, and he turned his back. Your back's like a wall.
That's why Whitey Butthole, he's on back, still portal.
You hit me if I did.
So what? I don't know. I hit you. You're a fucking sneaky asshole, man.
I've never been hit. I don't want to get hurt. Never been hit. Lots of threats. Nobody ever hits me.
Fucking love bench. He is the ultimate great bad guy. He's like the Christoph Waltz.
You know what that
Probably is why you took your coffee.
bad guy?
I'm such a rich man.
I went really well. That's probably the essence of it.
Because you know you're like 3 sips into your latte and you're like, yeah, just keep going, vibing, bam, steals it. If I just a few more sips, I would have got a little more out of it. You had a little, he had a latte. You're next to me. You like that segue there? Oh, I grabbed the paper, did it, and then, alright. Trying to go for Ari Manis, everybody. I had Ari. It's like I'm hanging out. I like the more woo from the crowd. Favorite amongst the comedians.
You're on stage here. I don't know about that. You're very handsome, sir. Must get a lot of ladies in your life. I was alone. I'm lonely. A girl called me last night, though. Real female called me last night at 11 o'clock. She said, hey, I'm kind of tired. If you want to come over and hang out for a little bit, that'd be cool. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll come over and hang out for a little bit. Turns out she just wanted to hang out for a little bit. Doesn't she realize I have a penis? What if dumb bitch asked me to hang out for a little bit? Fuck her, dude. I just got a girl's number from doing stand-up comedy for the first time. To be honest, got a girl's number. Yeah, pretty cool. Added her on Facebook. Turns out she's in high school. Yeah. She sent me a message like, hey, you're really funny. So I'm back. I'm like, yeah, you're really young. Turns out she's 18 though, so I'm gonna bang her out. Yeah. Alright, that's it.
Well, you got your biggest laugh on Ari, that's it. Second biggest laugh is a fist bump to the page right here. Alright. Okay. What did you guys did the girl actually hang out with you? Did that actually happen?
That happened.
What did you guys actually do?
She called me over 11 o'clock midnight on Valentine's Day, actually, so it was in the day's room. And we hung out, and that's all we did.
And she's single too?
Wait a second, did you try anything? When she says she's like, fucking put your I wasn't getting good signals.
Let's talk about what really happened. Let's find out where the punchline is. Because it can't end on you just calling her a dumb bitch. But that's not exactly what we would call in the Writers Guild, well written. Like that person, dumb bitch. Your fault.
It probably was my fault.
Let's talk about what happened. What happened? Take us through the magical Valentine's Day night in which a single chick hits you up
Me and this girl.
wants to hang out and nothing ends up happening.
This girl on the show.
You just have corn dogs in your face or something like
I stalked her online. Turns out she's in Playboy. Super hot. So I hit her up. Said, hey, you want to hang out?
how did you hit her up? She gave you
Yeah, I got her number.
how?
On
Facebook.
No, really. After the show. And so then,
You were already stalking her? You started stalking her after you got a number?
after I got her number, I stopped.
Where was the show at?
Yeah,
Where was the show at?
Hooters.
Get the fuck out of here. Was she working there?
No, did not work there. Just audience member. She was drunk.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. So
The
then,
fact that you were even close enough to her to ask for her number. And you know she was wasted.
she was wasted. Not gonna lie.
Alright, so then all of a sudden, see, there's no doubt that this is the actual premise of the show.
Yeah.
I mean, a chick, she's like, did a show in Hooters, but also because it seems, now the stakes are raised before she even gets there, not to mention it's Valentine's Day, you're both single, and now there's shit going on. Yeah, did you get her drunk? She said, I don't want to drunk. Inviting you over on Valentine's Day. You fucking idiot. You met her drunk and you got her number. Why bring weed into the situation? You bring her drunk and bounce her.
I'm not a good appointment.
One thing is don't smoke weed with them. Drink with them. I think we found a dumb bitch. Wow. No, I mean, what's great is that, okay, so it's not funny how a nerdy guy's frustrations, he tries to blame the woman, and it's any easier to fuck. A drunk over, I already know, invites you over and you bring weed, and then you don't get fucked and you call her the dumb. I love what's going on here. You're about to get your punchline right now, and just know it, okay? Because after, so she comes over, because I know what it's like to be a, the struggling comedian. Well, actually, you came from money, is what we just found out. Do you still have money?
No, very poor.
Right. Okay, so right, so that's why you didn't have alcohol. That's probably why you didn't have alcohol, though, right?
I could say yeah, but no.
Okay.
You always bring alcohol and it's tequila.
Okay.
So
here's my question.
I don't know about tequila. That's good.
Well, where's the Justin Shores?
So anything.
But I guess you learned a lesson. And I guess you could make a whole joke about how you thought she was a dumb bitch and then you walk yourself back and realize you discovered that you were a dumb bitch. I get laid next time. Just one more question. Because I know how this song goes. She was hanging out for a couple hours, right?
Yeah, couple hours.
At your place.
Her place.
Your place.
Her place.
Her. Oh, it was her place. And this was at night. What was the time of that?
Valentine's Day, 11 p.m.
11 p.m. to 1 p.m. What's your shift?
Why did you get her number?
Oh my god.
You are a rock. We get her number.
After the podcast, I'll get you guys.
No, you gotta
All
try
right.
again, man.
I did a rock climb game.
Well, no. You want to go hot air balloon?
Take this fake story, go kill yourself. You know why are you gonna go his pants off when you have all that fucking rock climbing gear on? And by the way,
You'll just chop your own dick off.
that's another part of the joke. This shit is unbelievable. The real shit is crazy.
Yeah, you gotta do the real.
You're watching too much stand-up comedy, man, because you're turning this amazing stuff that is your life into this stuff that like everybody's. It just, you know what I mean? You gotta get real, dude. Because rock climbing, after we find out all that other shit, that's the worst possible fucking date ever. That's crazy. It's like, you can't think of anything worse because it's the least fun. Like, at least like whitewater rafting or skydiving, like, it's like, hey, we had an adrenaline rush from it. That's just fucking, like, painfully dangerous.
You have a better chance of getting laid and bringing a better looking, richer guy's cock.
I mean, what are you gonna get all sweaty and then you're just gonna be horny because you know she smells like shit?
I went to play from girls like I had her like my hands like
It'll probably work out though if you invite her to go to a bar or your house or something like that, just stock up with a bunch of liquor. They have dinner before and get a bottle of wine, and then have like a shot, like it's good singing, like mix it in early, then have alcohol waiting at home, and have a reason why you're going back to your house. Like it's all about the alcohol in house. Unless you're gonna leave the carabiners at home.
Unless you're gonna rape and kill her, you don't go wrong.
Make tacos at your house, turkey tacos if she's on a diet, make margaritas, make a margarita strong as fuck. Start off with a margarita before you get started. And then wine and cheese, you know, the whole thing should have done with wine and cheese. Wine's too slow. Yeah, what shot?
Yeah, get laid, bro. Like, is it done? Is this thing dead? Like, you call her?
I'm gonna call
Is she
it.
hot or she want to go?
Oh, dude.
She's hot.
Show you pictures later.
Is this painful for you?
It'll be very painful.
Are you not give out her number or her name to anybody?
I have,
One more chance to try this.
Alright, then I'll do it.
And you need to come back here and let us know what happened.
We'll do.
And get on top. Just try to get on top of her.
No, they're drunk and then they're on.
Get drunk and just jump on her.
Man up, in the end, I have to man up.
Yeah, there he is. Ari Manis. That's at Ari Manis on Twitter, right, Ari? Manis, M-A-N-N-I-S. You want to tweet at some point about his new material.
I don't know how Jew you are, but maybe don't eat because, you know, I know after I eat, I can't fuck.
That's why you make a turkey taco, make it small tacos.
Yes, you don't want to overeat and be like, I got lactose intolerance, I gotta go.
Right.
Just booze.
Instead of sour cream, use like a yogurt, non-fat yogurt. Is rock climbing your idea?
Of course.
Fucking wrong.
She likes fucking, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, she likes getting liquored up and having sex. Not rock climbing. She totally thought you were gonna get her liquored up after that, by the way. She's a dirty girl that wants to be fucked.
It's fucked up.
Yeah, I mean,
don't know, you got the right to be whatever you want to be. Like, it really doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it's not like you do anything significant. Like, if you want your opinion on race to count, right, you gotta do something significant, like save a baby. Like, you gotta be, it has to be a job. It should be like a person who saved. Like, if I asked you what your day consisted of, you say, oh, well, I woke up, took a shower, I walked outside, put the baby on the ground,
Kitty cat meow, which means you did 60 seconds. But yeah. Jeff Richards, what do you think about what Ricardo just says?
How long have you been blind? How long have you been doing it?
I'm 4 years.
Okay. No, I mean, you got good days. You know, I think first step was better. First step was right. I'd like to see you get more animated, maybe. Bring it up and do some pop.
Have you ever sung Kai?
Yeah.
What have you done anymore?
It's not like someone regular. It's around there.
You can't afford pop.
I can afford it.
You did a good job.
Yeah, I work for calls. What's that? It's like people call in that want to be notaries. So they call in and try to do instructions on what to like the time behind the insurance or like instructions on what they should do in the state.
Help people notarize.
Yeah, I don't get a, like insurance and stuff. They have to take the test.
You ever encounter any funny characters?
I just started, so I really got a chance to like see what I could imagine anybody wants to get notary.
Probably a bit boring for us.
Yeah, I think that's cool. What else? Right, like,
I mean, like the real stuff, I think, you know, like what you're really going through. It's like,
Definitely the fact that people like are still becoming notaries. I mean, there's something very bizarre in that.
yeah.
It seems like that's gotta be like being a nomad or something like that's gotta be on its way out.
No, it's pretty important.
Really?
Yeah, actually, you can become like a signing agent or something wrong.
But it's pretty much a scam, right? It's pretty much.
No.
You live somewhere and you look at the guy and then he signs his name.
Yeah, retard. Could be
It can be a scam.
It could be an app.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not it's not a scam. It's like some contracts itself, but I mean, it's a job. It's a doing here. It's important.
Well, I mean, you would be the one that would say that notaries are important in yours and Chewy, but
For like half my comedy career, my mom was telling me to become a notary.
Because they're chewy, like, well, you know, you can get your notary, blah, blah.
what does it do? Is it like a good paying job or something?
No, you can just charge people a fee for a contract, of course.
How much is the fee? Seems like it's not worth
If
it.
you're not a notary, you do what in that?
Notaries,
I basically just fill the call. Like, I let them know what the rules and regulations are, the procedures to become a notary.
Can you give us like a couple lines of something that you say on a daily basis to the phone?
When I see you don't have bond insurance, you might want to get that before it expires. Got like until October 14th, 2014. Get that shit done. I love that.
Wow, almost laughed pretty hard. But you can until October 14th, 2014 to get that shit done. I wish I could be able to. I had to call talk like that. They're always so boring.
I'm trying to
Light it up to a 10. I really want to see you.
Light it up to a 10.
Light it up to a 10.
Well, sir, you're going to have to combine it by the 14th of October.
He's making a white face for the audience. He's making dumb face. I guess that's how black people think white people are.
Yes.
Whoa.
That's like, that's how white people are. So I'm just saying to the people.
That's your new opening line. One of my favorite questions that I sort of like to keep a part of each episode of the tradition is I always ask the black comic each episode, and I'll ask you this time. Why is it, if you had to speak on behalf of all black people, why they call people who are light-skinned with two D's, like that, light-skinned? If you had to actually be the ambassador of all black people and answer the question, why do they say that like that? What would your response be?
Because they have poor ground.
Whoa, this guy's actually a producer on the show. He always helps out and sets things up and helps us grow the show. And he's actually going to go up. He's at Josh Martin Comic. His name's Josh Martin. He's talking about 10 pills.
I have a friend of mine, he takes a crazy amount of dick pills. Crazy amount. And I went to him, like, why do you take so many dick pills? Like, he gives me confidence in bed. He tells me I will never eat dick pills. Not only confidence in the bedroom, all I'm doing is eating a sandwich. There's no need. Let me eat a sandwich like a man. Cry. I'm watching this porno. I don't need pills. That's all. That's all. That's all I want to do.
That's funny. I like that. Better to be shorter than longer.
There's no one else in the gym to go.
Right.
I feel like it's missing something. I'm just saying, so why do I need confidence? I don't need confidence in the bedroom. Sitting in my car. I don't know. My car is
Well, you also don't. You still don't have a bedroom now. So it's like,
I have an air mattress in a living room.
well, yeah. That's all I, yeah, well, that's better yet. I don't need confidence in the bedroom because all I have is my air mattress in the living room. I need confidence in the bedroom if all that I have is an air mattress. I don't need confidence in the bedroom. That's why I fuck children. So get your confidence up there on their doing. Whoa, fucking rookie, what are you, 7 years old? Yes, I am. I feel great right now.
That makes sense. Yeah, I felt like there was something.
Yeah, you already said that. We said a bunch of stuff that was funny on the show. You really should have been paying attention. Yeah, the over-the-counter kind. Yes. It's a common thing when new comedians, I don't get laid or I suck at sex. I still do that, and I've been doing it for a while, but like, is there the right way to do it and the wrong way to do it? What do you guys think?
You just look like this. And you're dead. No sense.
Yeah, but you see how that doesn't go anywhere. It's like, and then, it's not always about the look. I mean, Ari Manis takes girls rock climbing.
Just to be honest with you, because you make yourself look like this. You put like the head like this, you put the glasses on, and white, you know, with contact lenses, with really short, tight shit, you look like a normal person.
Yeah, it takes you longer to get ready than it takes the Iron Patriot, for Christ's sakes. And neither one of you can sit down. It's skinny jeans, everybody.
I know you rock it, man. I know you go home and it's fun. You have tons of pictures.
Right.
I know that's your whole thing.
That air mattress is just like Another thing I was thinking is if they didn't buy a couch already, then he would have no choice but to take the back seat out of his car and have it. And they'd have to put that in the middle of the living room and he's still sleeping in the back seat. Which, by the way, funny story, one night, it's me and him and Brian Moses going to do a gig in Pasadena with Brian Redknapp. And Josh is driving us and our friend is sitting in the back seat of the car, right where Josh kept his head at night. Sleep. And we were getting off the freeway and all of a sudden he goes, we're all laughing. And he goes, my God, man, I gotta pee. And we're like, all right, man. And then we start to pull over. First thing he's like, oh man, big trouble, big trouble, big trouble. And we're like, what? He's like, I'm peeing and I can't stop and I am just filling your back seat right now. So that's kind of stuff Josh was dealing with just a month ago. Now he has a new plate and new tags. It's at Josh Martin Comedy, everybody on Twitter. 820 here at the Comedy Store. Good guy, good game show. It's all happening. Oh, finally some estrogen in this party. Put your hands together for this funny young rising talent. It's at Kelly Landry talking about anxiety. Kelly Landry.
Thanks, guys. All right, there's a lot of athletes coming out of the closet these days. Ever since Jason Collins came out last month. But since Jason Collins was first, everyone's calling him a hero. Jason Collins is a hero. Jason Collins is 7 feet tall, 280 pounds. I think the real hero is whoever's taking that big lap. I was hooking up with this guy the other day. Not Jason Collins, obviously. But yeah, I was talking to this guy. I really get the good sex, you know? I just like really trying to wear him out. So he would fall asleep and I would take shit. I'm serious, I have bathroom anxiety. And I know that I'm always. Anybody else got the bathroom in terms of water so your pants are peeing? Yeah, I know. Do that. Why do I do that? Now instead of sounding like you're peeing, it just sounds like you're peeing really hard. Right? I don't know why we do it. Do I like think rationally in my head that guys in the locker room being like, I got the best girlfriend, she never pees. She just goes to the bathroom, shuts the door, and obsessively washes her hands 5 times a day.
I think I saw something in like poop it too. I think you could call that up and then you don't want to hear it in poop. Like what else would you do? So blow dry your hair after eating Mexican food or something like that. Like something longer and safe. Why show is vacuuming the bathroom after we eat a lot of where you guys at here? You know? You just have to do juicer in your bathroom. I want to hear a woman shit. It's like she's comfortable with it, you know? Right. That's intimacy. You know? Oh, I heard her shit. She's cool. Nice. Man, you're so weirdly neurotic sometimes, and then other times you're like, I'll go, fuck. I never like you'll listen to a girl's shit, but you won't like she would have to have like her own bathroom. Like you won't use the same toilet as her afterwards.
No, I will. I've never heard a girl shit, and every girl does it. So I want to hear a girl shit.
Maybe. You want to hear her dump her. No, so you want to hear her dump before she dumps you. That's how that goes. Dump fest, everybody. Jeff, have you ever heard a girl take a poopy before? I haven't heard it. Have you smelled it? Yeah, you need something because I have this problem where my bathroom's like right. I have one bathroom and it's just there's the fans barely makes noise. My water pressure sucks, and so you just hear like every little fart, everything little echoes and stuff. So I do try to turn the water back off. So I have to like accidentally knock stuff off like the bathtub, like shampoo bottles. I do some things and they come. I do things like that sometimes, and it always ends up going like off beat. You know what I mean? You ever hear the shampoo bottle dropping? It's just like, you know what I mean? Like uncontrollable brain splashing diarrhea. And then I ran out of the fragrance lately, so I've been trying to use soap. Wait, don't you like fill it like what's that? Like a little Lysol thing. So I tried to put like soap on a towel and then like spin it. And try to make like a band. And that didn't work. So now I just say, no way, that didn't work. Soap in a towel. Oh my god.
You know how shitty, all sweaty and shit, you smell like duty.
Right.
I think you're doing the opposite.
He opens the door and just
Smells like shitty sweaty.
he's looking at this opens the door and it's just like, oh my god, you
No, just put a microphone in the toilet. Let's go for it. You 100% you. Right. I would appreciate it. I'm a perfect little lady. This shit off my ass. No, we're that wouldn't be funny if you had a mic, like you said, but there's like speakers, like that's what I'm saying. And the other person doesn't know. Well, not just a mic. Yeah, there should be one of those, what else you can have if you're going to have this speaker system hooked up to that? You should also have one of those 3D molded machine things that are coming out. And whenever you dump into the toilet, that comes out the other side. So you have like pseudo air turns. I have a friend who was dating this girl, and somehow her underwear ended up in his laundry, and he saw skid marks in her underwear. That's not, you see the blood skid marks, like the period underwear? Shit looks like fucking somebody died. Period pain is what they call it. Period, not period. You know the best way to get to say the underwear is like that? You just take a bar of soap and you put it in and just... You're nice to meet you, everybody. Oh, thanks, Kelly Landry. Exactly, Kelly Landry. Thanks, you know. Hey, it's a women's world. Put your hands together for Dana Nim talking about this. That's Dana Nim. I want to listen to her shit. Jesus. I know all of you. Oh, yeah. Are you shitting? Where were you? I just started back. Does this have 5 minutes? Starting now. I've had a weird dating history. I want to say I'm a ghost hunter. I feel like most girls are concerned that a guy is going to use them for sex. Pretty sure this guy was just using me for my house. Because I live in an old house. Like, there were signs, you know, he never wanted to take me out. He would just come over with all of his equipment and go straight into my bedroom and shut the door. And I heard from outside, he's like, is there anything that gives me a sign? And I go, why not? No, not yet. I think he liked me though, you know, because he would ask about my family. He's like, ask about like my relatives, my dead relatives, what it's all about. And I opened up to him and I let him know, like, that my dad passed away. You know, he was really sweet. He was like, well, you guys close? And I was like, yeah. We went to the no, didn't have it close by. And we go there. And like, when I need more footage, I got it. That's it. Someone said it. There you go. You know, on this one, first, I want to check in with the Iron Patriot. What do you think about that Iron Patriot? She's a very beautiful girl. Well, since it's not on her wedding ring finger, Patriot, that's the way to know that it's not a wedding ring. You know, it's always on the same finger, or else it's just a ring. Iron Patriot, oh, I forgot you can't see it. That's. Jeez. Oh, yeah, that's a never-ending possible disappointment if I've ever heard it. Are you going to wear that ring on the suit? Yes. Okay. The Iron Patriot is moisture protection from pre-coming. Well, that's funny, man. It's the ghost hunter. I don't know, man. I think you gotta dig harder on that. I think it's a funny premise, but like the second joke didn't hit hard at all because you already kind of saw the game. Yeah. But you get dating a ghost hunter. So that's funny. I don't think it's not really funny enough. What you need to do is you can deep. Like somebody comes on good jokes out. Right. Like a headliner? Like someone who's like, that's right. That's been on TV. Yeah. Maybe somebody. You may already be Facebook friends with. Why will this come from her? Just think about it. What's another dating a ghost hunter?
anything afterwards. I think that would be closer to the end. And then to bring, are you still dating this guy? Is it a real story or real? Really? I dated him for like a month. So that's over? Yeah, he like did not like me at all. So that's why this all came. So he really rejected you. Is that what we're getting at here? Or did you give it to him? We both didn't like each other. It was weird. It was like, that's good? No, but like, we were both just like, alright. How'd you meet? We worked together. I think it's funny that he didn't believe in you. He believes in ghosts.
Okay.
Talking about Jamba Juice.
When I moved out to California, when I was California thing, so I went to Jamba Juice. Had a weird time. I was standing in line. I had these two young girls in front of me. They're talking. They started they're talking about me, and one of the girls, she leaves her friend. She goes, "I just me." I didn't really care until her friend was like, "Yeah, he's retarded." I was shocked because people usually tell me I look like Ellen. That's when I take it. Like, going on. So whatever, I got to the counter order my Jamba Juice, got a razzmatazz, pretty good. I was all excited. Drinking too fast, and I got brain freeze. I was fucking killed. It's debilitating. I asked my friend, I go, "Dude, what do I do?" He's like, "Put your tongue over your mouth, lean your head back, and count down from 10. So I'm sitting there in Jamba Juice, like 10, 9, 8, 7, and I hear the little girls from earlier say, "Literally said you're a bitch. It's retarded." Alright, guys, that's my time. Thank you.
Both of your jokes are retarded. Is that a callback? Did I miss it?
Yeah, just like, all my retarded shit.
Like, what you find daydream in the middle of that?
Where I think you look like Ellen. I got Ellen again. I think it's like boy band or what was it?
There's a lot of references to these movies.
Yes.
Yeah. I think I do that too. Like, I'll reference somewhere. Like, I'll go to the Whispers. I'll only do it like once. Otherwise, it's just like, Jeff, what do you think it looks like?
She looks like you're retarded, just yeah. I guess you said you could say you're offended by that. You are right. Yeah, I was thinking, like, I never wished more. I'm feeling, one way I was working on was like, I've never wished more in my life to actually be retarded, just like I've done myself. Retarded, like, you know. But I don't want to, like, and then I do the retarded punching again at the end, so I didn't want to be too redundant with that, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, the middle kind of, still, it'll be 3 years ago.
Hey, Trey, what's the Iron Picture report on
You know,
that?
I've seen this guy before, and I'm proud of him for coming back because I think he's going to keep improving. I've seen him before.
But you've seen it before here. Well,
Yeah, I think he's going to keep it too, and I think he's doing it every week. Gives you guys criticism. He's going to get better.
there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep it moving here as we get closer and closer to again naming our sweetness and break up this name being responsible. That's Matthew Scheinborn, CHYNBOR. Chance get up for Nicole 80 at Nicole 80. So, really? Okay. But Benji's out here. He's close. I need. He's right here. He's at the top of the room. Right seat. I just wrote the doors open. Yep.
So, I just got,
1 second.
what?
Josh. Okay, forget it. Sorry, go on.
So, I
racism is slowly killing you, maybe you should be dead. Maybe you're an awful person. She'd also tell me, did I have any idea what it was like to raise an interracial child? How difficult it was. And I was like, no, Mom, do you? What black guys have you been fucking? And where is my biracial prettier sister who I hate? Fucking bitch. So I told my mom, I'm like, first of all, I'm not even close to having a baby right now. But I will tell you guys, we had the beach-raised miscarriage.
Yeah. Mine came out for the first time ever with audio and shit. But yeah, very funny. You kill. Very funny. I love
Make
your
sure
shoes.
to hit on me, tell me I'm attractive, because as a female comedian, I want you guys to only see me like that. So proceed.
I totally fuck you.
Benji's already tried hooking up with me.
Didn't work.
He tried to put his shoulder next to it so he pulled me over. I was like, there's nothing more attractive than a man trying.
We kissed for a second though, right? Really? You seem like very aggressively like tell me how bad you want to fuck me. Like, did we do that with the other girls or something?
You did it with Dana.
Yeah, but we also gave her great feedback, and I mean, I don't think Dana, did you feel like you were taken advantage of up here? Yeah,
That's how it is, though. That's his shit.
yeah, he asked you to go on a date.
Speaking in
He
general,
didn't say you're right.
I'm actually not interested.
I'll say this, maybe that's just how some guys are. Maybe female comedians have to accept that.
Oh, exactly. I need it.
Comment's different.
Seriously. It's the right.
All the vitamins and nutrients necessary.
It's really good for you.
How much would the Iron Patriot have to pay you for you to stick your foot up underneath this rib cage? This rib cage rubber padding.
I stick my foot under his ribcage padding.
Yeah.
I don't need money to do that.
Oh, wow. Patriot? What do you think about that?
I'm not a black guy, but I think we can get along.
Hey, so, wait, hold on. Wait a second. I thought,
He's not a black guy.
however, as we found out earlier, he can't rap. So,
I got some soul.
he's the new guy. He's the new guy to fucking black. Jesus, Reggie. Well, you're really racist. It's a fucking black guy. Are you fucking a black guy?
No, the guy I'm fucking is not black.
Oh, did you just say the N-word? I said Billa. No, did she say the N-word? Oh. Do you get to say the N-word if that's what you say?
If they ask, you know.
So you've done that?
Yes, I've done that.
You just said you did. How does that make you
He usually is like, you fucking Jew. No. He's like, kite. I'm like,
What do you
Why they don't say kite? Hold on, I know they do. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, what? Kite. Alright.
they love kites.
Blacks don't even really know what Jewish people are. It's like howdy. That's at Nicole Amy on Twitter. Good job. Sorry, we're afraid of rushing through. Glad you were able to get you on. Very, very, very funny material, by the way. I got a sense of the day. It seems like she hated us afterwards for some reason. She like held for 60 seconds straight. I think she just attacked us.
I think we all probably tried to fuck her at one point, and she just realized it.
I don't think so. Well, why wouldn't you? She's pretty and she's friendly. What do you think I'm gonna do? You're pretty and friendly. I like you. I might try to stick it in you. I'm sorry. This is my condition. Sorry for the people that weren't able to get on tonight out of the bucket. That was that portion of the show. That was the tag it or bag it right out of the bucket. Bucket. Now we move on to, as every week originally started, we close the show with one of our own special creations. We have two of them here tonight. We're going to give them both a solid 45 seconds. And so we're pretty excited about this. Going first, the challenger, the person who's on probation. Put your hands together for somebody who started here a few weeks ago, regular on the show, making her return after not showing up and missing her spot while being called. Put your hands together for at Sarah Dresses and Sarah hosts the job here.
basically ended up what's been happening. We never, ever, ever had sex. I gave him a full access pass to an amusement park. Any ride you want. All the fucking rides are open. Raging waters. Magic fountain. Nothing. You can use the bathroom. Nothing. So I've taken a vow of celibacy because I guess one asshole in my pants is all I fucking need right now. And so I'm by myself. So I'm on that drug. Alright. Is that 45 seconds? I'm going to try to fit it in there for you.
Like an 80s joke. I'm serious. Yeah, it seems like it would be. It seems like I never heard it before, so I get excited. But there you go. So sorry. Why do it again? And alright, there she goes. Sarah goes to Jolly. Maybe Google it. It just seems like Sarah dressed something up. It's Kimberly Condon, everybody. The defending champion, Morgan Gray, had this podcast last week for her first set. Now, going 45 seconds, it's Kim Condon.
Alright.
Kill Tony Ray.
Well, hi. I'm 22 years old. I hate telling people my age. Every time I say I'm 22, I'm like, I'm 22 years old. People are like, oh, you're so young. You don't know anything. You're so naive. You don't know life. And I'm like, cut me a break, okay? I've seen shit. I've been here for 22 fucking years. I was around when Justin deflowered Britain, okay? Like, I know what happens at the end of Titanic. I drink Stella Artois. Okay, people, I'm an adult.
Stella Artois. That's funny. That's very funny. Unfortunately, we really ran out of time fast, so we need to get Jeff Richards to do a closing song. Right. So, Kim Condon, thank you so much. That's at Kim Condon on Twitter, right? Benji, anything you want to promote? And Jeff, real quick before you do it?
TC Jeff.
There you go.
Album Greatest Hits coming out the next couple months.
And Benji follows at Benji follow on Twitter. Anything else?
I'll be at the Death Spot show in La Jolla.
Oh, yeah. Come right on TV. Fantastic. I'm at Tony Hinchcliffe, TonyHinchcliffe.com. I have a brand new H plus Hinchcliffe plus E equation t-shirt available. And the new Death Squad shirt is also at ShopSquad.tv. Pre-sales are available. That thing's fucking unbelievable. I'm so excited to get one myself. And now, ladies and gentlemen, close the show. Thank you all to the performers, everybody. You're going to want to catch this, an exclusive. Jeff Richards. Here he goes.
Join Sanders on guitar. 1, 2, 3, 4. Downstairs, telling my brain to small. Wow, what I'm doing. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Cap one half. If you come over, I cap one half. Get you in traps. And then we can have. I don't have a place. I just have a car. If you come over, we have to go back in my car. Get inside my trunk. Grab all my junk. I'm so lonely. But not back. I'm better than that. My rod is ace, and I don't own a cat. How can I own a cat? We have it on my car. Just want to be fair to the cat, you know, like what if something happened to the cat, you know, like what if the cat got like a viral infection or some shit, you know what I mean? That could be really expensive. My friend Daddy had a cat, and it had an esophagus, so it was too large for its body, so they didn't put a new esophagus in there. It's like $9,000. The cat still died. The cat still died! I don't know if I can go into that kind of trouble right now. Dad, what a have. close your eyes and you have to, I guess. Death 1.5. Death 1.5. Super quick. It'll be over before you know it.
That's an episode 6. Thank you, everybody, for being here. The Death Squad today. Doubleheader continues. The Ding Dong Show is next. The longest running show in comedy store history. Don Barris is here for your answer. It's about to happen. Patreon on Twitter. Fuck yeah, everybody. Dreams are coming true. Welcome, everyone. How are you guys? It's all happening. Fuck yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, just sit over there. Yeah, I guess you could just... All right. Just...
Calm down. That's an eager Taylor.
Yeah, that's very eager. I'm excited. David Taylor's so excited. I've never been more excited than when you see it. Excited David Taylor. We just got back from Toronto. If you're wondering why we're wearing baseball jerseys,
You know what? I must have been too stoned to realize what you were talking about because I just figured out I'm not wearing a Blue Jacket jersey. I thought I was wearing a Blue Jacket jersey.
that's why you said hockey.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so crazy.
I just realized it because somebody asked if I lived in Canada. I'm like, no, why would you ask that? I'm wearing a Blue Jacket, and I looked at your back and it had a baseball logo. I'm like, oh, wait a second, what am I wearing?
Wow.
This is baseball. This is like their professional baseball team.
Yeah, the Toronto Blue Jays is a very, very famous baseball organization.
Does the United States play versus Canada?
Well, yes, they're one of the only Canadian Major League Baseball teams.
Wow, I didn't know. I thought it was like USA only for baseball.
No, it seems like it would be,
Right.
but it's actually one of those sports that they just barely cross over. It's all Americans that are playing over there. Like, I don't think there's too many great Canadian-born baseball players. The closer you get to the equator, the better your baseball player is. It doesn't go up.
Right. Is there football that does that, or is it just baseball that does it?
Football.
Hockey.
Yeah, there isn't an NFL team up there.
Or basketball?
Basketball, yes, but they're always horrendously bad. There's the Toronto Raptors.
Why are we talking about sports?
I don't know. It's interesting.
So we had fun, man. Toronto was like it seemed like it was like the richest city I've ever been in my life. Like out here, it looks like there's evidence everywhere. It looks like LA is just bankrupt.
It's definitely Canada's Tokyo.
Yeah.
Like, it is bumping.
There was so many skyscrapers. This guy told us that it was like 70% of all of the cranes that are used to make skyscrapers are in Toronto.
Yeah.
And these things can't move easily. It takes them years just to move a crane, I guess, to another country. I guess or you can't move it. I don't know.
It's all bumping, and the energy there is crazy. And I asked somebody, I go, why is this all possible? Why are the doors open and everybody's having fun and people are drinking? And why is it always like this? Because they have no guns there. People just don't carry guns anywhere or have them at home. And he explained to me how that makes it so that you can have fun all the time. And it made sense, by the way, when he was done. After he explained it, I'm like, oh my god. So it's sort of a crazy thing that I learned when I was there too, in that
That dude was really stoned and we were playing a pop cafe that was filled with 100 people smoking weed and blowing it in our face on stage. And you had what is called, very popular in Canada, called a greenout.
yeah.
And everybody uses this word. Never heard it before. Have you ever?
Me neither. I never heard it, but it's used, and we saw a few cases of green out. See, what they do in Canada is, because they don't have the mountains and beaches that Southern California has. Josh, you have to be the guy that patrols that. That's your.
The Iron Patriots here, by the way. He's normally our security guard, but we know he can't go backwards. So you have to make all your like you can only protect us from what's in front of them.
Another great thing about about Toronto is that a lot of people came up to me just going like, what's that catchphrase you say?
For every life you save, there's a million new ways to die.
Yeah, people were just doing that in Toronto.
I should ask you for something, Tom.
Yeah, sure.
I noticed on Twitter that you referenced Jimi Hendrix and said that you touched the sky. I was wondering if you got any weed from Canada so I could touch the sky.
No, I didn't bring you any weed from Canada. Luckily, I have California pot.
And let's be honest, everyone in Canada that had the California weed, that was the best weed.
And totally, and they do, and they're like, man, this is sweet. This is some fucking Cali grown. And I'm like, that's what I've been smoking for the last 7 years. But the green out, what's crazy about the green out, before we get back to the Patriot, because I have a question for him. So, since they don't have mountains and beaches, my theory is that they just fucking smoke until they pass out. That's their limit. Their limit when they're like, oh, I got high last night. When they say high, that means they passed out.
And they all call it the green out. Like, I heard it from multiple people the whole weekend.
Which, it's just an adorable way to say passed out.
Yeah.
Like, it makes it seem like it's not unhealthy if it's a green out.
When it was either you on stage or our opener, there was a huge crash, which sounded like a plate drop, and that was a person trying to stand up and falling over and passing out from too much weed.
And there was one point in which I, myself, thank you, did Canada all the way, because there I was in the bathroom at one point.
You're professional. You smoke weed every day,
right.
Like a lot.
Yeah.
Probably more than me.
Well, I don't smoke weed all day. I wait a little bit. I wait a little bit in the afternoon.
Well, I mean, comedian's day starts from like 8 p.m. to like 4.
Right. Well, yeah. I like waiting. I notice that I get higher if I wait like till like 4 or 5, right? 6.
So you're in the bathroom.
I'm in the bathroom in Toronto.
Are you freaking out in the bathroom?
I brought you on stage. You're about 20 minutes into your set. By the way, give it up. He killed every show. Brian Redman, crushing.
Longest set ever.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's always fun to watch a friend get to do a long set for the first time. Like we're always doing, 8, 15, 12, maybe 20 on a fun night, but to be able to do 45, stretch out, rocket, yeah, totally. And anyway, I'm in the bathroom. There's a little door lock thing that's just one of those loops that you put in the tiny circle. It's not like a twist thing. It's one of those because Canada's safe and nobody gives a fuck. Nobody's gonna bother you. Like nobody even knocks on the doors there. They just wait for 5 minutes to make sure nobody's anyway. So there I am going to the bathroom, and all of a sudden the thought about heart attack hits me, which is crazy because I was doing a bit about every time I think I'm having a heart attack, I'm just too high. It's when I know I'm high enough. Anyway, the last thing, like to fulfill the prophecy of my own bit, I'm like, oh my god, heart attack, and then I'm like, wait a second, and I just start sweating. Boom. I'm like, oh god, this is all happening. I know what it's like right before you pass out, and I was lucky. What you learn from passing out before is the good part about passing out before positive is that you learn how to pass out better. You really do. So when that happened to me, and I'm like, boom, wah, 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 I'm like, okay, here we go. So I'm like on a mission. I pop the lock. I open the door. I know that I have this 4 or 5 second window. And the staff is right there. These cool bartenders and everybody, by the way. Puff Mama, Joe Tuccido, at Hazardous on Twitter, and
guys that made us these awesome
Susquehanna, Jason, the guys that made the jerseys. The hospitality there was incredible. I bust out the door and I go, I'm about to pass out. And I'm going like this. Like I open the door, I take one step out, and I'm like, I'm about to pass out.
Crawling and bent over.
And they all look at me like, I'd just been on stage twice for 45 minutes. We'd all been having a fun weekend. They're all just like, ah! And I'm like, no. No joking. I'm like, I'm about to fucking pass out. And they just they split up in 4 different directions at the same time. One went and grabbed a Sprite. One went and grabbed a fucking wet towel. Another guided me outside.
And the little girl carried you.
It was unbelievable. There was no little baby.
Because I'm saying you're very minor.
Oh, yeah. There was a little baby that carried me in imagination land. And fucking, they got me. I was right on that brim of passing out, and it didn't happen.
That sucks,
The
man.
nice people there. But it was a green out. I mean, I was out of it. There was a point which I had given up. I went outside and I took my shirt off.
Yeah, which is crazy if you know Tony. Tony's not one of those guys that just takes his shirt off.
Right.
He actually wears multiple. He has like 7 shirts on right now.
Yeah, I always wear multiple layers, 2 pairs of socks at all times, usually a pair of thermals under my jeans.
Yeah.
But I took off my shirt, man, and just started sweating profusely, but we fought through it. Something about the spray, the fresh air. We got through it, man, and I did not pass out in Toronto. You tried, Toronto. You tried to take down the Golden Pony. Well, guess what? This pony doesn't go down that easily.
I puked in Toronto. Tomato basil soup.
I looked at that on that hotel menu, and just like you did that same night, was it Friday night or whatever night? And I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna be good. What do we got? And I looked at that tomato soup and was like, wanted that. Just don't think it would be right.
Oh no! Like 3 hours later, I am puking tomato basil soup. Like I was where you wake up, and you're like, wait, something's wrong. Like the back of my throat has that little teardrop or something that's going on there. Like it's like a little itch. You're like, and I stand up, filling my mouth up, holding my mouth together like a pin, like a clothespin, just so it won't go out. Get to it, and just rents everywhere. It looked like I was puking blood. And when you're half asleep, you're not thinking like tomato basil soup. You think you're puking blood. And I was like, what the fuck? It was fucked up.
I love it.
Yeah, Toronto.
I noticed on Thursday morning at the airport, you had a video of Tony saying he was irritated by your jumpers. Did you jump already early Thursday morning, or was the last night you were there?
Yeah, we decided to stay up all night and just party.
You didn't even sleep.
When you take a Thursday morning 5 a.m. flight with a friend, and you live our type of lifestyle, it's much easier to
black out and
not go to sleep that night for an hour and a half. It's better to plow through and then get on the plane and crash, which worked perfectly. Even with the layover, which is rare, we were up, moved, passed out again. No, those are the best. Nothing better than sleeping on a plane to me.
I don't know much.
That's what he kept doing. You see that? See what happens when he says that? That kind of action. That's the whole thing. So he kept saying that over and over again with people in line in front of us, behind us. See the whole thing?
There's electricity and wires.
Josh Martin is like the worst assistant producer of this show. I mean, I can find Josh back there texting.
It's fine.
You just grab a couple towels, man.
No, I got rubber on the bottom of my shoes. That's supposed to
But
happen.
it's on the table.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that's not good.
It's just, I love how he's back there. Not only was he watching, not doing anything, he was also texting.
Oh, really?
I love that he's part of the fun set, though. Like, we really have the worst assistant producer guy helping us that you could ever imagine.
I'm glad this carpet's stained red. The tears of a million dead comics.
So true. It is very precise strategic coloring that they use on these carpets. A combination of dark red and black at the Comedy Store. It's just a mix. So you can't tell what's a stain and what's fucking blood from a corpse. Anyway. I'm very excited. Oh yeah, Patriot. One more question. That joint that I gave you last week after the show for your participation. How did that work? How did that work out for you?
I'm having very mystical feelings when I smoke that weed. I start pondering the mysteries of the universe. I realize that we're all at the center of our own universe. It's all an illusion. Like that poor guy Blee, he just died in your imagination. In another universe, he's going on and having a nice life with Leah Michelle.
Absolutely.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I believe that I die almost once a week. And I think that every time that I feel like, what? How the fuck did I make it home or whatever? Yeah, I think I died. And then somewhere there's a Tony crying with the shirt off outside my funeral.
Yeah.
Having a brown out, which is where he's just shitting himself.
So, Patriot, just one more question. Like, when you say pondering the mysteries of the universe, like, what's another one? What's another thing you were thinking of? I don't know.
Well, the thing that trips me out is we'll never know where we came from in the beginning, how we came from nothing to be something. Because we'll be like a cat chasing its own tail. We'll never know where we came in the beginning, but why can't we be God? We're God. There is no God. We're not creatures. We're the creator. We are God. Each one of us are God.
Yeah, I love the Iron Patriot, everybody. Passionate,
Yours is not mine, yours there. But it doesn't mean that it's not true. It's coming from our imagination. You know, the sun is 1,000,000 times bigger than the earth. And then they found stars that are 1,000,000 times bigger than the sun, and so on and so on. But then you start to feel insignificant if you look at it that way. But when you realize it's our imagination, you realize it's us. You know, you don't start thinking in that insignificant way, like, oh, it's so big, I'm just this little, you know.
Why do I get the feeling that joint I gave you, last Monday, why do I get the feeling that you waited 7 days to smoke it right before this show?
I want more. I like what you're doing.
Just give him a taste, Tony.
I want more. It's a moment where he sounds so human when he's asking for pot. Like, no, I want more, please. No mystery about that.
It's nice to escape the sober thoughts of the day.
Silver thoughts?
The sober, the worrisome thoughts.
So
Not
true.
thinking about reality of your bill.
So true. Fuck yeah, man. One more time for the Patriots. We are about to bring up tonight's guest. Very excited to have him. Ever since I started here, he's been one of the guys that I've always looked up to. He's a hilarious comedian, specializes in late night here at the Comedy Store, which is one of the hardest positions to be in. He carries it. He's dark. He's different. He's original. He's fascinating. He's definitely one of the smartest friends that I have. He's a writer. He's a writer for TV. The Just Like Offense at the Comedy Central roast. But more than that, a fantastic comedian, one of my great friends. We're here together for the one and only David Taylor, everybody. Here he is, live and in the flesh.
That was a tremendous opening.
Very excited to have David on.
Very excited to be here.
Keeps it so real. He's funny as fuck. What have you been up to lately, Dave? What's happening?
Yes.
I love it.
This is pretty much my only credit going through like the last 6 months. So.
Now, you're the guy that also in the LA comedy circuit, you're notorious for your for these awesome parties that you have, the barbecues.
Those are over. There will be no more.
Why?
Because Boone still books for the last one tonight.
He stole books.
No, yeah, he stole hard books from me. So I told him, if I don't get his books back, no more barbecues. And he did not return them. So.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
That is not fair for guys like me who have been telling you for years to not fucking back Moon Shakalaka that he steals from you. And that's not even the first occurrence with you. One time,
I know he stole my iPad or iPod.
yeah, he's such a moron, this Moon Shakalaka. I know he's adorable to all you people newer in comedy, but given a few years of that bullshit every fucking night, let me promise you he's a fucking crazy maniac. Anyway,
there will be no more.
but this is Boone for you. David's parked in this lot. He worked years to become a paid regular here at the Comedy Store. One of the only fucking perks is that you get to park in the lot here. And Boone went into David's car, got his iPod. This is the best part, though. He tried to sell it to Alex Moore, Comedy Store employee at the time. Alex tries to open it up.
Alex called me because I think I had your iPod. I thought it was in my kitchen. I was looking for it, but I'm lazy about cleaning. So he calls and says, I think I have your iPod, your name's in it. I said, okay. And I said, is it full of Harrison music? He said, yes. That's my iPod. And then he gave it to me, and then I went to Boone, and I'm like, Boone, I don't want you to get banned. Try not to steal shit out of people's cars and we sell it here. And honestly, the rare thing was that Alex told me about it. A lot of people just said, oh, I got David Taylor's iPod, and then just used it.
Right.
But then Boone said, can I have $5? I said, why would I give you money for the iPod? I said,
Oh my god. Now what about the Steelers fee? That breaks even. That's $5 if you steal something.
Well, anyway, the point is this, is that he took like 7 nice art books from my shelf, and I called and I said, hey, tell Boone, if he doesn't return the books, returns my one problem with it. If he does return them, no more wrong. And he told me, well, I didn't take them.
That guy's such an idiot. I can't believe you give him a shot after stealing your iPod and start inviting him to your barbecues. That's what I always had a problem with.
Honestly, he didn't benefit. The benefit was
really lessen the amount of cans I had to eat. Honestly, it cut, I mean, my cleaning time was cut in 1/3 because he would take cans, bottles. He would take bottles, they're too heavy.
Oh, right.
That's because he didn't bring a shopping cart, which I wish that I had provided. But on cans and little plastic, oh man, it really made life easy. So yeah, I mean, wouldn't you invite a robot that cleaned?
But see, the thing with good-looking comedians like myself, when we're at your barbecues, we can't eat a hot dog there because Boone's staring at us from across the grill like an ant.
That's a nice thing. I always got along with Boone as a monthly, so he didn't want to fuck me. We're good. He never asked me to shower at my place. Never was a problem. So, and honestly, with a Boone that doesn't ask you to shower at your place, it's okay. It's not a bad guy. But then we steal your own books. That's the end of the
Right. Of course. So you go. Your very own Boone Shopwalker, one of my mortal enemies.
Here's the nice thing. When I was starting to do comedy, Stephanie had some good best buddies. Kevin, you remember those?
Kevin Christie is in the house in the back of the room, everybody.
She threw the fucking best. The only one I missed, they were like, I'm like, I didn't say anything. They were like, missed the kissing. And I'm like, what? Gee whiz. Because Stephanie was attractive and bisexual, so that really brought the girls in. Whereas mine is very dude heavy, so it's a particular thing. Anyway, the point is Stephanie threw hers in Koreatown. They went out for a while and then ended. And somebody else threw more. Nick Swartzen threw great parties at the roller skating rink, and where the Crips was founded. That place went out of business. Well, like the roller skating, the World on Wheels. That ended when he was held up at gunpoint in the parking lot by somebody who thought that comedians paid a lot more than they did. The point is this. These things run their course. There's a life cycle for all things in parties. So I'm sure that one of you guys will be the next great popular.
There you go. He's handing over the reins to a bunch of people that probably live in their closets.
Ask away. Boone, honest to God, fits in here as much as we all do. He does.
Never since Neil Armstrong have they put a ban on the Boone. Something like that, I believe.
Very nice.
Anyway,
I kind of think they went out on the car shit that, like going in your car. I didn't even think about that. You just
What is he going to take from you?
I don't know, take pills.
stole your art books.
You'll know you got problems if he walks away with an Asian girl like yourself.
I can't believe Boone stole your art books, man. We really got to see the dark side of the Boone.
You're really going. Right now, I can see you thinking like, "What's the
that's what I love. I'm into that goose fish.
devil
Devil himself. All right. Hey, you guys know what we do here. I'm lucky enough to be here at the Comedy Store, be able to do a live podcast with a bunch of comedians, some of the funniest and coolest and whatever, ballsiest young stand-up talents get a chance to come up and do a minute and then be on a podcast and talk with me and a guest. And used to be a segment called Tag It or Bag It, but now it's just sort of just roll into it.
Yeah.
So with no further ado,
What did you say though? Both you go over 1 minute.
oh yeah, but everybody gets 1 minute. If you try to go over a minute, you're gonna hear a cat sound.
Oh my God. Let me tell you what I've always wanted for the comedy. So when I was working the booth at the with my friends, I thought what they should rig the microphone with is like a significant electric jolt that you could hit the switch in the booth and it would like shock people and then they drop the mic just a quick and they never did it maybe because they barely had the microphones working to provide sound.
I have a dog collar that we could like have on there with a button.
Honestly, that would probably.
Whoa! If we got an electric dog collar for the show,
Yeah.
and everybody had to wear the collar for a minute.
Yeah.
And that teaches you to know what a 1 minute.
Also, you know what it does? It also makes comedy even more humiliating, which is the one thing I didn't think was possible. But yeah, it's perfect. It's a great idea.
It's a great idea.
So we have a bucket full of comedians. We pull them out of a hat, and let's have some fun, shall we? Here we go. All right. Is that exciting? Iron Patriot, are you excited?
I'm ready.
Awesome.
Justice or triumph over evil.
I love it. I actually know this guy. I'm very excited about this. Put your hands together for the one and only Russ. Cute. Russ. Cute. Russ. Russ, good. There he is. He's in the flesh. He's back from New York. talking to us. Yeah, do the bit.
Oh, okay. My wife and I, my Italian wife and I, we have a little bagel son, and the only other way to make money for him, besides being a comic, is being an actor. I have to audition for a lot of shit, dramas. I'm getting a little bit slightly racist towards sexy Australian actors doing a sexy American accent, okay? Because they're taking all the good jobs. People think it's the Chinese and the Indians and the Mexicans. It's not. It's sexy Australians, okay? And whenever you see a sexy doctor, lawyer, or cop on television, it's usually played by a sexy Australian doing a sexy American accent, okay? So I gotta get this work. I gotta buy this kid's shoes. So this is what I've been doing. It's a little tip for any of the other actors who might be out there. I actually just started all of my auditions. Oh, there you go. I tried to get there.
You initiated hard, tried to do a little crowd work with me at the beginning.
Yeah, I didn't know that was counting good at the time. Is that yes.
Fuck yeah, Russ, dude.
Who cares? Thanks for having me. It's good to be back here.
I love it.
See the shot collar. Perfect. Ideal.
Russ, I remember Russ is a pal that went to New York and now he's back. How's everything going so far? Oh, you know David Taylor? David, what do you think of what Russ talked about?
It reminds me of a young motion capture. But other than that, I actually like it.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. That's
Well done. Although, let me tell you something. There are a few things in life more depressing than the font or the image of parents bringing their babies on bed.
yes, I've never done that, thank God. And
That's
I
the
hate
worst
that.
form of child abuse.
Yes. And also, I got to run children's auditions where the parents are the child where you're in the window, like.
I've had auditions where it's me and for an actor, and then they brought the child in to show this is where mommy went wrong.
I went at one time, a kid gave me a note during an audition.
Or was it I'm not his child?
No, it was slowed down. You're talking too fast.
Yeah, I like that.
Wow. Patriot, what'd you think of what Russ said?
If you turn out to be Macaulay Culkin, that could be okay.
Yeah, it worked out great for Macaulay. History of sexual abuse and heroin addiction.
Yeah.
And sounds perfect.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
And also Michael Jackson showed the ball too.
Yeah, but I don't know. He got somebody. His younger brother did pretty good. I just saw him in a movie called Pearl.
Is Macaulay Culkin Australian? Did I miss that?
Wait, Patriot, what movie did you said you saw a movie tonight?
Just the younger brother of Macaulay Culkin. We shouldn't be talking about that.
No, Kieran Culkin, right? He was in Igby Goes Down.
Kieran, I mean, Patriot.
There are multiple younger Culkin girls.
Yes, there's many Culkin.
Other than Meg Scarlett Johansson.
Patriot, did you see the movie today, you said?
Yeah, on Netflix.
Oh, on Netflix.
Yeah, I also saw a nice documentary on Carol Channing.
Oh,
She's 92 now.
Look at you, just living the
that's
life.
good to know. Oh my God.
You're wondering what the Patriot does in the afternoon.
Is there nothing the Iron Patriot can't do?
I'm going to tell you, she's definitely making it into my possible influence for next year. Carol Channing.
Yeah. She's saying that I'm Girl's best friend before Marilyn Monroe.
Oh my God.
1949.
Some got that Marilyn.
This is like the
Everyone calm down. Everybody just relax. Patriot, can you hit that note for us one more time?
Diamond, diamond.
Yes. That was true. I didn't know Don Cheadle could sing. That's amazing. He can do everything.
I'm not Muslim. I'm the comic book artist.
Oh, all right. Let's not get crazy.
Take it easy on him, Russ.
Oh, I know. I get
He's my head of security.
I'm saying he's right. No, I didn't want to.
He's doing impressions.
Can you do it just one more time for me, Patriot?
Diamond, diamond. Yes,
That's really, really wasted on heterosexuals.
Oh my God.
All right, let's keep it moving. That's Russ Newton, everybody. What do you want to Twitter? He's at Russ Newton on Twitter, everyone. Oh, this is very exciting. One of my favorite new friends that I've made in the past couple years, and he's also autistic as fuck, everybody. Put your hands together for Joshua Myron. That autistic fucker.
How's it going, guys? My name is Joshua Myers. I have Asperger's, which is a form of autism, so I cannot relate to shit.
like the Elephant Man trying to phrase the question, who? Hi, I'm Josh from Mars.
Oh, yeah, I love it. Of course, that's always true. You're one of my favorite rising stand-up comedians.
I'd say right now, I'm on board. I love Josh Mars.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. And by the way, to have for the three of us to know you and like you. First of all, that's like one of those eclipses
I love you
that
guys
happens
too.
once every few years.
Yeah, Esther didn't make it.
Oh, definitely not.
I'll relate me to her.
What? The only time I relate to her is when I'm talking about your bodies.
That's true. Hairy and gross. Yes.
Anyway,
And
I'm just anti-lifting up that shirt. I think I just leave the picture without having to have your shirt.
driving that side note.
I think,
My favorite Josh Meyerowitz moment was Steve Show here, and somehow Josh got his hands on a face pussy. And by somehow he let him flashlight slap him in the face on stage. It was fun. And okay, this is what took Josh from like here to here. He fucked it in the bathroom. Or at least I tried.
Wait, what did he fuck the
He fucked
flashlight?
the flashlight in the bathroom.
Like he couldn't wait, like it's
No. We asked him to do it, and he actually went in and did it, and then reported and admitted that he couldn't get hard for it. It was a sort of honesty that I appreciate. So while I'll agree, showing your shirt might not be the best.
You think he was being honest? He couldn't get hard for it? Look at the
Josh Meyerowitz. Well, Josh has a gift. He has a skill that comics have. I don't know if it's part of the Asperger's. He's really honest. That's going to serve you good stuff. So,
I appreciate that. Thank you.
take the shirt, do what you want to do there. But my point is that the willingness to do that, the willingness to show your junk on stage, which you've also done.
Yes, that is true.
I wish I could unring that bell.
But can I tell you the description? My dick and balls looks like an acorn resting on a frog's throat.
And he's a
Anyway, in other news,
like a child describing their own molestation, but he isn't though.
Daddy, no.
I tell you, I say great job.
I love you guys. Thank you.
yeah.
Boy,
I
but positives for Josh Meyerowitz.
I have nothing but positives except I would not. It's a thing in comedy that the guys that lift up their shirt actually show their belly. You really, it's known amongst comedians. It's like an act of desperation. The ultimate prop.
Well, let me present a counter example.
Sure.
Bobby Lee.
How's that a counter example? A mentally handicapped comedian.
Bobby is all desperation. He's a brilliant clown. The point is that, you know what, that might not be your thing, but I wouldn't say stop yourself from doing it. Just be
Only if it feels natural, yeah.
Exactly.
Does it feel natural when you show a bunch of strangers your stuff?
I like it when you do. Yeah, the second time I've seen you do that, I like it.
I had something. I think a good show for him would be the Ding Dong Show.
No! I'm nobody's retard, motherfucker.
Relax. See, just relax.
Josh,
Last week, I watched the Ding Dong Show last week, and there was an older Armenian gentleman that they had let him take his shirt off, and he had liver spots and man boobs.
Patriot, check it out, dude. I need you more on the security end of things and less on the producer idea, like creating empires.
It's got me thinking because of the shirt.
Yeah. Well, you're rushing to judgment.
by the way, nobody's retard.
I'm nobody's fucking retard.
But with that said, neither are the members of the Ding Dong Show. It's not an insult to the part of that. It's a very fun show. I watch it all the time. It's so much fun.
Kind of gets me thinking.
However, it's not right for you because you want to be a stand-up comedian. So don't let people freak you out.
When I first came here, people were
And I wouldn't call them retards. That's not cool.
No, I'm saying to win it applause.
It's called trannies.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh. Don't let anybody stop you from calling people retards. That is your God-given gift. Go around calling people retards. It's cool with everyone.
I'm nobody's retard.
There we go.
There you go. He's back to that catchphrase. I love it. I'm learning something here tonight.
Hey, and your new bit's doing good. Like, you should really go into why you like Demolition Man so much. Really, like, break that down. That's hilarious. You might need to go deeper into it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's Joshua Meyerowitz, everybody. That's I am Autistic Thunder on Twitter. I think this person's blacklisted. I need to check with Josh before I call his name on it. Oh, this guy is blacklisted. It's Ricky Luna. Notorious comedy story. Ricky Luna.
What does that mean, Iron Patriot?
Damn.
Man.
Wow, that was the best one yet. First of all, that means he's blacklisted. That sounds
You're blacklisted if you
If you miss your spot, yeah. That's what I think the last person I picked.
It's tough but fair.
Yeah. Oh, this is exciting. It's a new name. Ryan Martin, everybody. Talking about Ryan Martin.
Iron Patriot, what does that mean?
Wow. Holy shit. We are just going through them tonight. Isn't that amazing? I love it. Wait, can you do that one again, though? But can you add that howl thing that you did the first time at the end?
Yeah, that's what I was missing. I knew it was missing something.
Totally. We need that Iron Wolf in the fucking mix, bro.
Hold on, a question. Lucas, how you doing back there? Everything good? Good.
Keep going for Lucas Royal, everybody. At Nude City Films. He's one of my favorite producers to work with. He helps us get some of the amazing footage that you're going to one day watch tonight.
That's right.
Probably like New Year's. That's at Nude City Films on Twitter and YouTube. He's amazing. He did my Man on the Street thing, where I insulted people in Hollywood Pilot. Your next comedian is Keith Soul.
What does that mean?
Wow, there was no howl, Paige. I need the fucking howl in. There we go. So far, we have more people not doing this show than doing this show. At David Biddick. It's just David Biddick. It's at Biddick.
Okay, so I want to talk about headlines. I'm not talking Zimmerman or anything like that. I'm talking my favorite headline of all time. When I was in college, the school newspaper read, "Masturbator zips away." This guy got caught 3 times consecutive weekends masturbating outside of sororities. And all I can picture is this guy working a 9 to 5 and telling his wife that Thursday nights is poker night. She wants to watch like some fucking Real Housewives of Hollywood. He just needs to get out of the house and masturbate. I just picture him standing outside the window jacking. But when they see it, and they scream, "Oh my God!" How did they not catch a man with his pants around his ankles, running back to his car? And I just picture the CSI team coming up and going, "Asparagus, garlic, got it." The picture, the woman trying to describe it to the window, like, he was like 6 foot with, I don't know, he looked like everybody else. He had a big bush. His penis was circumcised. It wasn't the biggest I've seen. Moral of the story is, I decided to start masturbating to Facebook, and I was never caught.
Double kitties. Oh, that's a penalty right there. You got the penalty growl for trying to finish it up. Yeah, obviously, he doesn't know that if you try to go over and finish the joke, you get another sound effect. Oh, yeah. That's what that
We
means.
both worked something together about that. It's not good.
Any other jokes you want to finish right before,
No, I know. I think it's just
the growl?
they're dropping you. They want to do the triple hitting, which apparently is.
That's the WeHo Bear, by the way.
I am very confused during that. I could barely pay attention to it. You went from talking about headlines to masturbating zip thing, and then a bush. I mean, I got lost over and over again. Was it?
I tell you right now, no, I was following all the way through. But I'm going to shorten the lead in and use the phrase, I can picture this less, because if you do that once, it's probably good throughout. I think there's a solid bit. There was the act out. That was, I can't even do an act out now. I'd say overall, how many times did I say it?
This is the 3rd or 4th time.
Oh, you're way ahead of the game. You're good. You're good. Talk to me.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Careful. She's a predator.
Oh, yeah. You're gonna be sleeping on her
I
couch
almost
tonight.
feel like it would be
in third or fourth time, at this point, it's almost ridiculous to offer feedback on it.
Right.
Stage presence is good. Seem comfortable. Third or fourth time, I think that was excellent.
Third or fourth time, it's unbelievable. Now it all makes sense.
I'll say the stage presence was excellent. I was impressed.
Totally. And with the type of hip beard look that,
Tommy's
people are
gonna
loving
be
that.
on
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Faces like me and David's, we only go on after 1 o'clock in the morning. You're gonna be up at 10:30 before us.
I was hoping to play like the evil wizard or something. But no, you're doing what you're doing. You're good. But, I mean, honestly, guys, think about it. Third or fourth time, was that not impressive?
It's amazing, and furthermore, to have the balls to do something like this,
That was
and
good.
this is some renegade shit.
Tommy to treat you like somebody who disliked for like a year. So, Tony was like ready to rip you like a better comment. So, congratulations.
Yeah, just tighten it up. Just tighten the story.
Shut the fuck up. Seriously, shut the fuck up.
You said the exact same thing. Don't you? I mean, there was a lot of, it really had probably a lot of unnecessary.
Nobody wants to hear that shit.
I do.
What the fuck? Minnick, at Minnick on Twitter.
Bravo.
There he goes. There he goes. Third or fourth time, that's cool. How fun. You could be a huge star one day. This would be like a thing.
I remember when I saw young Whitney Cummings. She was just as bad as she is now. It really was, it's kind of awful to contemplate how successful she is. Well, I hope she gets continue.
Really is interesting. She really
She
went
must
up and
suck
up.
Satan's cock. That's the only solution.
Well, I just pulled a name out. I'm going to keep that right in front of me for a second, but I want to acknowledge something that I noticed. Ricky Luna's back in the room.
Oh, everybody, this guy's the best.
One of the guys that missed his spot.
Can we unban him? Because let me tell you something. Ricky brings a high energy performance. Does he have the toy? Ricky, did you bring the toy? Perfect. And do you have the musical accompaniment? Because this guy brings something I haven't seen since the days of a drag chocolate.
Since my guest is so excited, we're going to do the thing, but let's just listen to a minute of something else that he's going to. Are you talking about the deep throating?
Yes, what else am I talking about?
Ricky does this thing. He's the door guy here at the Comedy Store, another stand-up comedian, of course. And but he does one of his areas of expertise is deep throating a dildo. That's an actual feature. What do you think about that?
That's hardcore.
There you go. Thank you very much. So I'm thinking, well, Ricky, you want to do it? Should we let him?
Yes.
He's back in the room. Very hands together for at Ricky Luna lives off of his fresh man.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ricky Luna, but my parents call me Pussy Bottom Faggot Jr.
Hold on. Does that mean that your father is Pussy Bottom Faggot?
Senior, yes, that is correct. That is absolutely correct. I'm the second. Thanks. My parents had 4 boys, and 3 out of the 4, 75% of my parents' offsprings are homosexual, which I think that makes the straight one the faggot, doesn't it? I think it. I'm a gay guy. Does everybody know what that means? It means instead of kissing girls, I have HIV. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Wow. Yeah.
Blow it up. And by the way, can I make a point here? Tony, can I make a point?
Yeah.
We can all learn from Ricky Luna here. Comes in, brings the energy, boom, 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 leaves on a high note. Always a great closer. I have HIV. That's true. You can stop the fallout. I thought, awesome. Ricky, once again,
And he did before his time, no kitty sound. He won't even let himself get pussy in that way. That's how gay he is. He's anti-pussy ass.
Well done. No niceties, no coming up your chat. Just comes up, joke.
Yeah,
out of here.
that's true.
Well done.
Good mic control. You know exactly how to.
Although technically, isn't he a ringer? He fucking works in the store.
Yeah, for a guy that deep throats a dildo, you're really good with the mic. Like it's like you don't get it confused. At no point do you put it in your mouth, which is one of just the worst things.
I used to, and that was not a good thing.
Yeah, don't do that again.
Okay, sorry.
Why wasn't it a good thing? Did you realize that you had something?
Because it's electric, and it just
And it's
I don't
so
know. It's
easy.
Not on this shit.
Yeah, not a good thing. Other people have to use it. And But technically, you can have to marry guys. So it's not like. I mean, I don't know that they're married. They don't tell me until later, or I notice on their ring the tan mark. But because they take their ring off. You're a detective. I'm a sleuth. I'm a cock sleuth.
How many Capital One Vikings have you?
What'd you say?
How many Capital One Vikings have you?
Only one.
Great one. Ricky Lune is also notorious
Let's not
for.
mention which one though, because we don't want to get him yanked from the cafe.
Ricky Lune is notorious for sucking off one of the Capital One Vikings one night here.
Don't use the name.
You're not going to use the name, but I mean, he's a Capital One Viking, which is definitely worth noting. You know what I mean?
That's a resume thing.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Definitely under special skills.
it should definitely be on like a business card or something. You know.
I have a feeling there is a business card.
This way, you go, what's in your wallet? Just fucking business card, and then you can deep throat it.
So even when it doesn't work, you're always one step
Well, I'm still tagging it until it works, but thanks for pointing out that one didn't work.
No. You know what? They would show you how great you are. That didn't work, and yet you just keep coming up with. That is really
I don't
impressive.
stop. Yeah, I shut down that panic. That's what.
No. It's not the bombing part. That's fine. What I'm saying that the fact that you can come up with a Capital One tagline. That's just
in a way. It's in a fake picture. He said resume. I said business card. What's in your wallet? Made it happen.
Yes.
It's a shame I'm not doing this for other comedians tonight. I'm just talking. It's so fun. So, Ricky, what else is happening in your world? I mean, it's got to be interesting.
Oh, I'm going to be in a Shakespeare play in downtown.
Wow, that's the gayest thing I've ever heard of you do.
Hold on.
That's gayer than sucking off a Capital One bike.
I'm going to be in a Shakespeare play. I'm in a Shakespeare. What are you playing? No, but is it the Tempest or are you playing? It's Romeo and Juliet. I'm going to. Let me guess. You're not Romeo. No, I'm the nurse. You're Juliet. Oh my god, I just had the weirdest deja vu right now. That was so
Nobody
weird.
gives a shit.
Anyway,
Can
yes.
I add something?
Yes.
Yes.
As a gay man, I'd like to ask you a question. I watched the documentary on David Geffen.
Yes.
He's a gay man too.
Yes, he is.
They make an exception for Cher.
Yes.
Would you, as a gay man, make an exception for Cher when she was younger and beautiful?
Why do I get the feeling that the Iron Patriot is actually Cher in a suit all of a sudden?
It is like a logical progression of the plastic surgery.
Would you fuck Cher?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I would like for a dyke to fuck me in the ass with the strap on. That's always been one of my bucket list things.
Do we have a bull dyke
You
here?
are romantic. Mr. Jobby, would you fuck me in the ass with the strap on? Right. Okay, cool.
She said, oh, there you go, dude. Doing your own little tangents, huh, Ricky?
Sorry about that.
Ricky Lune, everybody. There you go. He's gay. He's proud. He's funny young rising.
He sneezes on you, and it's also called a bukkake.
Come to the comedy store and yeah, he does. He loves fucking sucking dick. That guy. I mean, to suck. I need to go Capital One. You know what I mean?
He swallows balls with his asshole.
You can swallow a banana whole.
What the fuck?
I don't know. I just started
I bet you did. Swallow a banana hole? What would even a banana hole be? Swallow a banana hole.
I was thinking the same thing. You were like a hole that bad bananas go into.
H-O-L-E. Oh, God.
I want to share my banana with you.
Oh, shit. Get this one. I already quoted somebody's name, so let's just keep it bumping. How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing great.
I love it.
I've enjoyed the people you've had on.
I love it.
My
It's fun,
favorites.
right?
Ricky Luna, Josh Meyerowitz, two of my favorites.
Yeah, very exciting. Sean Leary. There he is. Talking about Curious George.
Nice share.
Actually, I'm going to do something different now. I'm afraid of a lot of things, but I think my biggest fear is swimming into a shark's mouth. Because when I'm swimming in the ocean, I can't see underwater without goggles on. So what I usually do is I just
swim with my eyes closed and just follow my heart. But then, like, in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking to myself, boy, I really hope there's not a smart shark around. Because if I was a smart shark and I saw me, I would be like, that guy can't see. So what I'm going to do is, he's swimming this way, he can't see. I'm going to set up shop right here. I'm gonna open my shark mouth, and I'm just going to let him swim inside my mouth. And then I'm going to close my mouth, and I will have eaten him alive. And I don't want that. Thanks.
You know what this sounds like? The first draft of the pitch for Sharknado. They're like, I like that, but is there something more?
That was silly when he said, like, you're going to follow your heart and stuff. It was very, like...
That was the peak of the set. And then after that was the writers remembering that one.
Yeah.
But overall, fine bit. You know, what do you think, Tony? How would you...
I don't know what it is. I don't know if I've had too much coffee or it's the comedians. I'm just having such a hard time paying attention tonight. It was like shark, and then I missed the punchline, and then there was the new thing, and then, I'm just sort of out of it. But I'll tell you this. You have an interesting look. You look like the guy from Ghostbusters 2 that's painting Vigo all the time. Oh, Vigo! Vigo, I can hear you!
Let me tell you what else I would happen as. Part of the Stuart Thompsons, my new group of clones.
Oh, that's great.
Exactly. I want you to be part of, like, Stuart and the Stuart Thompsons.
Yeah, nice.
My group of graduate students. Yes, the Stuart and the Thompsons, my group of, like, graduate students that are going to take over the world, like, and smile as they do it.
See, what do you think? Maybe.
How old are you?
Yeah. How old are you, Sean? Wow.
Where do you go to school?
Emerson?
No, Ithaca, New York.
My friend went there.
What are you studying there?
TV, radio.
Ithaca is the second best school in Ithaca.
Ithaca is the number one college that sounds like it's a prison.
That's a good one.
Am I right?
In Chino State.
Oh, that's so funny. That's a good one. See, you pretend like you're, I don't know. David Taylor's one of the quickest guys I know. For you to say like Chino State like that, like it's nothing. So you sneak your little quick thoughts in, like you're like a nurse that's like, oh no, here we go. And then people just
Yes. How many
me, I'm like, here we go, everybody. It's coming.
how many times did you stand up?
I've been doing it like a year now, 2 years. Just upstate New York. Just in school, basically.
You know, Regan went there.
Wow.
Yeah. And Regan's one of our, we have a friend who's outside.
The smartest, funniest
Really,
writers.
really smart.
He just, in fact, got a job working on The Family Guy.
Yes.
Really big deal.
He and I worked at the same show until I was fired because we won 6 of that. So it's that good. It's fantastic. So, you know what you should try to do is try to contact him under the auspices of some imaginary, like, alumni program. He's seriously awesome. I would try to sit down with him. Do you want to write for TV? I'd like to. What I would do if I were you, I would email him and say, I go to Ithaca. I heard you went to Ithaca. I was wondering if we could sit down and have a coffee. Okay. What was his name?
Chris.
I can tell you that.
Wait, really?
Yeah. It starts with you.
I'm not gonna lose track of this. All of a sudden put together the pieces that we did say. Like, I'm not figured out, but I think we said.
Is the rest of your material like silly like that? Is that how all your stuff that you write is just kind of silly? Like,
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah, kind of like that. I don't know. It's like kind of half and half. I don't know. I was really nervous when I came up here.
I don't remember what it was about. What did you just do?
It was just about how my biggest fear is swimming into a shark.
Oh, that was you. Okay, yeah.
I know, man. That's what I'm saying. It's fucked up here.
No, here's the
It's an ADD fucking
No, don't
chamber.
apologize. Don't apologize. Here's the important thing for you to remember. The material is unimportant. All that matters is personality. All that matters is how you look. But I didn't look at you when you were performing because I was thinking about, I wonder who won the home run derby. Does anybody know? Well, you're fucking good for nothing. Anyway, that's what I was thinking about. Look, talk to me after, and I will give you Regan's email, maybe.
There you go.
Maybe. You're not going to get weird, are you?
I don't think so.
That's That's not a good
I
sign.
don't know if I give up his email. I think he has enough to work on.
Yeah. If you just humble words. Yeah. Don't mention my name.
Well, how about a big round of applause for Sean Leary, everybody, on Twitter at Sean Leary Show. By the way, Ricky Luna was at Ricky Luna Lives on Twitter. And Biddick, David Biddick was at Biddick, B-I-T-T-S. Anybody like that? Fine young talent. Oh, look at this, a female, a lovely lady. Put your hands together for Crystal Oates. Oh, here she is.
Hey. So I'm dating a Jewish guy, and it's going really well. I'm learning a lot about Jewish people. Just found out that rabbis can date. Did not know that. And no, my boyfriend is not a rabbi. But he dated a rabbi. So I learned two things. Rabbis can date, and rabbis can be women. He has a horrible reason for breaking up with her, though. He claims she had a very big bush, and it wasn't the 70s. I'm guessing that's a lie. So now, just to fuck with me, whenever my bush gets out of control, I call it my rabbi. Thanks, guys. I'm Crystal
Oates.
You know what that sounded like? That sounded like a story from Life in these United States. It would be like little anecdotes, and then there'd be a cartoon next to it, and there would be like a woman with a giant bush with Jewish like headgear on it. That's right. Yeah, absolutely. I would be horrified by that, but
How long have you been doing stand-up?
A little more than 4 years.
In LA?
Yeah.
Wow. You have such a cool look. Like there's something so Jackie Brown and charismatic about it.
That's cool, thanks.
Yeah.
how long have you been dating the Jewish guy?
A year, almost.
What's wrong?
Awesome.
You guys, what do you guys think about the relationship?
Now, Ricky,
how do you think it's
he's
going with her
obviously
and the Jewish
rich.
guy? Good question.
There you go.
Ricky, you're good at assessing out problems in relationships. That's how you have sex with all of your, gay, straight boyfriends. What do you think's going on with her and the rich guy who dated the rabbi?
What? Too much.
Rich, you are the best. Like, honestly, that's exactly the problem, isn't it? That's exactly the problem.
Because I follow the rabbi? Is that what you're saying?
No.
I don't get where this is going. This relationship is working.
Good question. How much does it talk about his mother?
Josh.
Not a lot.
Josh knows to be honest.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
He doesn't talk about his mom a lot, honestly.
Well, wait, does he not love his mother? What's
He
wrong with
loves
that?
her.
Oh, look, he doesn't love her that much. He's dating a black girl.
Oh.
That's like a great, fuck you to the family.
No way. I'm awesome.
I didn't say you weren't awesome, but let me tell you something. Does anybody know any Jewish parents?
They are crazy. Have you met the
They're
parents?
very, yes, I have. And they're
How many
very
times?
progressive.
Just once?
Just a lot of times.
How progressive? I'm sure they have to act progressive in front of you first of all. They're not gonna, act shocked like their son didn't warn them. They're not gonna. Oh my God, she's black.
The only way they're happy with this is if he dumped in Palestinian.
Oh, that's true. I mean, they
So
really.
maybe he stretched them out and then brought you in there. But other than that, no, they're horrified.
They love me.
Did you meet them at the haunted house?
Where did they live? Are they LA too? The
Yeah,
parents?
they're
Wow.
West side.
So he just comes from money.
Is he gonna fall? What's his last name?
I'm not familiar with that.
What does he do for a living?
He is actually semi-retired.
See what I'm talking about?
What? Where are you guys going with this?
Honestly, I think his parents are cool with it because they've been dead for 20 years.
His parents are alive. His grandparents are even alive. He's 45 and he's awesome.
Oh, you're so funny. The stuff that you have to convince yourself when you're just spending some guy's cash. It's so funny. It's adorable how women will make it like, he's a great guy. I'd love to see how you felt about it if you only had, $3,000.
Stop and think about this.
I wouldn't know how I felt.
You'd be out of there in a heartbeat. Who's standing by your man?
Oh no, Chubb, he sounds like a dream. He's a 45-year-old guy who talks about his ex-girlfriend's bush. Sign me up.
Sounds great.
That is true. Is that part true? Oh, it's just a
Drinking,
joke.
it was a joke he made. So I told him the joke was probably
Thank you. Choose and trust him. There's nothing good about
Oh,
a
yeah.
I mean,
relationship.
that's like a silly reason to break up with someone.
Wait
It's
till
a
you
whole
hear.
relationship.
Honestly,
Relationship.
wait till you hear what he gives you.
Do you trust him?
I do.
Wow. Have you ever had a Jewish lawyer before?
I have. Wow.
How'd that work out for
It
you?
worked out wonderfully. We won.
Wow, what was that about? Next new question.
Car accident. This woman was on the phone.
This girl, Crystal has a lot of personality. I'll say. A lot of personality.
Definitely. A shining, charismatic beam in a dark, dark world. Thank you so much. That's Big Chris N LA. It's a terribly spelled Twitter handle. You have no marketing behind it whatsoever. Big KRIS, the letter N, LA. Nobody will ever get that right.
You could just come be like red pizza. People would go there. Right here. 1 out of 10 people find it. It's good odds.
Big Chris N LA. Oh, how exciting. We've had him on before, and he's back. Put your hands together for Jerome Horton, everybody.
I hate when my friends die. People say stuff like, it's okay, God needed them for something special. What if that special thing was like a heaven versus hell basketball game? You know, people on earth crying and stuff like, Lord, why'd you take Martin from us? Because he has an amazing jump shot, that's why. Did you have to take Malcolm too? Yeah, he's 6'5". And hell just signed the big three. They got Hitler, Osama, and that dude from Glee.
You went too far.
Hold on. Heaven's been trying to sign Magic Johnson for years. Let's give him AIDS. That'll kill him. No? Okay. Let's make his son gay. Maybe he'll kill himself.
You know Magic Johnson's gay, right?
Yeah, if
Magic Johnson. Pause for a second. You know Magic Johnson.
oh, okay. I was talking about his son, but
Magic is also. But that's a great joke. Back. Sorry.
well, I just had one more tag where I was like, Magic Johnson, if you're listening to Kill Tony, heaven needs you. They're getting killed right now. Martin Luther King just got dunked on by Osama because Malcolm X can't play help defense. And right there.
That's a great bit, by the way.
Wow, man, absolutely. The way you wired in the new dead Glee guy, I mean, I just love that
that's
shit.
perfect. Yeah. Can I make a point here? I would suggest maybe, possibly one person was just benched up where they didn't really need him, but just God is a really, really selfish GM. That's a possibility.
That's the kind of premise that you could stretch that out to be some crazy 7 to 10 minute long closer. You know what I mean? Heaven and hell.
I was gonna use the stretch to talk about because I think I can talk about on this show because your listeners are kind of fucked up anyway. But in a good way though, in a good way. Listen,
I'm not in a good way after saying that.
no, they love me, and Jerron Horton, they love me. But
This guy knows how to promote the way that's
no, I've been on there 3 times, and they send me shit.
Of course, yeah, they're great.
Chris,
Why do you think Red Band and I are wearing custom-made Toronto Blue Jays jerseys with our names on the back?
Shit, I want one too. That's nice.
I bet.
But I was gonna stretch it with the Trayvon Martin stuff because you know how they were saying someone was yelling help on the 911 call. I was gonna be like, Martin Luther King got dunked on because Trayvon Martin can't play hell defense. And that's a good joke, and I was telling that to somebody earlier, but it's just not. I don't think I could ever get away with that.
I fucking love it, and I totally
who else
think
could
you should
get away
do
with
that.
that? Trayvon Martin.
By the way, you could totally make that so that after that you say, I never thought I'd be able to get away with saying that, and then you could also slip that.
No, I'm going to keep that for my
No, that's not how it works, Dave.
No, actually, I just came up with this great idea for a bit about heaven versus hell basketball. And I think it's going to be great. Thank you for helping me with that.
There he goes.
By the way, no, that was like, this bit is so good.
Right.
It feels like it's in the wrong group, doesn't it? Like,
Oh yeah.
it should be.
I can't get on downstairs.
What?
Don't get on downstairs.
Yeah, welcome to my world. Yeah. By the way, this guy won. We had you in the.
I got second place because I don't eat pussy.
Oh yeah. Well, who was it?
What?
We had some. What the fuck is wrong with you? We had some.
Wait, you really don't eat pussy?
Well, I have, but it's not like common community stuff.
You must hate it then. But it's
No,
not.
I love it.
Is it common for you to get laid?
He's a black guy. Black guys don't eat pussy, guys.
Well, yeah, but he's sort of light-skinned.
Have you tasted a dick? Does it taste better? No, I mean, personally, I think that it's like eating pussy is just like a way to get pussy when you can't get pussy. You know, that's what I see it.
It's like cheating. Nobody cares about your opinion. I totally see what you're saying there. This guy, I'm telling you,